Welcome back to the party, everybody. I am your host, Lutch, aka the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Shout out to the replay guys. Take two. Shout out to the replay gang. Thank you so much for coming back, even though you missed the live party, the best part of all of this. Don't worry, you will still very much enjoy this, but make sure you are here every Monday, Wednesday, Friday, 8 p.m. Eastern, so you never miss a live party again. And sometimes I feel like going live whenever. So hit that subscribe button. You will never, ever miss an Indian Jesus live party ever again. Before we jump in, let's say thank you to the sponsor of the stream, my6shirt.com. Whatever your persuasion, they've got something for you. Add new designs all the time. This looks like a new one here. And of course, the only place to get your very own The Indian Jesus official merch. Only at my6shirt.com. All right. Welcome. We got Alex in the building already. What is good? We are going to have fun tonight. So I had something completely different set up for us. And then about an hour ago, this popped up. Steven Crowder on Valuetainment, the Patrick Bet-David podcast. So obviously, we've been following this case pretty closely since the beginning. And since Crowder was on Timcast, talking about all the things he was talking about, saying how, it was all about the smaller creators and it wasn't about the $50 million that Daily Wire offered him, all of that stuff. If you're not familiar, there's plenty and hours of me covering this. So, but basically all you need to know is Steven Crowder was part of the Blaze. Then he was leaving and he was a free agent. He got a contract from unknown sources, and he was like, this is no good, we can't do this, whatever, it's punishing small creators. And then it came out that the Daily Wire was actually the people behind it. Jeremy Boring, the CEO of Daily Wire, was like, yo, this is a legit contract, I don't know what he's bitching about. And then they were going back and forth. He was on Timcast, Crowder was, and it was a whole thing. But then he's been radio silent. So finally, tonight, we are hearing from him talking shit in the building. Welcome to the party. Let's get into it. As always, if you cannot hear the video,
you want me to tell that story? I'll tell it here.
So we are officially live.
Oh, we are?
People have been waiting for this moment for a while. They're wondering what announcement's going to be made. They're wondering what is going on. The beginning of our interaction, me talking about you. Let me just set the tone here before we get into it. We got a special guest in the house. You're here because you want to find out what this guy, his name is Steven Crowder. You know who he is.
Hey, we got Dr. Evil Genius in the building. What is good? Oh, and Dan Jensen. Thank you so much for checking out the sound, and welcome to the party. Yeah, we've been covering this. I am very, very excited for this one. So let's get to it.
#1 conservative late night comedy show. 6 million subs, billions of views online. He's loved and hated, which is why he does so well. Not afraid of facing anybody. Arguably one of the most talented guys out there. Some would say the most talented voice on the conservative side. I will say a couple things, when I said Steven's going to be on. And I don't want you to get uncomfortable about this. One guy said, be careful if you're talking to him, he may record the conversation. So I just want you to know, this is being recorded.
I had no idea we'd already started live. Yeah, we're live. We're so professional. I come in, you're all in suits. It's like, I don't know, let's just go live.
Yeah, it's live.
Oh, he was doing cocaine. And I was like, what?
You missed
what?
it.
Not me.
A minute ago. A Sunday school teacher was doing cocaine a minute ago here. And then the other part, here's the other part. I've been in business for a long time. And I was asking this from Rob. I said, well, I got to ask this on the live because I talked about it on the video. Mm-hmm. And maybe because there's levels to success. You got to make it to certain levels in success. I said, Rob, what do I need to do to be able to predict a future family emergency, right? To say a week ago and hey, we have a family emergency that came up on Tuesday, which, by the way, to be fair to you.
So real quick, the what is referring to, the recorded phone call, he recorded Jeremy Boring, and he was supposed to be, Crowder was supposed to be on this podcast while all that was going on, and apparently had a family emergency and then ended up on Timcast. So that's what he is talking about. And then we originally covered Patrick Bet-David's coverage of the situation because we hadn't really been getting anybody who was a real business mind to break down what was going on. We had people who were who had dealt with contracts, who had been in businesses, who had been running stuff, but nobody quite at the level of PBD over here. So he is definitely somebody that we can trust to understand a business on a way bigger scale than even a $50 million contract.
Matt Walsh was supposed to be on Wednesday, and he also just had a family emergency when we announced you're going to be on. So I don't know what's going on.
I have no family emergency.
Yeah. So, but here's the part. Here's the part to know. So everybody.
You don't have a family emergency.
So
what was the family emergency?
You and I got on a call with Greg, aka
how dare you,
Gerald, and with Paul,
Paul Rob.
Screwing up the names.
It's basic bitch white guy names. They're impossible.
Mine's like an old school name. It's not even basic anymore.
You were professional enough to reach out. We got on a call. And when I got on the call, I had no idea what direction the call was going to go. Ended up being an incredible call with you. Obviously, I've seen you, whether anybody says anything about you, you're one of the best in the world in the conservative side. Some would say you are the best in the world.
Well, thank you.
And the back and forth with Daily Wire, for people that follow Daily Wire's content, everyone knows what Ben has done over the years.
Yeah.
Everyone knows what Candace has done. Everyone knows what those guys have done. Even Matt Walsh with What is a Woman documentary, which I thought it was, he crushed at what he's got going on. And, so everyone kind of got in and said, wait a minute, what is going on with these two guys? And then, boom, you were supposed to be on. We had a great con, and then here we are with you. Have some announcements to make today.
Yeah.
And that's the reason this was such a big story is because the infighting that you find among the left is kind of par for the course. Everybody's out to point fingers at, oh, you're doing this wrong, you're doing that wrong, all that kind of stuff. Not that doesn't happen on the right, specifically at the higher levels and with politicians themselves. But kind of the alternative conservative media, it's all like one big club, and everybody's kind of friends with each other. Everybody kind of talks to each other. And even though politics and positions may not be exactly the same, in general, they're all kind of working towards the same goal. So when this happened, it shattered that, I guess, facade that they were all buddy.
Yeah, and I appreciate it. Yeah, what happened was a whole thing. I don't really do a lot of press. A lot of people don't sort of realize that. Like, it's very, very rare. Yeah. If I want to say something, I'll say it on my show, and I'm kind of reclusive, actually. I'm actually surprisingly shy, and so I just end up talking more when I'm around people. Thanks. Is that he turns away? Yeah. With the way this started off, like people are going to be like, "What? That's unprofessional." Yeah. He opened a can. How dare he?
That reminds me of the joke from Community where he has the nuts, and it's like nuts in a can. And of course, everybody expects the snakes to fly out. So he gives it to one of the other characters. He opens it, and then the guy's like, got it right here. The old bait and switch.
That's it with you and these cans. Yeah, so
you don't do a lot of press.
I know I don't do a lot. I don't do a lot of press, just because I don't really like it so much. Like, I'm a pretty private guy. If you look at my social media, I'm never taking pictures of my food. I never take pictures of my family or my children. I keep that close to the vest because I think it's a choice they have to make.
I just put my face in front of millions of people every day.
And I come at this from, I came in as an actor and a stand-up comic and an entertainer first. And then just after getting beat in the face by, a leftist industry, being banned as a comedian from clubs and from colleges, just kind of started letting my freak flag fly back in 2009 when there were no conservatives on YouTube. That didn't exist. Mm-hmm. So yeah, as far as the announcements, we're pretty excited. Well,
yeah,
I'm allowed to.
You're allowed to say certain things.
So yes. So Mug Club is officially, which was my camera here? Is that all right? If I had a can to open, I'd make it a little. Wait, is that one or that one?
The one on the left.
The one on the left.
The one that has
the one on the right. March 20th. March 20th is when it's coming back. Daily show. LidoWithCrowder.com/Mug Club. What we're doing is it's $10 less than it was before, and we're about doubling the content. So we'll be doing a show on Friday. We have some. I don't know which people we can announce, but we've got
a few people.
We're
still, as you know, working out all the details.
Yes.
So there's some stuff we still have to kind of finalize, but a lot of really exciting things.
And that right here is Gerald, one of the co-hosts of the Daily Show. If you're not a fan of Crowder.
Yeah. And the reason for that too is, we have tentative agreements with some people and then some concrete agreements with other people.
And then some people have family emergencies and don't show up when they're scheduled.
Is signing equitable contracts that are transparent, that hopefully set a new standard, in this industry. I mean, this is something that I've been doing for a long time. I know what a contract looks like. I know what a term sheet looks like. In my opinion, we talked about this on the phone call. Yeah. Sure, you can make more short term. if you kind of just scrape every dollar you can. But long term, that doesn't really work. The best business deal is one where everyone benefits, everyone is happy. Because why, especially with talent, like how often have you heard of people, whether it's Dave Chappelle or whether, South Park in the episode with the Muhammad issues, you can't keep people who don't want to be there. So you have to frame it in a way where they're happy, where they benefit and you benefit and people you want to work with. So March 20th, we're coming back. We're coming like a bat out of hell.
Exciting.
March 20th.
It's always, you always get nervous. See, you don't seem that way. He knows, like, I always get nervous before every single show. I had horrible stage fright.
I said shit, me too. I already said shit. We're getting to montage, but shit, me too.
Before I got up and would do stand up, I used to think it was less embarrassing when I would tell the stories and be like, before my Just for Laughs audition, I went backstage and I threw up. But the truth is, I wouldn't throw up. I would have explosive poops.
Yes.
But I felt it was more masculine to be like, I threw up.
Yeah.
Like, I got wasted. I threw up. I don't want to be like, I have a sensitive tummy. So I need running to the bathroom.
I need some Tums.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. Not a good look.
Probably this guy after all that cocaine, right?
Right?
Yeah.
Vinny.
Well,
Doesn't it get it
You're-
moving?
It's hard for you to shed that. But you still get nervous when you do shows? Is that what you're
Always.
saying? Still, even a show
Always.
like this,
Yeah.
you're nervous right now?
Mhm.
And then when did the nerves go away?
Never.
So you're nervous right
When
now.
it's
Nervous
done.
right now.
Don't do what you typically do before a show right now, please.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, you know what it is
After every single show that I do, hit end broadcast, I'm like, woo, we did it. All right. I thought my whole life was going to fall apart, but we did it.
I've always told this to Gerald and to everyone else who also works there, is every single time you do a show, I say, assume that is a 100% new audience. And you sort of learn this when you're coming up through stand-up because you'll be doing like 6 shows, Thursday 2, Friday 2, Saturday 2, and you can do really, really well 3, and then you bomb because you get a little overconfident.
Yeah.
That is a new group of people who are not familiar with it. You haven't built any momentum with them.
Yup.
So I always want to make sure that people are getting their money's worth. There's so much content out there. And sometimes we work in an industry where, it's about investors or it's about advertising. Those are all fine too. But I think True North should always be the audience and what it is that they want and how you most benefit them. And long term, if you do that, I think you'll end up doing well. But, I'm not really a business guy. I'm not like you. I was looking when we were doing research here. I was
That's pretty clear when you turn down $50 million for apparently no good reason.
prepare. This guy is he's like the Monopoly guy.
What do you mean by that?
I don't just
That
mean
didn't
his
land.
house now. Like this guy's like crazy wealthy. Good for
He's
you.
done all right for
Yeah, he
himself,
has
I'll
done
say
all
that.
right.
You want to say a few words for yourself?
Listen, but it's crazy that you're
This is weird. This is weird. The fact that Crowder is, I guess, out of his element really shows that people are very good at the thing that they do. But even, he goes out to do his Change My Mind segments, but then he's just talking to college students. Now he's in a legit studio and it's not his. He's not in control. He's acting a little weird. Jokes aren't landing,
saying the
especially when he doesn't have a studio full of people that he pays to laugh. Interesting.
nervous thing because Tyson also talked about that. And some of the best athletes talked about that.
Yeah.
Were prior to it, and it is a quality of a great one. It's not like some people are a little bit more calmer when they go in. You see, remember like Fedor used to fight Pride. You go and they're like, this guy looks like
He's about to take a nap.
he would bring it all the way down,
Yeah.
and Kobe would go very ice-like, and that was his style.
Shout out to John Jones, the undisputable GOAT of the UFC.
But there are some that's the other way around. Either way, you ended up, having
Remember
a,
George St. Pierre when we had him
Same
here
way.
I don't
Throwing
know,
up.
6 months
Yeah.
ago. He would get so nervous.
I was
before a
always
fight.
afraid of my opponent.
Yeah.
Yes. But
How
but,
dare you
but
talk
Steve,
about him like
I'm
this.
a stand
I am not impressed with your performance.
up too, and I've done 2 specials. I've been on Kevin Hart special. I think if you don't have that,
But some guys don't.
They don't have like zero. I think they're lying.
he's
bro.
right.
The
But
people are-
some don't have it. No,
They
no,
don't
he
care.
is-
They're just-
Some
no,
people
it's not
don't.
They don't care.
There
Who
are
are
some
those
people
guys
don't.
that don't get nervous for a big audience?
I don't know.
I mean,
I've been
that's
around
crazy.
him. I mean, a good example is like Chuck Liddell when he would fight. John Halcombe was like, he just doesn't get nervous.
Yeah.
He just doesn't get nervous.
Hell yeah. Can we just talk about MMA? If this is about Crowder and all of that and MMA, then this is right up my alley.
But I've always been that way. So
Pat, do you get nervous ever? Like you speak on massive stages. You don't get nervous on podcasts. I already know that. But even when you go on stage, when you're speaking in front of big audiences,
I don't know. I don't know if I do at this phase. I don't know if I do at this phase.
So that settles it. I guess he's not a great one.
Yeah. Well, no,
It's all level.
Mr.
Yeah.
Mediocre, 100 millionaire over here.
but I would tell you there are certain times you may, depending on what the climate is. But I want to go back to your announcement. So Muck Club is coming back.
Yeah.
That's exciting. when we shared a video today, the tweet, all that stuff, everybody was like, when is it coming back?
March 20th.
Yeah, so people are dying for that. The
Yeah,
fact that
yeah.
that's coming back, that's big news.
So the whole thing that he wasn't trying to start a new platform, he's starting a new platform. I'm not saying that was his initial goal. I'm just saying people were like, "Oh, you did all this with StopBigCon and to start a new platform and all this, and it was a great deal. And why didn't you just take it?" And he said, "It wasn't about the money. It wasn't about this. It wasn't about that." And I believed and somewhat still believe him, but he is coming out with his own platform.
The question I want to ask from you is,
Can I specify one thing
Sure,
too with Mug
absolutely.
Club? Because we had, so many people who signed up at mugclubforever.com. And I know that some people had signed up. And so then we had this contract up and so we left. So we want to make sure they're not shortchanged. So if you have signed up at mugclubforever.com, check your spam folder. Tomorrow, you're going to get a code to pre-order and get a bunch of free time and free months to honor kind of what you left.
Gerald, do we have a link to put down there in chat, in description,
right,
so
let's
people
get
can go to? Is
what
there
are
a
we doing
link,
here? Oh, what the?
Rob?
Appeal.
With the audience and some of the question that maybe I have with the whole thing with Daily Wire and yourself.
There we go.
And
Get to the meat.
Prior to going into some of the, we'll talk about issues, we'll talk about current events, we'll talk about some of that stuff, but Daily Wire. So the question that kept coming up, Stephen, was, whether it's Candace came out and said, I wanted to find out what he had to say, or Ben Shapiro came out, this is how negotiation works. If you don't like it, you go back and forth. Let's go.
Exactly.
How many times did you guys go back and forth until it was like, okay, you did a video, you didn't mention the company's name, everybody's trying to kind of guess who it is, but most people kind of knew it was Daily Wire that you were talking about. And then they came out, Jeremy went through the contract, one by one. And then you responded. Then there's the recording. Then there's this. And then it was like, hey, Candace comes out, Jordan Peterson tweet, delete, all this stuff that's going on, right? But the question
It's like the world's biggest high school. I get it.
But the question for me is, how many conversations did you guys have up until the point where it's like, we're not doing this?
That's a great question. And how he answers this and this is why I care so much about Patrick Bet-David's coverage of this, is because depending on how he answers, depending on what really happened, because the idea was that when Crowder first came out saying, "Oh, this is too much," it was just an initial term sheet. It was an initial term sheet. And as Candace Owens said on Timcast, I think it was that night or the next night or something, like, yeah, they had all this BS in my contract too. You just go back and you negotiate. This is how business is done. Now, Crowder's big, the TLDR of Crowder's position is, well, you don't have to do business that way. You don't have to go by big tech's rules, but they're on big tech. YouTube is big tech. So if you're going to be on big tech, you have to play by big tech's rules. So if he's saying that it can be done differently, then it makes sense. It would make sense that besides the recorded phone call where he's just, baiting Jeremy into saying something that he could use, there has to be some conversation about, okay, how can we do business differently?
Yeah. So, I mean, and not to rehash like all that stuff, because look, I think people now kind of know, like, you make your decision, and I love Jordan Peterson, like Andrew, like I'm still friends with a lot of people over there. The issue there was never, look, the issue I always had was, and I said, take me off the table because it wasn't going to be a fit. The issue was with other people. The primary issue, you never heard me talk about money. And
Not answering the question.
as a business guy, there's probably like nails on a chalkboard, but it's, you can't penalize people. You can't put in 110% penalties on behalf of big tech, literally 110% penalties. But primarily, if you have other kids who are coming up, like, you can't punish conservative content creators on behalf of big tech, saying not only do you have to be there, you have to be monetized, which on YouTube, right? That's a very different set of guidelines. Is basically don't say anything offensive ever. All I can say is there was never anything that we went over that involved that being eliminated.
I'm just going to take this opportunity real quick to talk about the fact that, yes, I am trying to be a full-time YouTuber. So, depending on how the money is coming in with the ads, the super chats, I just started memberships. I'm waiting for that to go through. If you got, I would love to not have to read an ad. I would love to, aside from my sick shirt, who is Indie Film, who's been with us since day one, before day one, I would love for that to be the only time I have to stop the content to read anything to you guys. But I have to pay my bills. So up to you.
Yeah. That was a sticking point. Okay, get rid of that. No, that doesn't happen. And so we decided, okay, we're going to go on our way and do it. Now we're focusing on what it is that we can do, what it is that we can change.
Which is
bringing in other people.
So from the beginning of
So again, the question was, how much conversation was there between you and Jeremy before you decided it wouldn't work? Did not answer that question.
the conversation series until decision was made, is that like 5 weeks, 2 months, 3 months? Is there like a
Months.
Okay, good. So it's not like it was a, because some people are thinking, hey, we're out of here, we're done. First offer, I can't believe you're doing this. I'm blasting you publicly.
No.
Okay, so that's good to know. That's between you and them. You guys can, that's a conversation between you and the people you were working with.
Sure.
Here's the other question I got.
The
for
issue
you.
is when you don't see eye to eye and like, look, take it off take me away.
Yeah.
The issue is a punishment on behalf of big tech, or the issue is like, I've been demonetized for this long.
Yep.
That can be redlined and changed. Wasn't. So that's the issue. It's like that was the issue as far as, okay, this isn't going to happen because of the big tech penalties. And I understand it too, by the way. Look, when you're in a war, and I mean that we are in an ideological war. We really are. And we are at a potential tipping point in this country. You need different kinds of people. You need different battalions. And I get it that some people want to work within the platforms in order to change the platforms. Well, no one understands that more than me because I've been there since, before there was monetization. Actually, my brother was one of the first YouTube partners, I think in 2007, 2008, whenever they started it. But the issue is when the platform no longer allows you to speak truth. I'm not looking to be removed from YouTube. I've talked about that. And the people who we've signed, we want nothing to do with whether they are on YouTube or not.
Yeah.
As far as I'm concerned, that's blood money. Like, and I don't mean it's blood money, but I mean, I don't want to have to influence someone to play ball with YouTube or Facebook or tell them not to if that's what they choose to do. The issue is when you have a platform like YouTube, like Facebook, that says, you know what, you can't say, for example, that there's myocarditis with young people, right? Or there could be potential adverse effects of the mRNA injection with young people.
Yes, YouTube, that is absolutely false. That what Steven Crowder just said. It's absolutely false.
They say you can't say that, we're going to suspend you. You are now no longer able to speak truth. So we'll use those platforms as long as they're available, provided that we're allowed to speak the truth. But when we get to the point, and we've had these conversations where we're like, well, you want to quote the CDC on the flu deaths today? He's like, well, you want to be suspended for another 2 weeks? Or, hey, do you want to have Kerry Lake, who's currently running for governor? It's like, well, we're going to be suspended and miss the election stream that night. Sure. And we just decided to let the cards fall where they may. It's reached that point.
So you can see this is the same kind of position that he was holding, that like the idea is that if you're the company that is hosting me, the content creator, then you have to let me do the content that I want to do. Otherwise, it's not going to work. Obviously, from the other side is, if you doing the content the way that you want to do it doesn't bring in money, then how can I pay you to do it?
Unfortunately.
Yeah. So that's okay. So I understand that. So then the question would be the following: is it fair to say that like if you were to say right now, who are the top, I don't know, 5, 6, 7 conservative media companies out there? You got Fox, you got Daily Wire. Who else would you put out there? Would you put Blaze as one of them as an option?
Say the Blaze, TPUSA. There's got to be one more, right? PragerU. There you go. That's 5.
I don't know. I don't have access to their financials. It's a question I couldn't answer.
So let's
see how he does this. I don't. That's what, Bo. He's not asking you a specific number. He's just saying who are the most recognizable people. And I don't like how he's slippery like this.
Let's put aside the financials. Let's say influence.
Exactly.
I guess let's just measure it by influence that you and I can see. Who would you put as
like PragerU?
PragerU is a nonprofit,
that's part of Daily Wire,
and
that's
they're part of
publishing.
Daily Wire now. I'm talking more like CNN, MSNBC. You got whoever they have on the other side.
You're talking eyeballs. You're talking views. You're talking clout.
Yeah, I'm talking about like if I say who are the biggest podcasters today, not political at all. Okay, you got Rogan, you got Impulsive, you got whoever, call her that, all these things that you see, not necessarily political. You can say these are the most influential ones, right? Within the conservative side, who would you say are the top 5 most influential media companies today? I mean, Fox is on there.
Yeah, you'd name them. I mean, if people consider them, conservative, you'd have Fox on there. You'd have Daily Wire on there. You'd probably have like a Red State Town Hall. Salem is a big one.
Okay, yeah, very familiar with them.
I don't know. I mean,
KRLA's with Salem, right? KRLA's with Salem, KKLA's with.
They
Salem.
They have like Red State Town Hall, a lot of radio stations, so they're really big.
Why I'm asking a question? I'm asking a question because I don't know.
I was just wondering that. Get to the point.
If there's enough of them. That's what I'm asking.
Is there enough?
So if there isn't enough of them, so you guys, if I can get this, if I can get it right, you're planning on building a conservative media platform, recruiting other talent to come in under your umbrella.
Yeah.
That's what you're trying to do.
Yeah.
Completely different from what Daily Wire is doing, right? He said he wasn't trying to do this, and now he's doing it. Now, is that because things played out the way that they played out, or because that was his plan from the beginning?
Yeah, but it's
Okay.
a different approach.
Yeah.
And
Perfect.
Okay,
this
what's,
is why
what's the different approach?
it's different is I don't need to do it. Right. So this is and Ben I've known for a very long time. I think Ben is the best at what he does. Certainly among them. You'd have like Mark Levin's up there. Of course, at one point, like Rush Limbaugh.
Yep.
But Ben didn't do that until, Daily Wire happened. Before that, he was working other places like Breitbart and Truth World. The issue is when all these companies do it the same way, right? It's the same. It's people talking about news, and that's fine. But at a certain point, you have to ask if it's by design. Now, here's the thing: it's because these companies need people to do that in order to. And look, I can tell you this: when I was working at Fox News for like 4.5 years, Change My Mind was something that was pitched to every major publisher. I've talked about this. It was pitched as a segment at Fox News, and people said that will never work. Said it will never work.
Boy, were they wrong on that one.
People want 4 or 5 minutes. They want it snappy, right? They want you in a quadrant view. One time, I think I was on with Lanny Davis, or might have been Doug Schoen on Fox News. They had this in this quadrant view, and I was always getting in trouble. I'd always get called into the second floor. But we're
Shocking.
We're in the same room, and they have us on these quadrant views. I'm like, well, why is he doing it? I'm right there.
Here I am.
And so at the end of the segment, I think it was Lanny Davis. I was like, hey, Lanny, high five. And I reached into his quadrant.
It's so funny.
And they were like, you can't do that because people like it to seem really international. I was like, I don't really know if that's what people necessarily want. And so I said, you know what? I'm going to go out and do a comedy show, which they said conservatives don't really like comedy this way at that point in time. They said, you can't do what? You're going to sit down with random people to have conversations for an hour unedited, 2 hours? I said, yeah. I remember when I pitched it as a book, although at that point, the term social justice warrior didn't exist or triggered. So the term I used was American idiot, because Green Day was big at this point in time. And I separated between them and sort of the modern leftist. And they said, no, the only thing we can sell to conservatives is the doomsday books. And it's not a bad book, but the Obama Blueprint was a really big book at that time. They said, do you have anything like this? And I said, well, that's not me. So I don't need to do, like, we can do Muslim and do our show, right? Matter of fact, we'd be more profitable just doing that. But providing a platform for people who aren't looking to make it big in the conservative space, but particularly people you'll see with the people who we sign and the names of someone who's done comedy. You're Adam and you're Vinny. Yeah. Sorry, I almost said Adam. People who can be who they are and reach a different group of people. Like there's a reason too, like the conservative demographic it's quite literally dying off.
Okay, and so what is your plan to change this? For months, we've been hearing you say that this is the problem. What is your solution, sir?
Unfortunately. And it's very lucrative to sell them certain kinds of messaging, certain kinds of content. I don't mean immoral, but when people are precluded from reaching them, there are a lot of people out there like me, like Jill, like our audience. The average viewer is a 20-something, 30-year-old college-educated male.
Hey, we got Harley Rose in the building. Welcome, girl. How are you doing tonight? This podcast just came out hours ago, and we are checking out. So usually I'm not chasing the headlines, but tonight this is a headline. Welcome.
They're not tuning into Fox News. They're not tuning into a lot of AM radio.
Nope.
But they are tuning into what we do because it's a comedy show. And I don't mean a comedian who does a show. And this, right? Like a lot of comedians, they'll host podcasts. It's not a comedy show.
Exactly.
This is an entertainment show. And the reason we had to go and do it on our own was that's never going to work. And then every time you sit at that side of the table, whether it's Fox, whoever it is, they go, can we change it so that you can fit into the box this way? Because that's our box. And we want to do the opposite. And we don't have to do it. We can say, what's your box? What is it that you are? Let's give you the opportunity to let your freak flag fly.
So I want to go on this. I want to go a little bit more on this, but I want to quickly, the question I want to ask you in a minute here is, you're right, you don't have to do it, but you are a voice. You do have a massive following. And there is a niche, there is an emptiness that we need somebody to do it. Great if you're going to do it. And what's the structure going to be different?
So real quick, Harley Rose, he's just talking about, the conservative media in general, that as he was coming up, things like Change My Mind, he was pitching this to this company, that company, when he was working at Fox, when he was working at Blaze, and everybody was saying, oh, this is never going to work. People want these short, they want it to be like legacy media. He was saying that that's wrong. And then he went on to make Louder with Crowder, which obviously became hugely famous.
and then you made a comment about Fox. You said some would call Fox a conservative. That's some would take that as a dig, but I want to come back to this here in a second. Today's sponsor,
when I said, I mean,
let me just do the quick.
Apologies.
Today's sponsor is Goldco. Okay, let me tell you why Goldco. I've been in the financial industry.
I don't care about show sponsors unless they paying me.
I myself like to do business. 5-star reviewers with a /PPD Rob. Let's put that link below. So let me go back.
That's a lot of free silver. Are you serious?
Yes.
Giving it. Yeah.
Yes.
You want some of that?
I would love some of that.
Come and get it, baby.
I love
Come and get it, baby.
A Persian who loves gold.
Is that a surprise? Never happened before.
I bet at your house you have like those lions that are like fountains, right? That kind of stuff.
Dude, you know what?
You don't.
I married a white girl from Texas.
Oh, did you?
Yeah.
My kids are like half and half.
Because
But
white girls from Texas don't love status symbols.
they don't like lions like that with the gold.
There
and
are
all.
some places though in Texas. where
You're
you'll
right.
see those,
Highland
like-
Park. I've been to those places where you see lions, but they're white. They're white. They're not gold lions.
And
Well,
the
they're
rug,
still
the
racist.
rug is like
Middle Easterns are
$300,000.
gold lions. White are white lines in Highland
Yeah.
Park. By the way, first time I moved to Dallas, and I'm in Highland Park. We're having dinner at one of the restaurants there, and the lady says, "You know, Dallas is one of the most vain cities in the world." I said,
Yes.
So what do you mean? Says, you want to do any kind of surgery, augmentation, Botox. This may be the #1 city for doing any kind of cosmetic surgery.
Guys, really quick, I want you to do me a huge favor. Let's get this party popping. I'm so glad you guys are here, but let's get it popping. Take the URL or hit that share button, and let's get this party going.
That's Dallas for you.
Yeah.
Specifically, Highland Park, by the way.
Yeah. You end up leaving there looking like Jennifer Coolidge.
That's a MILF right there, buddy.
Hey, but
Wait, that's Stifler's mom, right?
I don't know. We're using that term loosely.
Don't be disrespecting them
We're
MILFs out there.
using that term loosely.
Just like the skin. Don't forget to do the neck if you're doing your.
That's Stifler's mom.
Respect.
There you go.
Yeah.
By the way,
would still-
I was friends with
Oh,
her.
come on. That's not. You're bringing that up to the audience. I look like it. That's not.
No.
Yeah.
Pull her up from White Lotus, then you'll get a really
Yeah,
good
then
view
you'll
of
know
what
what's
she looks
up.
like now.
So
She looks horrible in White Lotus. Shout out to White Lotus. If you have not checked out White Lotus, great show.
So let's go back to it. So, Stephen, the question is, one, you don't need to do it, but
Yeah.
you're choosing to do it.
Mhm.
So if you're recruiting talent and you now know what Daily Wire's contract is because you've gone directly with them,
Yeah.
you now
What
know
are you
what
doing
Fox's
differently?
contract is. You now know what Blaze's contract is. You kind of got experience of the top guys in the marketplace, how
Yeah.
they do. So that kind of gives you an edge to say, we don't want to do it this way. We don't want to do it that way. Here's what
We want to do it this way. That's what everybody's looking for. What is the this way that you have that just like changed my mind? Everybody's saying, no, that'll never work. That'll never work. But this will work. What is that thing?
we're going to do it. So my open-ended question for you will be the following. Assume a lot of people that love your stuff are watching this and they're talent. They may want to come and run with you, okay? And they may want to say, okay, Steven, let's come run with you. Here's what we want to do. What are some things a talent is going to get from teaming up with you that they may not get at other places?
Well, here's the deal. It's and he's obviously Gerald
I've
is
had
CEO.
several conversations like this recently.
Yes,
with
well, you need
talent.
to be closer to the
Right?
microphone.
Yeah, no.
Get in there like it's
Lean.
Again, just vamping and not answering the direct question. What you get with me is XYZ. What you get with me is something different. Well, this may be blah, 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 blah.
In. Yeah.
But I will say this, having experience with stand-up, it's a perfect example. When you're doing
Now
stand-up,
we're
right,
going
when
to
you start
stand-up,
out, you're
okay.
starting doing whatever it was. Like when
So remember the question was, if somebody's coming to work for you and your new platform, what are you doing differently? And now we're talking about stand-up comedy.
I was, you're middling, doing, when you're on the road, you're being paid. You're getting a few $100s to middle to right to feature. And then if you're a headliner, you might get $1,500 for the whole weekend. And then you reach a certain point where you're doing these venues, they give you a minimum guarantee. Okay. So this is not reinventing the wheel. A minimum guarantee doesn't matter if your aunt, your uncle, and your dad show up, right? Or you say, you know what, lower that guarantee and I'll take a higher percentage of the gate. So when I do live shows, I say, give me basically the closest you can to no guarantee and the highest percentage of the gate. That's all it is. It's a sliding scale. You always need to have upside to be incentivized, and especially when they're content creators, you always need to have some ownership and autonomy in the realm of comedy. Or some people want more of a guarantee. So this side is more of an employee. This side is basically you're doing a revenue split. And depending what it is that you want or need, if it's production, if it's editing, if it's social media, that changes the percentage.
It absolutely does, Stephen. But if you are demonetized, then you're not bringing any money. So you're asking for a very high gate. In stand-up comedy, you're not canceled from comedy. So you can bring in that you can afford a lower base pay because you know people will come in and you will get paid for that comedy. Unlike your YouTube show, where you know for a fact that you're not getting a single cent from it. At least from ads. Hey, we got Devon and Rod in the building. Welcome, 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 brother. What is going on? We are checking out this brand new podcast. Just came out hours ago. And Steven Crowder is once again back on the scene trying to explain what the hell happened. And it's kind of meandering. He's kind of meandering. But welcome, brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
You can bet on yourself, get a higher percentage of the gate, or we also have options where there's a higher minimum guarantee. It's not reinventing it. This is how it works in the entertainment industry. The only place it doesn't work that way is in, that I've experienced is in the right wing media sphere. It's very bizarre. It's an anomaly.
So it's interesting what you're saying. If I'm reading this correctly,
if he comes to the same conclusion that I did, then I'm a genius.
I've ran a insurance company now for 13 years, going on 14 years. And I've been in the insurance industry for 20 years. I started off with Morgan Stanley. Morgan Stanley gave me a salary plus commission. I made the least money with Morgan Stanley Dean Witter because they gave me a salary. So my commission was like this. Then I went to Trans. Trans gave me a commission like this with zero salary.
I love.
Wait, he's trans?
Oh, he says Trans gave me this.
Yeah.
Someone's going to
Transamerica. Somebody's going to cut that. Yo, somebody's going to cut that clip.
Transamerica.
Pat, you were just
WFT.
Pat
You
canceled.
set me up.
Oh, you made some comments earlier about Kobe, where I was like, he's like Kobe, he would be ice cold. I'm like, did he just say that?
Yeah.
This trans.
Anyway.
I apologize.
You have to have a degree to understand the last joke he just gave, but there's levels to this. This guy's a little too brilliant for.
I don't think you need a degree to understand what assuming room temperature means.
Yeah.
All right, go ahead.
So here, going back to the question. So, Transamerica, to be exact.
Don't do it again.
Oh, you like that, buddy?
This is
Like that?
I have to imagine. I have to assume that he's specifically doing. Okay, we get the joke. Oh, trans. The fact that he's doing again means that whatever PBD is talking about is probably something that Crowder doesn't want to answer. I mean, just like everything else he hasn't answered. But he's laughing at it again. It's not funny the second time.
This is it. Is this what you want me to do right here? Is that what it is?
Transamerica.
You're too professional.
In
The
LA,
internet's a horrible
In
place.
LA, this would be a
Crips.
gang. Just so you know, in LA,
Yeah.
this is a gang. So, so they pay commission. Then we start our own company, and same thing. Okay, it's commission based. Here's how it works. Go do your thing. The upside is big. You can make tens of millions, but at the same time, you got to do the work. You got to go out there. You got to do this. You got to do that.
Right.
This attracts a certain set of talents where your skill set as an operator has to be being a kingmaker, okay? Where a person like a Daily Wire or a Fox, their model isn't necessarily to be a kingmaker. They attract kings, meaning Daily Wire didn't build Jordan Peterson. Jordan Peterson is a king.
Yeah.
They recruited a king that went and joined Daily Wire, right? Fox News didn't build Beck, didn't build you, didn't build Tucker, didn't build O'Reilly, didn't build a lot of these guys. Now, some may say,
well, they certainly didn't build me.
Yeah,
I would say I had great people at Fox,
Yeah.
but I was constantly, they were like, you can't say that. I'm like, what? They're like, could you put on a jacket? I'm like, wow, I don't know. They kept wanting me to change, and it just wasn't the right fit. I was 21.
but that's the point, though. So is your plan to kind of whoever comes and joins you and runs with you guys, that you're going to share with them the tricks to the game that worked for you? So it's almost like, and I don't know if you follow basketball or sports or not.
So if it goes to that, Harley says he's been on and off YouTube for a year now. I don't know why he doesn't just stream on Rumble and post clips from it to YouTube. I think that's what he was doing, but without if you're demonetized then on YouTube, then the money is just not there with Rumble. Like, he may be able to make a living, but as a company that is doing all their own production and stuff, the money that like let's use me an example. The amount of money that I would need to make this my full-time job is way lower than what he does, because I'm just I've got my equipment. I could definitely use some upgrades. Hit that super chat button. But once I got what I got, then I just need to sit down and do the stuff. So the fact that they do these like comedy skits and they do stuff like that, then getting people to move over to Rumble, because that's what they were doing for a long time before they left the Blaze. The problem is that people are just not willing to go over there. It doesn't matter. Like, many people are, But even the biggest fans of Crowder, I mean, you guys know how YouTube works. Like if I, especially those of you who are here every single show, if I went over to Rumble, you probably wouldn't follow me. And I don't blame you because YouTube is where it's at. If I left, you would just find somebody else. And so when he leaves, I don't watch anything that he puts out on Rumble. I don't watch every single thing he puts out on YouTube, but I'll at least add it to the list, click on it, see if it's something, and usually skip through it. But that's just the nature of it. So if you're an individual, then that may be feasible, especially if you have the clout of Steven Crowder. But what he's trying to do, it has always been, as it seems, not to just be a full-time content creator, but to be the next Jeremy Boring, to be somebody who owns the company, who is either for money reasons or for what he says, legitimately changing the discourse and allowing people to be able to speak freely. Then it's just not. It's just not there. Exactly. Every video that I put out, every stream, as soon as it goes directly to Rumble, and 1 view, 2 views, it's just like you said, it's a mess. It's a mess. So the algorithm isn't as strong, and so in time, hopefully, because if you think about early YouTube, there was no algorithm like that, and so in time, maybe Rumble or some other alternative will be a legitimate alternative. But at this point in time, it's YouTube or bust. It really is. As a content creator, you have to be on YouTube. And, think about Donald Trump on Truth Social. It's even easier to follow somebody on Truth Social as opposed to Twitter because it's just the text. And I'm sure, I haven't looked, but I'm sure there's a Twitter account of somebody who just screenshots every truth post or whatever they call it and puts it on Twitter. And still, people don't go over. And that's Donald Trump. That's Donald Trump. So it's a matter of especially in this TikTok generation, it's whatever's there, give it to me. I'm not going, unless you are really, really top tier, people aren't just going other places to follow individuals. Now, if all of Daily Wire and Steven Crowder and Fox News only posted on Rumble, then maybe you're going to get people over there who are going to be new fans. But that's the other thing too, is that if people follow you from YouTube to Rumble, then you're just getting the diehard fans of the subscribers that you already have, with much, much lower visibility to new fans. Remember, he was saying that you have to treat every stream as if it's the first time that anybody is seeing you. And on Rumble, that ain't going to be the case. Ain't nobody discovering you on Rumble unless they specifically search for your video. It's a mess. It's a mess. You said it.
Where the Golden State Warriors were like, yeah, we're not going to go put a super team together, bring this guy, bring that guy. Let's draft. Let's bring in Steph Curry. Let's bring in Clay. Let's bring in Draymond. Let's build these guys up and boom, let's win 4 championships.
Yeah.
Is your plan to recruit more greenies?
No.
Or are you guys also willing to pay the
question.
$5-10 million to recruit some big?
So before he answers, originally, in the very first video Crowder put out, when he was showing the contract and he blocked out that the DW for Daily Wire, he was saying, this isn't about me. Take me out of it. This is about the up-and-coming YouTubers, the up-and-coming people who are trying to spread our message and are shackled by big tech things. So if he doesn't say that it's not about him, then that's at least one inconsistency.
Names.
Well, I would say actually, like, for example, with Daily Wire,
Yeah.
or even like The Blaze,
Yeah.
Jordan Peterson's an exception. He really is an exception. It was very recent that they brought in someone like him because, yeah, he is a king. He's unbelievably talented and has an unbelievable audience. I mean, if you go back to Fox News, right, you're going back a while, like Sean Hannity after 9/11, I think he was out of Atlanta, then he became nationally syndicated. They brought him in. Bill O'Reilly was Inside Edition. Beck, before that, had a huge radio show, and he was on, I think it was HLN. So what they would do is bring in people who were kind of that middle tier, and then they were more of a platform to kind of be a springboard. But what you see with a lot of them is when they leave Fox,
Exactly.
their podcasts don't really work that well, right? Because this isn't just sort of a passive viewership. Yeah, I mean, there's some folks.
That's hard. Listen.
Well, because you don't have people telling you that this is who you want to watch.
Dude.
People are tuning into you because you're interested,
Yeah.
not because you have a giant crane cam and a crotch camera with a see-through desk.
Hey, we got Trey in the building. What is good? Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party, brothers. It's a false equivalence because Golden State lost the title, then went and got a top 3 player. See? And won the next 3 titles. See, even his analogies. If you're not paying attention, because I didn't know that. I was just like, oh, okay, yeah, that makes sense to me. Well, I don't follow basketball. The same way we were talking about grifters on the left who will just say things. The same way we were talking about people like Deepak Chopra who will talk about quantum physics in a way because he expects you not to understand that. Apparently, that's what Crowder just did. Welcome to the party, Trey. Welcome, welcome, welcome.
Did you shave your legs, Steven? Did you do this? Fix your hair? Do the makeup?
Yeah. I just went in the way God made me.
One of the things, if the audience is watching this, I was very impressed to see he came with a makeup girl that did his makeup for 45 minutes before today's podcast.
Wow. Yeah.
It was very impressive. How, the hair, somebody was fixing your hair in the back.
I know. You thought the syringes were for black hair. It was just botulism.
So going back to that, I had a couple guys here. I'm talking to anyway, some of the guys from Fox News, and they said to me, "Let me tell you, this is Murdoch, but let me tell you the magic behind Roger Ailes." I said, "What's that?" He was a kingmaker. Okay, I said, "Tell me more." He says he knew how to get somebody to poke him here, push him here, challenge him here, show him this, take this angle, think about doing this, think about showing the place. He was a kingmaker, so he knew how to do that.
Yeah.
Is your game plan to go from being a talent to want to be a kingmaker?
Hey, welcome, No Freedoms. What's good? You have a great month as well.
That's long term. Here's the thing.
Yeah.
Long term, right?
You know what I'm asking?
Yeah.
You, right?
Long term,
Okay.
there's no bench. Like, so I said this a long time ago where I would love to retire. And I don't mean necessarily be like less P. Diddy, like more Suge Knight, like dangling Vanilla Ice outside of a balcony, you know, where if I want to move.
Great
Suge Knight.
90s rap right there.
Death Row. I saw a guy today walking with a Death Row Records like shirt.
Yeah.
Like, I want to say, hey, Death Row, but then I don't really know the city that well. He could be like, shut up and shoot me. I have no idea. But
it could happen.
that's
If you were in
more
a city
LA.
called
the
Liberty,
whitest guy who's a
Liberty City. If he's in Liberty City, yes, not
Okay.
here. Yeah.
you're good.
So I would love to retire and eventually produce content more, but there really can be no next show like mine, you know, Louder with Crowder, unless there's an environment where it can exist. And if you have to be in an environment where you have to play ball with these, you know, these big tech effectively, I mean, you could say do a tripopoly, really. You're really talking about 3 companies. It can't happen.
Remember, the question was, are you looking for kings or are you looking for more green people? Not one question that's been asked has been answered. Not one.
It can't happen. There cannot be a show. I mean, Gerald and I talk about this all the time. I can't imagine what our show would look like if we had to be advertiser friendly, let alone never be suspended on YouTube.
Yeah.
Like, we just decided to forego the money. And by the way, I don't really care so much about the revenue on YouTube. We've talked about this, but once we were demonetized, you know, it was a Vox apocalypse. They stopped counting our subscribers. So the number would be about 12 to 15 million subscribers in the main channel. And what we had was, for years, I was monetized the channel, and we were gaining between 120 to 250,000 subscribers every single month. I think our lowest month in that period was 80, and our highest might have been close to like 300. Then we were
In a month.
In a month.
Yeah.
Every month was over 100-something thousand. The average was 130, something like that.
Like that, yeah.
Then we were demonetized.
So newbies or kings?
The Vox apocalypse, because they couldn't remove us because we didn't violate any policies.
Yeah.
Right. You see Susan Wojcicki, who was talking at the Recode conference, saying like, sorry, it's not really hate speech, but we'll create a new rule of borderline content. So the second we're demonetized, boom, we were down to 10,000, at most 30,000 subscribers a month, because you can't find us in browse. If you search my name and the title of the video, you'll find something else. Someone screwed up at Google YouTube and accidentally remonetized us. Was it for like 4 months?
3 or 4 months.
3 or 4 months.
We're like, what?
Boom. 130 to 200,000 average per month. Again, demonetized down to 10 or 30. And here's the reason why, is because it's a finances game. Of course, YouTube wants to migrate people toward advertiser content. And then of course they want you to play ball and say, by the way, you need to be advertiser friendly. Don't talk about the trans thing. Don't talk about the election. Don't talk about the vaccines. And then when you have conservatives saying, hey, you know what? We want to make sure we keep making this revenue from YouTube. Think about that. When people say, and I used to be a libertarian, you know, until I grew out of it.
So the question was, newbies or kings.
And I would still be considered more libertarian than most conservatives. But it's not a free. It's not about a private company doing what they want. When these people enjoy benefits, both as far as policy, as far as taxes from the government, Section 230, right? When they're protected, they use the law when it's convenient, and then they violate the law when it's not convenient, and they use that to engineer the kind of content not only that you see, but that is on there. So yeah, we kind of just said, okay, we'll decide, like, rather than 12, 15 million, but not being able to discuss anything, we'll have to build it the hard way. It is a very, very difficult slog. That's what bothered me, was the lack of access to new people, right?
How come every question comes back to, well, we did this so great and nobody else was doing what we were doing? And that's every question has come back to how great Steven Crowder is. And I like Steven Crowder. But this ain't it, bro.
But if you have a storefront that's always boarded up, it's really hard to generate new customers. And it's
kind of like how your channel is boarded up monetarily. It's hard to bring in new customers. So it would make sense that you wouldn't get money without new customers.
Same thing. It's hard to generate new viewers. The viewership that we have on the show is almost 100% from people who bookmark it and check it every day.
Wow. So the suggestions for you is not that high.
I think it was less than 2%.
Suggestions is less than 2%.
Browse, search, suggested. They were in single digits, all of them. Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
Holy sh!
They probably suggest people watch something else other than our show.
Probably
By
you.
the way, you know
That's
what?
That's going to be true. If you search any news story, any culturally based thing that's going on, it will automatically bring you to, Washington Post and Vice and MSNBC and Fox and all of these legacy media companies. So, but again, that's not something specific to Steven Crowder. That's just something specific to the big companies that have a stake in being on the front page, and YouTube has a stake in putting them on the front page because of what he was just saying about the advertiser friendliness.
You know what is? Well, if I do
Well,
Yeah,
no,
exactly. That's going to be the thumbnail.
With that, I mean, come on, who's not watching?
But by the way, so going back to that, I bet if you were to show the data on what happened with dates, that would be an interesting thing to look
We
at.
could probably, hey, could someone watch it? We could probably send them to you right now.
Oh,
If you have your guy reach out, we could send you at least the before and after.
I
Again.
would love to see that data to just show it. If you can, I don't know who in your communication with. If you want to send them a
I think you had an email earlier setting up some of the tech stuff. Those guys might.
Gerald, do you have your phone with you?
Yeah, I do. They
Can
can
you-
text it to me too if I.
Okay, if you want to.
I'm going to skip this a little bit because they're just sucking each other off, right? All right, maybe
Text it to me. I can get it up on the screen.
Fantastic.
All right, we'll see if they
so
get
let
it.
me go to the next question, which is all within the same topic. So there's a difference when I went from being an employee to a salesperson. It sucked because I had a warm salary. Now I don't.
Right.
Oh my God, it was so annoying. Okay.
Yeah.
Then you go from salesperson, you learn how to close. Then you become a sales leader. You're teaching other people how to learn how to sell. Let me tell you, it's very annoying.
Sure.
Very annoying. You have to have the pace. How do you not understand? Use this script. If I can do this, and so they couldn't do it. All right, so you got to be patient because it takes a long time. So then I went from being
That's the nice way of saying most people are really dumb. And so when I had to go from just doing the dumb thing to teaching dumb people how to do the dumb thing, it was a lot harder than just doing the dumb thing.
sales leader to CEO. I sucked as a CEO. So I go in, I'm like, I have to find out what it is. Being a business owner is different than a CEO, right?
Sure.
So for you, do you really as a talent, like I used to sit there and watch a lot of the guys I was in business with who were very, very good. These people I respected. Till today, I respect for what they built. Why did they never go start their own companies? And I would ask them, you're very good. Why didn't you go start your own company, deal with compliance, deal with all that stuff? Why don't you stay put? He says, I don't want that life.
Yeah.
The question is, why didn't you start your own company? Who wants to guess if he's going to answer directly?
So talent, think about O'Reilly. Think about Hannity.
Okay, maybe
think
that
about
wasn't
Tucker. Think about, I can give you a bunch of these names. Think about on the other side, Cuomo, Tapper, Maddow, Cooper. Think about all of these guys. Why did they never go and say, I want to start my own company? Okay.
Mhm.
And then let's go on the podcast side, because you may say, well, it's a different reading a teleprompter, and today and you see their eyes going like this the entire time. Okay, he's reading a teleprompter.
Yeah.
Okay, a lot of people, this is hard. What you do is very hard to keep people's attention. 100,000 people's attention. You did one for 16 hours. I don't know what it was.
16 hours, yeah.
16-hour live.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
Yeah.
So do you really, as a creative want to go into dealing with talent and telling them and giving them tips on how to build and manage?
Oh, I'm
You
not going
really
to
So that's the question. Do you want to go into teaching all these people what you know how to do?
tell them what to do. That's the thing. I'm not going to tell them. And here's the thing.
That's different.
Yeah, it is different. Well, that's also why he's CEO.
Yeah.
Now, it's been a company. I've been running a company for a very long time. I have 20-something
Got
employees.
Yeah.
That's why I've owned Lados Craft.
Are you
for a very long time.
co-CEO? Is it going to be co-CEO model like Ben Shapiro and Jeremy, where Ben is the talent and Jeremy's more like the day-to-day CEO?
I don't know what their inner workings are.
Well, based on what I've heard, I don't either. By
He just said it.
the way, just so you know, a lot of people.
They had money, guys. We don't have that. That's the difference. Is we don't
Right.
have That's one thing too. We've never taken a dime of seed money. We've always made it back literally within the first quarter.
Explain why that's important. The fact that what is the difference if they do? Because some people may say, well, I know you're saying something, Stephen, but the fact that Ben and Jeremy and those guys have money from those oil guys that I think it's like the fracking guys that got the $3.5 billion and they're funding it. And here's 50 million, 100 million, 300 million, whatever they're doing, so they can go get the bigger guys, right?
Yeah.
Hey, we got Monza in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome to the party. Said everyone is a genius. If you judge a fish by its ability to climb a tree, it will go its whole life thinking it's an idiot. I agree with the second part of that statement, but everyone is not a genius. No, sorry, wrong. You might be. I might be. We all might be. But not everybody. But welcome to the party, brother. Glad you are here. This podcast just aired a few hours ago, so you definitely haven't seen it. And I don't know, it's not going so well for Crowder here. I mean, when the last time we covered, I think it was PBD talking about the situation, I was kind of a little bit not sensitive. What's the word? Just sympathetic to Crowder's position. But all of these questions, he's dodging them and just talking about himself, and it's not helping his case.
What's wrong with that? What is
No, there's nothing wrong with it. Well, I should say this. We do have technically seed money. It's you. It's Mug Club.
right?
We're not funded by a foreign caliphate like the Young Turks, in some way, and I'm partially joking.
Yeah.
We don't have, oil baron money. We have people. That's it. We don't have a lot of sponsors either. And by the way, 100% of the sponsors wanted to come because we always make sure that they get more value than they pay for. In this industry, right? There's a lot of paying for views and downloads that don't really happen.
Yep.
So for us, we go to them, and the way we've structured contracts is, okay, if you don't like what we do, because we don't do live reads, we do these really weird commercials sometimes that get a little off the beam. So if you don't like it, just don't pay for it. And then we don't need to do this. We think you're going to like it. 100% of the time they do. But you have to coach those people creatively, right? It used to be, for example, Gerald remembers this. I would be yelling on the phone with billionaires. I'd be like, no, you don't know what you're talking about. Where I had people come in when I had hit, I think, 500,000 subscribers. They said, free is the enemy of premium, because at that point we had built a lot of subscribers. I said, well, you don't understand. It's free. It's an advertising venue. It reaches people. And rather than tricking people into paying, you provide value added, and people will pay because they want to support you.
Right.
Sometimes people go, well, hold on a second, I'm paying, and basically the show is out there for free, and all of these sponsors are on here, whether it's 4, 5, 10, and they go, usually it used to be at one point in time we would pay so that it would be ad free. They go, what am I paying for? We've always tried to make it really, really clear and provide value added. Now, as far as with content, with talent, I'm not going to tell them what to do at all. Like they can do what they want, because these are people who I believe provide value added.
Yeah.
And if it doesn't work, then they can go on their merry way and take their subscribers with them. Like there's no exclusivity.
Completely unique.
But that's not an answer to the question. The question is, what are you looking for? Are you looking to bring in people who already have a following, already that they're good at what they do, and you just want to bring them under your umbrella? Or are you looking to bring in young talent or new talent like myself who haven't been doing this for a long time, and you want to help them? And he's just not answering that question.
Unique in this industry. Like, there's nobody out there in the conservative space that is doing something like that. And essentially, we just kind of got thrown into this a little bit, looking at all the contracts, going, gosh, is everybody...
Did you, though? You got thrown into it by making a video that nobody had to see? You didn't have to do that video. You could have just said, no, we're not interested. We're going to do this. And we don't even know what this is. What this is, because he hasn't told us yet.
really doing stuff like this that just really doesn't value the creator, doesn't value the audience the way that we think you should, and then saying we can probably do something better. And really the better is just giving people the opportunity to be creators, the opportunity he was never given in some of those previous roles. Like, hey, we want you to fit this mold for us, we want you to do it this way. Telling creators, like, look, you've already started to kind of have some success. That's great, that's fantastic. Why don't you come and add more value to our viewers and bring your viewers with you, add more value to them as well.
Yeah.
Right. So that it's just a different model where we don't have to. And go back to
How
your
is
question on
that
the money.
different? How is that different than what the Daily Wire does? I don't get it. Maybe I'm stupid, but as CEO, you're not explaining it to me very well. And I think I'm pretty smart. So if I don't get it, a lot of people ain't gonna get it.
If it's your money versus somebody else's money, that's different, right? You put a different work ethic behind every dollar that you have that is on the line
There's no
versus
question
somebody
about it.
else's. It doesn't mean you don't value it, but
Yeah.
also there's different interest in it. They're going to be able to dictate a little bit more what happens if you have other people's money. And
Yep.
I have investors in my other business. I have a wine business. And of course, those guys want to see a return. And if things aren't going the way that they should go, and maybe I've made all the calls, they're going to say, hey, you need to make different calls, or we need a different you in that role.
Plus,
making
they're
the
usually
calls.
drunk.
Well, that's why I chose wine business.
So Monza says, aren't they coming back on the 20th at Mud Club with a lot more content and creators? That's what they say, but that's, I mean, yes, I guess that's the answer to your question. I don't really understand what you're getting at, though.
It's hard to be mad in the wine business.
Yeah. Everyone's very happy.
No, but that's also why Gerald, when we were looking at this, because for the longest time, right, I'd get to this point. Well, with like contracts, we have a certain period you're allowed to renegotiate. And often contracts are framed with that's a very short period of time.
Yeah.
And then I'd be under the gun, where I still have always owned everything, but I'm like, this isn't really something that I want to do, or I don't want to do it this way. Where Gerald said, hey, look, what if you were to do this, and suggested something similar to what we're doing. And I turned to him and I said, Gerald, I can't do that. And he said, unless I go full time. Because he knows that I can't manage the sales and also do a show every day, which, for every hour people see, it's 4 hours of prep just from me. I mean, we have to be right on the research. We make all of our research publicly available, every single reference. It's like a bibliography, and we post it every single day.
Yeah.
And then we also, we have to do these sketches. We have to, we have punch, we have Photoshops, we have guests. It's more of a television show than a radio show online. It's really.
And that's why, Harley, going back to what you were saying about, just going on Rumble, it's a much bigger thing than like what I'm doing here, where I'm just sitting in my living room playing a video and talking about it.
Really kind of the only one in that vein. And that takes a lot of work. And one thing I will say is, you said that you weren't did you say not a good CEO or not a good sales trainer?
I was not in 2014.
Okay.
2013. I was not a good CEO yet.
So here's the thing. The one thing I will say, the only thing that I'm really decent with in business is, the old Wayne Gretzky quote. He was mentioning basketball, the Canadian meme, like, let's go to hockey. No one knows.
You
is
100%.
It's 100%.
No, not that one where he said, don't go where the puck is, go where the puck's going to be.
Yeah.
I've always been pretty good at understanding where the puck is going to be. Beyond that, I have always had a problem and a struggle with managing people who aren't like me. And you're probably this way, right? As a self-starter, sometimes like the people we've worked with for forever, like the retention rate is insane with some of these people. Are people who you go, hey, I need to get this done. They go, great. And they find a way to do it. I'm results oriented. There are some people who need to be managed more. And then they'll get upset if they feel like they're being micromanaged. The people who I've worked with really well are people who are I don't necessarily know how to manage people who aren't similar to me. I'm a creative type. Gerald's good at that.
So Harley says it depends on how much work you want to put into it, and that's directly relevant, because as Crowder is talking, I'm thinking that, like, yes, all of the things that you're talking about take a lot of work and a lot of money, but if you're saying you have the money from the Mug Club people, then what's the issue? You're sitting here talking about how hard you have to do this, and we have to do it the hard way, to build it. So why is this drama? Why don't you just do the thing? Why did the Daily Wire have to be in the crosshairs, or why did anybody have to be in the crosshairs? Why couldn't you just be like, hey, we're leaving the blaze, and we don't think and anybody does business the way that we think business should be done, so we're going to do it better. Full stop.
And that's where we're at the point now. He's been working part-time. He's been on the show. We were just talking about how, because he has a great radio voice, he used to come on and talk about theology and Christian apologetics. And then he would be in that second chair. And he's always run a business, and we've always wanted to make sure that we could maintain a friendship but then it got to a point where it's undeniable, where he would see me kind of getting just buried. Like, I just don't have
there's
time
no
to
way.
do all of this.
Yeah, there's no way to do it. And I think you kind of alluded to it. A lot of people think, oh, guys, you guys have been off for what, 10 weeks or something like that right now. We've been
Wow, has it
shooting
been that long?
nonstop,
gosh.
it seems. Shooting like crazy, writing, like all these different ideas, like all of that takes an incredible amount of time. And to run a business on top of that, and to kind of handle, I mean, the fires that you have to put out in this industry, especially when you have a target on your back like he does, it's just, it drains you. And so we had to build some infrastructure up with personnel and just making sure we had people in the right places, made some new hires, got the team expanded, because creators not only want a good contract, right? They want to keep their subscribers. They want to know who they are. Like, God forbid, you get to know who the people that are paying you money are when you work for some of these people.
So I think this is the part where they're going to go into something which I don't fully understand. Maybe you guys will understand it a little better. And I was watching it, at 2x while I was editing a video. So, but he's about to talk about how they didn't know who their subscribers were. And I was a little confused about that. So if that's what he's going, then I'm just prefacing that because I didn't understand that part. If that is the part that he's about to talk about, I definitely need you guys' help.
They wanted to have the ability to not have to deal with all the back end, like editing and all the other promotional stuff. And people saying, can you
I said, shit, me too.
just help me with monetization? Like, I know how to create good content, but I don't know all of these different things. It's kind of like dentists. You can go get a loan from a bank right now, being a dentist, fresh out of dental school. They'll give you money left and right. And then everybody, the financial services people, are right behind the dentist when they go in, because they know their craft. They don't know how to run a business.
Hey, we got the resident sausage, Jimmy Dean, in the building. Welcome to the party, brother. Glad you are here to help. Welcome to the party.
Right? And make money. That's what a lot of these creators are doing.
By
They
the way,
know how to
you're
do
right.
it, but they just don't know how to run the business.
You're right. By the way, dentists don't. A lot of
They're notorious for it. I knew a girl. She had just graduated.
Yeah.
She had just gotten. I was like, "You're never going to get a loan." And she goes, "Oh yeah, the bank was ready to give me like 150,000." What? I'm trying to start my business, and I'm like, I've got a model that's
First of all,
proven over 7 years.
Most doctors have no clue what to do
Not
with
a
their
clue.
money. They're clueless with money. You go to the house, they're making 600 grand a year. You think they have everything on
No,
nothing.
Nothing.
And the reason is because everybody thinks they know it all because their name is what? Doctor. So the challenge is you're a great content creator, but it's different managing talent. So and you said he would be doing some of the stuff. If they're wired like you, it is what it is. But here's a question. So what's the vision of the company? If you were to say our vision is to ... what would the vision of the company be?
Well, I would say it's not my vision. That's
Again, just answer the question. Answer the question. What is the vision of the business, of the platform, of whatever? Well, it's not my vision. Oh, I don't care whose vision is. What is the vision? He didn't say your vision. What is the vision?
the thing. It is the vision of we in this industry. You always owe somebody, right? And so my first job ever. I don't really talk a lot about me or my kind of history on the show, but
he doesn't. He doesn't talk a lot about himself. You could have fooled me, bro.
Show Arthur on PBS, an aardvark, and he has like a pet dog, and his best friend's a bunny.
You were the voice at 12, right? Or something like
at
that.
12, yeah. I was the voice of the brain, who was a bear, black bear. I had to do the Kwanzaa song for Christmas, the Christmas special. Drugs clearly involved in this idea. And that was the first thing I ever did. I'd been doing like extra work before that. Started doing stand-up in my mid-teens, which took me kind of full. Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
So no, Divine and Rod, this is the Patrick Bet David podcast. So this is used to be called Valuetainment, but Patrick Bet David, the main guy on the left, this is his podcast, and bringing Crowder and Gerald on to talk about the whole situation. But yeah, if you guys didn't know, the voice of this guy, a young Steven Crowder. But the new channel is not going to be on YouTube, as I understand it. Similar to Daily Wire Plus, it's going to be its own thing, and they will have creators who are on YouTube, but it's essentially the same way that, to me, it seems the same exact way that Daily Wire does it, where they have the content that's on YouTube, but the idea is to use that content as an advertisement for, hey, we've got more and better stuff behind the paywall. So you can enjoy this stuff for free, but if you want the good stuff, then, we got a business to run. So up to you. So no, this is not his channel.
It was so bad
Ah.
too at the Kwanzaa rap because I was embarrassed. I was 12 years old and I looked up Kwanzaa. They're like, I had to go on there and say, what's his name? Karenga, the Kwanzaa founder. And I turned to the vocal director. I said, do you mean Ron Everett? I was 12. I said, you mean Ron Everett, the guy who beat women with soldering irons and poured bleach in their mouths and is a wanted sex offender in Los Angeles? Like, we're putting this alongside Christmas and Hanukkah.
And you're saying this at 12.
At 12. Oh, so you knew you were going to be this type of
I was fired at 13.
People knew this was coming.
Talking about Kwanzaa here, the face of Kwanzaa.
Yeah,
Right?
Not yet,
exactly.
Jimmy. Not
Yeah,
yet.
exactly. Well, see, now I'd have to apologize. That'd be Black Bear
You're
face.
Black Bear face.
Black
right
Bear
here.
face.
Oh my God.
But to be fair, it was also really bad where they had me do like 4 or 5 rap verses.
Oh, God.
And it was so bad. I was so embarrassed that they just added in background singers. Hey, come together now. I'm like, hey.
Yeah, Jimmy, not yet. This has been a crazy day because we were not going to talk about this. This podcast started that we're watching. It started live at 5:30. So I had another stream entirely set up, ready to go. I was working on a video to drop tomorrow, and then I saw that this came out, so I had to drop everything. And so yeah, have not done anything. So the new venture, it's not going to be based on any of these platforms. I think. Again, not answering questions very much, so I don't really know. I'm just going based off of what he's saying. But no, I think that he's still going to be on YouTube. He's still going to be on Rumble. But the main thing is it's a separate platform, just like Daily Wire Plus. Lon says the contracts are going to be different. You can either be an employee or you can be subscription based. No punishment for not being monetized on the big tech platforms. Okay. Where did you get that information? Because he certainly hasn't said anything like that on this podcast. And we haven't heard from him in 10 weeks. So that may very well be the case. I just haven't heard about it.
Hey, they're missing 4 of my verses.
Oh my God, that's so funny.
On purpose.
So that's what I started with doing that. And I'm trying to go back to your question now. I've gotten
Vision.
off on
Are you
vision.
though?
Yeah.
So you always owe somebody.
Yeah.
And the same thing, right? Even when you start out and like when you're doing stand-up, it's kind of the beauty of stand-up comedy is you get to see these microcosms, right? Like I'm sure you've had hell gigs where you have these, like I had one guy one time try to pay me in Coke.
Oh,
Have you ever had that?
I've had that, and I've had the guy go, "Hey man, I don't got all the money. We had to drive to the projects for him to sell drugs,
Yeah.
get money."
Yeah,
for me
exactly.
to get
Okay,
fucking
so yeah, exactly. And I said, no, I don't do
And wait an hour.
drugs.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah. He said, well, you'll sell it, make more money. I said, no, I don't do drugs. Yeah.
That's exactly where my mind went. Like, bro, you're gonna make money selling it anyway.
Like, who do you want me to make the call right now to the authorities? Or, so you experience these things because you owe, right? And then you owe somebody in the industry or you have to do somebody a favor. We do owe. We owe entirely Mug Club. And that's why we have this massive paying subscribership because they are investing their dollar. Really, it's this simple. They think we're fighting for them. They think most conservatives are fighting for them. And they're disenchanted and they feel like there aren't people who represent their viewpoint. I've been in this industry for a long time, both on the sort of secular, the entertainment side, and then
Hey, Jimmy Dean, thank you so much. Let's get our guy here his treat. Marty, look, we got a super chat from Jimmy Dean. He says, thank you, Jimmy Dean. Says, getting that sponsorship early because I like seeing my name on the screen. Epstein didn't Epstein himself. There you go.
the conservative side. But I didn't
Thank
grow
you
up.
so
Like, we
much,
didn't have
brother.
Fox News in Canada. We really didn't have AM radio. Occasionally I could pirate like Rush Limbaugh. I think like Dennis Prager from Plattsburgh, New York when I'd be in Montreal. But I did grow up watching Letterman. Right. I did grow up watching Conan. John Stossel was a big influence where I found out I was conservative before I even knew what that was when he would do
Yeah.
Give Me a Break on TGIF.
Yeah,
Mhm.
had him on the show
Mhm.
multiple times.
Oh, I
Great
love
guy.
how he always, when he gets a little persnickety and he like talks to you like you're 12, like,
Yeah.
you say that, but you're
Yeah.
investing in gold. And you're like,
He spoke like that to me for 2 hours.
Oh, yeah.
So,
God.
so Adam, you say this, but really you're here on a podcast.
Yeah.
But he
So Monster, he says that he says things that like this that this seems to be the structure, but he hasn't talked about any of how that number one, how that's different than the Daily Wire and what he's doing that is different than that. This is a he hasn't specifically said that. All he said was that in stand-up there are ways to do that. So okay, that makes sense that, okay, that's how you're going to do it. But that doesn't, it's stand up and content creation online, not the same thing, not the same thing. So, I mean, you're probably right, but that's not what he said. Uh-oh.
He was brilliant. He's really a sharp guy.
For sure.
So that was my influence. And I sat around and I would go, well, there's nothing there for me. There isn't for me. Like, when you look at that point, you have every single late night show. You have every single comedy show and entertainment show. Every single one was left. And no one on the right was really actively trying it. And they were actively telling you that it wouldn't work. At some point, So I sat out and I just said, I'm going to do what it is that I would like to watch, where people told me there weren't enough people out there like me. And then that ended up being the audience, and then eventually Mug Club. And those are the people we owe. So the vision is you are investing in us to entertain and to fight for you. Well, that's what we're able to do without the shackles that a lot of other people come with.
There's not.
So yeah, Monza says Daily Wire punishes its creators if they cannot be monetized on the big tech platforms, which makes perfect sense because they are a business making money. So again, that's not what he said directly, but that's what he was implying. I mean, that makes sense. But how are you going to do that? How are you going to run a business if you have a bunch of creators who aren't making you any money? How are you going to pay them? Why would they work for you? That's and I'm not saying it can't work. I'm just asking the questions so that I hear it from him. We're all smart enough to figure out, okay, I get what, but I need to hear it from him because he is just, coming out but again, this is what Daily Wire is. That's subscription based. How is it different? How is it different? And how are you sure, or how are you able to pay these people if you are not getting money from them? Where is the money coming from? If they're subscribed, then that gives some money. Are you saying that you're going to not build the business in order to build the creators? How does that work?
Not really a. There's not really a. Okay, so Daily Wire is going to be watching this tonight. So and I know you can't say yes or no, but they're watching this. Okay, and they're watching to size you up. They're watching to see if you guys are going to be able to compete with them or not. The world of competition is very brutal, and they're that. I don't need to tell you any of that. They're watching it. And by the way, whether they're going to say they watch it or not, sometimes you're like, oh, did you watch it? No,
not
I bet So, well, a true competitor, which they are, they'll be watching this. Now, here's a question.
Oh, they're watching.
If the vision is like that, so it's not like you guys are.
Before he even goes on this question, I just want, specifically Monza, I want you to be aware that even Patrick Bet-David is still like, okay, so how is this going to work? It's not because he can't figure out how to make a business like that work. The point is to ask Crowder how he is going to do it. And alluding to things and implying things is not good enough. If I, as a content creator, want to sign a contract with you, then this is not helping.
Here saying we're going to build one of the largest media companies and be able to do.
Well, exactly, Monza. Exactly. So obviously the subscription is not enough to run the business. They need the subscription, the advertising money. So again, the question comes back. If Crowder's going to do it just based on subs, are you then saying that the subscription price is going to be way higher? I mean, that would work, but you haven't answered that question. That's the question. How are you going to do this?
Do X, Y, Z and fight the fight against the woke, the establishment, what they're doing. We're going to do our part, and we're going to build a company that's going to be able to go out there and fight for the average conservative in America for the values and principles that we have. And by doing so, we're going to be able to build a multi-billion-dollar company to do movies, documentaries, shows. That's not the vision. That's not what you're selling. Or is that?
No, that's
even PBD doesn't get it.
Not, but here's the big difference. So, for example, you can bring in someone who's, let's say, is immensely talented, like a world-class stand-up comedian, some people who we're working with. Okay.
Again, we're going back to a stand-up comedy, which is not a one-to-one comparison, because if you get canceled, then you're no longer getting paid. If you're not doing shows that bring in money, you're not getting paid. There's no such thing as doing stand-up demonetized. That's just an online thing where they'll take your money, but you can still put money. But nobody is going to do stand-up comedy for nothing. I mean, some people might take the coke, but it's not a one-to-one comparison. To where it does not need the ads, they do the ads for more money. Okay, all right, okay, come on.
You can bring them in and say, by the way, or a documentary filmmaker who, yeah, we have some people. So different people who and we'll be making probably tomorrow there might be some announcements as far as, you have tentative agreements and you have official agreements, but there'll be at least twice the content starting March 20th.
Okay.
And eventually it'll be triple, it'll be quadruple, as long as no one has to compromise what it is they believe. But we don't bring in, for example, a world-class stand-up comedian and say, you need to do a daily show that you don't want to do, and then a documentary. We say, hey, you're looking to do a special. Let us give you a tailwind. Let us be the wind under your sails for that special. You're a comedian. Be the
Name me a comedian who makes a living off of doing open mics. It's not an analogy, dude. It's just not.
the best comedian you can be. We're not trying to fit them into a box. And then if a documentary filmmaker comes in and says, hey, I want to make this film, it's going to cost X $100,000 or X million to produce it. We don't go, okay, you can do that, but you have to do A, B, C, X, Y, Z for us to fund that. We say, okay, great. Be the best documentary filmmaker that you can be. The issue is there really is no platform out there where people can be exactly who they are without certain strings attached that may not be, by the way, with any malicious intent, but it ends up having the same net result where it becomes very, very homogenous.
Okay, so then why did you need to bring in the contracts of other companies, which your plan was to black out their name so that nobody knew who it was? So it wasn't unless you specifically were using Daily Wire to bolster this new platform, which is underhanded, and then you're taking this moral high ground of, well, we're going to do it better and we're looking out for the little guy. No, you're not. No, you're not. You're looking out for yourself. You want to do things your way, which is fine. Just don't pretend it's any different.
You and I both know this. On the conservative, like, there's a reason it's really easy for the left to say, oh, look, they're boring. It's a bunch of well, Tucker Carlson, like on CNN Crossfire days with a bow tie. It's a Tucker Carlson lookalike convention, right? This is your conservative movement where it all looks and sounds the same.
Who's saying that though? But who's saying
everyone on the left? I mean, here's the best, most effective attack that someone on the left can do. Okay,
the best, most effective attack from the left. All right, let's prepare.
And we'll get this sometimes. We'll be on the show, and like you just mentioned, Anderson Cooper,
right? Or
sometimes like Chris Cuomo, where you just run the clip, and that's it. The setup is its own punchline because it's so bad it doesn't require commentary. That happens a lot from people on the right, where maybe some people go, I really like what they're saying, so they don't realize how it comes across maybe to someone who's just looking for the content side of it. And you'll see the left often, they'll just run something and go, all right, there you go. And they'll move on.
You think so?
Not all the time, but sometimes, yeah.
Yeah, because, okay, so what
there's a reason they put together hit reels for us like Vox.
Listen, I'm not an owner on Fox. I don't know shares. I look at, I watch what Russell Brand did 3 days ago on, what do you call it, Bill Maher, and he called out that MSNBC person, and he was stuck. So bam, 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 bam.
If you haven't seen that clip, check that clip out. I was going to cover it, but I don't know how HBO is with their copyright claim stuff, but just search Russell Brand on Real Time. He gave it to the MSNBC dude.
Bam, bam. Well, you tell me, you keep calling out the Fox News, but how about you guys? What have you done? Look at yourself. So tell me one thing that we've done that, he says, you're serious? You want me to talk about Joe Rogan? You want me to talk about that? So, and it was so embarrassing. I'm assuming you saw this.
Yeah, actually, I don't know if I can, I think I'll, because I'm in Florida, be doing a show tomorrow.
Oh, fantastic.
Russell Brand, and then like Lex Friedman. Like I said, I'm doing press for a couple of weeks before we
phenomenal. Yeah. So himself, when he comes in, so then even Bill Maher was almost uncomfortable, like, oh, okay, like, let's just slow down. Well, no, it's really also Fox. Meaning there was a moment where the left could do that with the right, but some are saying Fox could come up right now and say, listen, we are the King Kongs today.
Yeah.
Number one comedy, Greg Gutfeld, is doubling Kimmel and Fallon combined. Okay. So that's data. They'll say that. They'll say Tucker is what, 2.6, 2.7 million, and number two is what? They'll say out of the top 20 shows, we have the okay. You look at the bottom down Lemon where he's at. These things you've heard, I've heard. We see the data, and it's very easy for them to take the shot the way they do, right?
And those are facts. That has nothing. I could not tell you the last time I turned on Fox News. The only time I've recently watched Fox News is for content. I don't think I've ever gone to Fox News to learn about something, but them's is the facts.
like Joe Rogan. Oh, you want to talk as much crap as you want to talk about Joe Rogan? 11 million an episode. That one, data that came out with the podcast. I don't know if you remember. This was like a year ago, maybe 9 months ago when it came out. Everybody was silenced. Hey, here's how much this came. Yeah. So the Fox could throw their weight around and say, yeah, you guys can say whatever you want. We are still kicking everyone's ass. Gutfeld, Tucker, this, that. They can push their weight around.
Sure.
The only thing I'm asking from you is,
I hope they do.
Yeah.
I like this. Charlie says, I think what it should do instead of a more is more of a networking platform, connecting smaller creators to bigger creators to boost their platforms. I would love that. I think that if you're looking out for the little guy and you care so much about the message, you care about the movement, this is the way to go. Not start all this infighting and then split the fans, the viewers, the whatever, split the crowd and turn it into what it is. This is why I don't understand why he didn't just do the thing. If you're just going to start a new platform, great. You don't think that the Daily Wire, Jeremy Boring, and Ben Shapiro specifically would be behind you? You don't think that they're trying to change the media landscape by not only being their own player in it, but have other people that are also pushing the same message? But then, yeah, me too, Harley. But then you make not an enemy out of them, but you put them in the crosshairs to uplift yourself. How that is everything. That is everything that you spend every goddamn day complaining about leftists doing this and that, and you're doing the same thing, bro. That's what feminism is. Bring the men down so that we can uplift the women. Bring the Daily Wire down so we can uplift Crowder.
No, I hope they do, and I hope they start, supporting real conservative causes and candidates. And a lot of people see Fox News as Republican, not so much. I'm not a Fox News Republican. I'm a traditional conservative.
What's the difference?
Well, the difference, for example, would be if you look at the way they treated certain candidates. For example, if you look at what happened with Carrie Lake and the loaded questions that they would ask, the same thing where if you look at the way they would treat Donald Trump, the same thing if you look when I was there and Mitt Romney, it was kind of a coronation. The same thing if you look at some of the topics that they'll cover, whether it's covering, the gender bender that's going on with bathrooms, a lot of the time, because I know that I would tune into it and it doesn't represent what it is that I believe, or certainly I should say not the entirety of it.
And so this is why I agree, Alex, great question. But this is why I've talked many times about the difference between liberal voters and Democratic politicians and conservative voters and Republican politicians, because there's just such a huge disconnect. And in my personal opinion, from what I see sitting in this chair, that difference is way bigger on the right. It's definitely there on the left. But there's a lot of stuff that the Democratic politicians will say that is wacky and out there that the liberal voters are all for it. Whereas on the other side, you definitely have people who are GOP all the way, whatever they say. But exactly, to mine, Ron, I don't know one single person who shares my political beliefs who likes Mitch McConnell or likes Lindsey Graham or people like that. They're bad people. They're bad people. I'm literally waiting for them to age out. But they're not destroying the bedrock of our civilization in the same way that I see the Democratic politicians and the liberal voters who follow them.
And a lot of conservatives feel that way. Certainly a lot of conservatives after the election. There's one thing to say, look, the lawsuits were terrible, and of course they were. We were on there reading the amicus briefs. It's another thing to say anyone who thinks that there was an issue going on with the election is crazy. And I'm not, by the way, not everyone is the same there. Tucker is very different from someone like a Greg Gutfeld, who's very different from, I don't necessarily know all the other.
Laura Ingraham.
Laura Ingraham, right.
Hannity and
everyone has different points of
view.
Judge Janine, yeah. I had done her show quite a bit on the weekend. She's a lot of fun. She was a lot of fun to hang out with.
She carries her stick. When she goes out, she's not afraid to.
But here's the thing.
Leave it alone.
I don't see it as competition because our viewership isn't 74. It's not a 74-year-old. And I'm not just saying as a slate. That is the median viewership at Fox. It might be 72
It's not
now.
that high, though, is it?
It's in the 70s.
I know it's in the 60s.
No, it's in the 70s.
That high?
It's in the 70s.
Holy moly.
Let's call it 65.
Sure. He's still senior
28,
citizens. Yeah.
28 years old. And not that we don't target young people. To give you an idea, this is
This is
conservative.
kind of what you were saying about I see where the puck is going, not where it is now.
Well, it's not
Uh-huh.
where the puck is going. It's who I am. And so I'm
Yeah.
able to speak to that group of people. The issue is
Oh, that was an ugly exchange. I don't like that. I don't like that. Adam just showed that he's been listening and now is agreeing, circling back to something that Crowder said. Crowder didn't even notice. Before, remember he was talking about the Wayne Gretzky quote, and everybody goes to the Michael Scott one. You miss 100% of the shots you don't take. And now, maybe, what is it? At least 10, 15 minutes. That doesn't have a thing because I didn't know if they privated the podcast after they're live. So as soon as I saw this was on, I ran down here to open this and make sure we're still on. So I don't know how far in we are. But he just said that. And now Adam's agreeing with him. And he's like, no, it's not even that. It's like, bro, what you mean? You just said that.
Sure. He's
28,
still senior
28,
citizens. Yeah.
28 years old. And not that we don't target young people. To give you an idea, this is
This is
conservative.
kind of what you were saying about I see where the puck is going, not where it is now.
Well, it's not
That's
where the
kinda what
puck
you're
is
saying?
going. It's
Why are you doing that?
who I am. And so I'm
Yeah.
able to speak to that group of people. The issue is I think you need to reach all of them. The problem is it was never profitable to reach younger people. And that's why the median demo just got older and older and older and older, because it's a lot harder to get a bunch of 20 and 30-year-olds to tune in. It's much, much more difficult than to have the current conservative base tune in. So it's not the same thing. And by the way, I hope they reach those people. Look, the baby boomer generation too, they were in conservative generations of all time. I'm the only one saying there isn't only one way to skin a cat.
Okay. And what is the other way? Is it, thank you, is it what Monza has been saying? That you're just going to do this and you're going to raise the subscription price and is it that you're going to do what Harley's talking about, where you're going to do something completely different, where it's not even about the content and being a platform for content, but a platform for communication so that people who are up and coming have the opportunity to connect and collaborate? And what is it that you're going to do? We know the normal way of skinning a cat, of doing business. You're saying there's another way to do it. What is the other way?
Because I've had to do it and been told that it would never work. And that's what hopefully we can provide for other people out there who feel the same way. There are a lot of people in
Provide what? Provide what? You didn't say anything.
the industry. And March 20th, people are going to see who some of these folks are.
They're looking forward to him. People have been begging for you to come back for a
You
while.
probably have a much younger demo than Fox News.
We do.
Of course,
We're, by the way, what time do you do your show? Is it 11 o'clock that you do your show? Is it when you would? Was it 11 a.m.?
It's 10 a.m. Eastern, right?
10 a.m. Eastern.
10 a.m. Eastern.
Yeah.
10 a.m. Eastern. Okay,
Yeah.
I know that because we're 9 to 11 is our show. And then I was like, oh, Steven Crowder. And so,
Sorry.
no, it's great.
I didn't mean to siphon off your.
But the point is, that's the amount of influence you've developed. Now, for us, we're in the space. We have a message. Our audience shows up. Maybe our audience is slightly different than yours. They come because they follow business, and we follow business stories.
Yeah.
Shout out to all of you guys when all of the big shows are on at 8 p.m. and you guys are here. So shout out to each and every one of you guys. I love you so much.
It's not necessarily the same thing. So it's not.
I don't
like
see you as competition
No.
any more than I see Fox News or what other people like
Right.
Daily Wire's competition.
But where I'm going with this on the Fox part and what you're saying is, okay. So here's a different question for you. As somebody that is in talks with a lot of people right now, we're going to be signing some talent, and we want to bring them on board to Valuetainment. We're going to be doing that because that's part of what we want to do. We have a vision where Valuetainment wants to go. What could Daily Wire had really done anything to have kept you? Meaning, some relationships don't work out.
Yeah.
And you're kind of like, dude, like, I really don't want this relationship to work out. And we're very good to not make a relationship. You're dating a girl, you're like, I have a lot of fun with you. We're never going to be married, and we're never going to have kids. So let me create a problem. Hey, brutal. Let me tell you. Pow, you go, oh my God, I can't believe you know what I was thinking about the other day? I was having a fantasy about going and doing this. I would never could. This is why I don't think it's going to work out. It's not you, it's me, and a boom, and you fall out. Okay.
Yeah.
How much
Talk
of
about a
this
fantasy that involves a parrot, tube of lipstick, 3 sticks of butter.
Yeah.
Trans
midgets
America,
reaching around
Trans
with a rubber
America
band.
Yeah,
with
yeah.
the
Oh, you got that same
specific
vision.
here.
Yeah. Respect.
It's what we call the litmus test.
Yeah, I got 4 sticks of butter in my world, but hey,
were
keep
you
trying.
were you really open to the idea of going Daily Wire or not?
Yeah,
really?
yeah. As a matter of fact,
You were
Gerald knows. And by the way, it wasn't just them.
Stop the cat.
Just to be clear, there've been a lot of suitors.
Sure, of course.
Yeah.
So
So-
let me just
Yeah, Joe.
So we were doing the Nashville show, right? You were doing stand up
Oh, at the Ryman, which is
at the
what used to
Ryman
be the Grand Ole
Auditorium.
Opry.
Yeah, and the whole thing there was like, we had some of the guys were there from Daily Wire, and we knew they were going to be there. We're like, there's just a lot of stress and a lot of pressure. Like, I really want to perform well because this
After
could
the
be-
election stream on Rumble that week.
just went crazy, and so he was very much in the mode of like, I really want to perform well. I want to show these guys what kind of stuff we can do in the live space as well, doing stand up, and not just on the show, right? So the answer to that question is yes. Like there wasn't nervousness because he was like, I just don't like these guys and I don't want to do anything with them ever.
Yeah.
It was like, I really want something to be possibly to be able to work out.
But you knew how they did business. You said you spent months talking to them. So if they were not willing to change how they were doing business, then no, you weren't willing to do business with them. Like, yeah, I was willing to do business if they were going to give me all their money. And like, that's not the same thing. That's a dishonest way to answer that question.
He said it many, many, many times. There was just something in there that we specifically gone into it that just is a non-starter. All the other terms, all the other stuff you get to, right, in negotiations. That was the thing that I didn't like. It was like, of course you negotiate, yes. But if there's something in there that basically says in this term sheet that you're going to do something that it's antithetical to who we are, then no, we can't get past that. Like, that's just something that's never going to work. So that's why he said, look, just take me out of this. Let's just talk about the movement. He's talked about a bench. That's part of the vision of what we're doing. How is there another Stephen?
What do you mean by a bench? What does that mean? Yeah, I agree. I wish he'd be more concise and less obtuse. But he never is because he doesn't have at least that's my interpretation, is that he doesn't have a strong message here. He played his hand. It didn't work out as he planned, and now he's pivoting to be like, oh, no, this is always what we were trying to do. We had to do this, and everybody's so wrong, and we're so right, and we're so amazing, and You got caught. You got caught. You tried to play the Daily Wire, and it didn't work. That's how I see it.
Crowder in this current age. Will Fox News step up and go into a newer media category and try to reach a younger audience and swing the big stick that they have to do something for the conservative movement? It's bigger than that, right? Will they stand up and do that? And so when we're looking at it, we're like, well, we don't want to just do this and then kind of ride off into the sunset. We want other people to be able to come up and do this as well. Yeah. Because there needs to be more than just Fox News. There needs to be more options for conservatives out.
Okay, so what are your plans to make that happen, sir?
So you guys do want to build something as big as Fox News, if not bigger.
Not as big
Maybe.
as Fox
I don't
News.
know, yeah.
Like I've talked about with YouTube is, look, we will build something that will be as big as it grows to be, provided that we can believe in what it is that we're building. In other words, if it comes to a point where I go, okay, but we got to start silencing ourselves and discussing these issues because look at the 10, 15 million we've foregone on YouTube. The minute I find myself making this, I'm done.
Can I ask you a question?
Jamie Dean is absolutely right. I've always said that if you already agree with the positions Crowder holds, then you'll enjoy him because he is crass is a great word. And he's not going to be the one to swing you one way or the other. He's there to sell to his audience, which is fine. That there's nothing wrong with that. But that's absolutely correct.
On the money, then,
yeah.
They say everyone has a price.
Yeah.
And
50 million. No, I'm
50
kidding.
million. Okay, well, I think that was
that was my price.
Yeah, right.
Exactly.
One night.
But
Look, that's
you
what
went
they
on
do.
and
You
said
never heard
something-
me talk about the money. It was
No.
12.5 million in a contract that would go for an entire production company with
Yeah.
110% penalties at
Not 110% penalties because you cannot be demonetized from a platform which you have been banned from.
minimum.
Right.
45%, actually 65% of which would have been enacted immediately, like could have been redlined and eliminated, okay? We have 25, 30 employees. We have millions of dollars that we have to pay just in equipment costs and insurance costs, right?
But you literally just said it could have been redlined out. So we're talking about 110%, which isn't actually 110%. And then you said 45% could be redlined out. And this is based on you losing money for the company. How dare they? How dare they pay you less for you making them less money?
The costs for us
We get
are in the few $1 million per year just to operate the show. And doing this, that
I was
sounds
gonna say,
probably
Few $1 million a year to make the show. Okay, so you get a few $1 million a year. Let's call that 5. You still got $7.5 million a year to put in your pocket. We got David Banner in the building. What is good? What is good? Yes, sir. Yes, sir. He is, they're rolling it out on the 20th, apparently. That was his plan all along. Why did he need to bring the Daily Wire into it? Nobody knows. Jimmy Dean says, when people talk about what's wrong with conservatives, Crowder and Carlson is who they point to. Crowder was never about the culture war because that includes appealing to the undecided voters. Well said. Well said.
About right.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So take
I would
12
put a
point-
bigger number with the work that you do. Some
Yeah,
of the
it's
stuff,
a
'cause
pretty
you
substantial
actually,
number.
You actually act. You do skits. You do. I mean, it's not like
A lot of production costs.
Yeah,
Yeah, we had to
Yeah.
bring.
We got splits in the building. What is good? What is good? So no, he's not attacking them anymore. But he did attack them, and his plan was never to do anything. It seems, than to start his own platform. And so I don't understand why he didn't just start the platform. Why he needed to bring the Daily Wire into it. If anything, Crowder is hurt in the middle while also appealing to the base. That's true, but I mean, that's a large conversation on the tactics. He was the only person talking about conservative politics, and then I would say that that's a huge issue. But he plays a different role in the political landscape than Tucker does, than Ben Shapiro does, than Candace does. They all play different roles. I don't know. I think you might be right about that one, David. I think you might be right.
An entire a 1.5 metric ton of sand to do a Saving Private Ryan parody,
Sick scene,
right?
by the way.
We have to have lawyers on retainer like crazy because some of the shit we do is horrendous. Sorry, can I? It's okay.
Yeah, you can do whatever you
You
want.
just did.
I apologize.
And there goes demonetization.
Like
So if anybody wants to knock Jimmy Dean out of the sponsor spot, you are welcome to do so.
Sometimes we look back and we go like, "Oof."
Did we do that?
But you said that whether it's 50 million, you said even if it was
billion.
a billion,
No.
Yeah.
that you're ideologically opposed to what was going on with big tech, censorship,
Yeah.
everything like that.
There's no future to believe in if we do the bidding of big tech. And by the way,
So no amount of money.
None.
This is a hill you will die.
there would be
no doubt.
nothing more
We did.
profitable than me.
Yeah.
There would be nothing more profitable
Yeah.
than me, for example, leaving, getting a bunch of people to sign up for Mug Club right now. Just the people, by the way, who've already entered in their email at Mug Club Forever. There would be no way to make more money than for me to say, sign up, do it for 2 years, not produce any other shows, pocket the money, and walk. Or to have done that before. That would be the money play. The money play certainly wouldn't be bleeding money to bring in talent, right? To try and produce content. We don't need to do it. What we're really, and this is the challenge we run into, is there are very few people who we can bring in who would be, for example, like an exposure benefit for us, but we don't really care. We know that we can be an exposure benefit for them.
How are you going to do this? How?
And there are a lot of good people out there who've had the door slammed in their face. And yeah, I know some of them who've had the door slammed in their face at Fox News, at some of these other places, because there are very specific instances of them not playing ball that they shouldn't have to play. I'm not talking about anything really pernicious. I'm talking about like, hey, don't discuss these issues. Hey, don't be so rough around the edges. Some people need to be, and that's okay. Only one side is saying we don't need to do it one way. So we'll be as successful.
Well, you were saying we don't need to do it one way without saying the other way that it can be done.
Successful as it is based on people saying what it is they believe and not compromising it.
But it's just a different starting goal, right? I use this analogy with pastors. Like, your job as a pastor is not to grow your church. Your job as a pastor is to faithfully convey the word of God to whoever shows up and let God take care of the growth. It's just the focus is slightly different, right? So we're saying, look, our goal is not to grow a company and become a behemoth like Fox News or anybody else that's out there. Our goal is to make sure that there's a pathway for creators and that the audience is always the number one, the only person that we have to perform for. That's the audience.
Well,
That's
as
it.
a Jew,
And
if
if
I
that-
come to your church, I want you to get me to convert.
Yeah. There you go. Well, we can
Yeah.
talk about this. I went to ministry school.
And
Well, your goal could be if you're Joel Osteen stuffing money in the wall.
Well, you got to put it
exactly.
somewhere, and you
Yeah.
need insulation. It
But
works.
so guys,
That didn't answer the question at all for me. They keep talking about the method in general and very vaguely. But what is the plan? What is the plan? If you've been thinking about it, if you registered StopBigCon.com in December and it is now March and you can't spit out a 10-word thing, come to Mug Club Forever. We're going to do this, that. Then 100% I agree with David Banner. You don't even seem to know what it is that you're going to be doing. So how can we get behind you? Pause.
obviously the left has a chokehold on. Think about it. When you name the top 5 conservative,
Yeah.
we were having problems coming up with 3. They have a chokehold, and it takes like, thank God, little moments like Elon, who's I don't really know where he's political, but he buys Twitter. We're seeing files, we're seeing the lies, we're seeing all this shit with the lap leak. Do you think, Steve, like the tides are shifting, and people like you, like what Pat's doing, what you guys are doing? Do you think there's light at the end of the tunnel for the other side, the other voice?
Yeah, it's a good question. There's definitely been a shift. So actually, I wanted to go back to something, and this kind of ties in that Patrick said.
Oh, is he actually going to answer a question?
He said niche. I don't have the numbers, but I remember a Breaking Bad. I think there was about 14 million, maybe it was 12 million people tuned into the finale. And when they did some focus groups, I believe it was like 80%. It was a significant majority were Republican. Take the highest viewership ever on Fox News. It's still about a third of that. So when people say, oh, what you do is more niche. No. And I think even like we don't really talk about our numbers a whole lot. They're reflected in that, right? With no seed money. It's not niche to have an entertainment show that people will tune into, whether they're conservative or not. I would say it's more niche to just do rah-rah talking points.
So that's a direct response to what Jimmy's saying here. That Crowder makes moderates shy away from the right. Therefore, he's not actually moving the culture war needle. I would disagree with that in the sense that there's a lot of people who are ideologically aligned with Crowder. And whatever you want to say about him, he is good at talking. He is good at giving the points that will win the arguments. And, he is the change my mind guy. That has become a bipartisan meme. So is he as big of a needle mover as people like Jimmy Dore or Tim Pool on their respective sides? No, not at all. But don't act like moderates are all about Ben Shapiro. That's not how the culture war works. Crowder doesn't get any votes. He affirms the conservative base. That's not what we need. We're losing the culture war. Again, I agree with that point. But which moderates are being convinced by Ben Shapiro? Which moderates are being convinced by Matt Walsh? Fair enough. Fair enough.
Because if you look, there's a huge, think of how many people vote Republican. And you're talking about like these huge numbers, right? Fox News, like Tucker's like 2-point-something million, 3 million is a huge peak. And that's with the Nielsen rating, right? Where the viewership is for seconds, right? You're lucky if it's a couple of minutes.
And actually, I want to come back to this because the other point is that ship has sailed. Everybody is already in their camp. There might be individuals here and there who are open to changing their minds about things, but people are in the camp that they're in. Specifically because of, exactly. So that's my point. That's my point. That these guys aren't doing what, they're not trying to do what you're accusing them of not doing. So moving the culture war needle, what does that mean? Arming people who care about cultural issues with the proper stats, the proper terminology, the proper arguments to be able to put forth these ideas that when these conversations come up, somebody who is listening to a needle mover on the left is able to have that conversation. I don't know what else you could do to be a needle mover, except specifically get people to vote for your party. And even if you take Jimmy Dore, I don't know how many people are voting for the Democratic Party who otherwise wouldn't have because of Jimmy Dore. So I'm not really sure what your point is. Everybody's absolutely not in their camp. We aren't as divided as the media says we are. You may not be, Jimmy. You may not be. I may not be. We here may not be. But people are.
I think that's more niche than, for example, every single comedy late night show, all of Comedy Central, ABC, NBC, but it's entertainment. It's very different. So going to what you're talking about, I will say this. I've noticed a shift. When I was obviously in the entertainment industry, and then particularly in the stand-up community, like in Montreal, there were no people who were even right-wing or libertarian. I mean, people would get furious. I didn't even know I was conservative, but I would go up and I would make a joke that I remember one time I got in a lot of trouble because it was a joke about Muhammad. Which people get touchy about.
I don't know why.
Next thing you know, someone's blowing up a mic. But so I get in trouble back then, and no one understood that there was an issue with that. Everyone, it was like a comedy witch hunt. Remember when George Bush was president? Everyone just come out and he sucks. Isn't he an idiot? Isn't he a moron?
Yeah.
And it's fine. But I was going, there's no one else at that point in time. that's changed a lot. As a matter of fact, now, or when you go to comedy clubs, and not just people like Rogan, but you see at least a lot of people understand the idea of free speech. You still get sort of the indie alt comics who say like, it's not cancel culture, it's accountability culture. But really, we had to take a lot of bullets early on doing that, because there was nobody in the industry doing it. And I think now for some people it's a little late. They've woken up and realized it. I mean, I think Joe Rogan has done a lot to help with that. Obviously, you're talking about his numbers; it's unbelievable. You see, like someone like Russell Brand. Like, I'll be doing a show tomorrow. I hope it goes well, because I used to lay into that guy hard because he was a socialist. He was a communist, and he had this. I don't know communist, but back then, he would do this thing called the True's News. Oh, the news that you're not hearing anywhere else. And he would talk about it, and then he would constantly go into Fox News. And here you would think that I'm anti-Fox News. My issue was I felt compelled to back then say, well, hold on a second. What about ABC, NBC, CBS, CNN, MSNBC? And he wasn't talking about it back then. And I was the only conservative on YouTube. And
oh, sounds kind of like what Dr. Virginius was saying about me. Byron says, I don't feel we have to win the culture war, but the condition will become so unbearable on the left, people will move to the right out of sheer disgust. If not, F them. But that's exactly what I'm saying, that everybody is, for the most part, is in their camps. There's the culture war is finding, what Harley was talking about, what it is about. And how we address this, because we are in that state where everybody is just digging their heels in. And when I say everybody, I mean generally. Of course, I specifically said there are individuals, and Jimmy, I believe you are one of them. I believe most of you probably are. That's why you're here, to listen to a conservative atheist with Jesus in his name. You're more open-minded than most people, just based on that fact.
So I would dress up like him and do an impression of him and make fun of him. And by the way, not mean-spirited. Like, I understand the guy's immensely talented, right? But I don't think he liked it.
Of course.
And now you see him transition. I don't know where he lines up politically on every single issue, but I do know that he understands the threat we're facing.
He's super necessary. His voice.
He's unbelievably necessary.
Super
That's a transition, though.
necessary.
Back then, it was him with the entire industry, and me kind of in this corner. And now it's at least split. It's almost like a schism in the church. You know?
Couple other questions before we transition. I want to go into some current events. And I think audience wants to hear some current events. There's a bunch of conversations going on here with people talking. But so let's say, and I'm asking this selfishly, okay? And it's just you and I talking with Gerald, okay? If I wanted...
Is it though?
This is going. It's just you and I alone in a room, candlelight.
Turn off the lights and light candle. No,
sponsored by KY.
If I wanted to,
Facts, Harley. The majority of people in the U.S. are not left or right. The culture war is between the extreme left and the extreme right. People are getting sick of these small groups having control. Absolutely. The fact of the matter is, most people don't really care about this stuff enough to have their mind changed. They think they know because they're not paying attention enough to know that there's stuff that they don't know. We know we don't know. And then there's things that we don't know that we don't know. The people who are in the middle don't know that they don't know what they don't know. So they don't know that they have to know that they're there. And yes, I am talking about these two camps. That's specifically what I'm talking about. The people in the middle aren't getting into the weeds on the culture war. They're just listening to the mainstream media and following that. So it's not about necessarily being extreme. It's just that is an appropriate word, because most people are the opposite of extreme and just apathetic. That doesn't mean that they have that doesn't mean that they're not set in their ways. In fact, I would argue that might make them more set in their ways, because they would need to do reading or listening to this person or research of some sort to change their minds.
To sign a guy like you, okay? And during that time while you were talking to Daily Wire, and we sat down, and I was one of the guys on the table. Where would I win to be able to attract a player like you?
I can tell you one thing. There would have to be...
Not the answer to the question, though.
At least 1% upside.
That's it?
At least 1%.
I mean, that's just where you.
If the sticking point is 0%, it's like how about 50% past a certain point of net profit? It's like 0%, right? When you're talking about 0% upside, 0% upside, 0% upside.
Got it.
If you started with 1%, you'd be ahead of the game.
So, okay, so that's so what you're saying is, hey, I come in, I light this up. I don't want you to guarantee me 12 and a half year, 2 years, and another, up to 6 years, whatever, et cetera, et cetera. And we're going to just tell me if I light it up, I can make 20, I can make 30, I can make 40. That's your biggest thing. If you could do that.
Yeah.
That was a very soft. Yeah. Great. Definitely. If you guys have not checked out the new special from Chris Rock, he goes hard on Will Smith. It is epic. It's only the last like 10 minutes. And the rest of it, it's pretty good. He does a good job of kind of dancing on the line of talking about politics, talking about his politics without being preachy. There's definitely some woke stuff in there, but there's also, talking about porridge. He's like, you get to kill all the babies you want. So it's good stuff. Definitely check it out. But let's read into this a little bit. Finally, we're nailing down an actual point of what is Crowder doing, and what kind of answer does he give?
Tell me if I light it up, I can make 20, I can make 30, I can make 40. That's your biggest thing. If you could do that,
yeah, that's my biggest thing. Absolutely, that's my biggest thing.
That's just, it's a starting point. It's at least one. It is a sticking point. And the big thing is, if you also didn't say, by the way, you have to start changing your show so you're monetized on YouTube.
Yeah,
I don't.
That would be the. If you didn't do that, you would be ahead.
Yeah, but
of most of the game.
If I'm signing a guy like you up, you're doing Rumble and you're doing YouTube, right? And you're not really active on. You are active on Rumble and you're very active on YouTube. What you built over the years. The goal would be to develop an OTT monthly subscribership that's going to build value. And the more dollars you brought there, the math is so easy to structure for a guy like you. Why would that be so complicated? Do you understand what I'm asking you? Like,
I realize
if I set it up right
Patrick,
now,
I do realize you are the one on the table. He said on the table, by the way. He didn't say at the table.
Turn off the lights.
I do not consent.
He's howling in the moonlight like a siren. I'm drawn to him like Yogi Bear.
No, but I mean, so that's what you would think, right?
Exactly, Harley. Exactly. I'm going to go back because I missed a little piece there. It should be the small groups, because she said that, and then I agreed, and Jimmy Dean's coming at me saying that people are already set in their camps, and Harley's exactly right, because these small groups have control. People are being forced to pick sides. This is why we talk about all this stuff, the culture war stuff, infiltrating all these institutions. You used to be able to go to the doctor and it wasn't politicized. You used to be able to go to school and it wasn't politicized. You used to be able to do almost everything without talking about politics. But now everything is part of the culture war. So just living your daily life, you are because of the groups have politicized everything. You are now being forced into this group because, I was already doing this thing, and they, whoever they is, decided now that this is a liberal thing or this is a conservative thing. I'm just trying to live my life here. But apparently there's people who hate me because I don't want books like Genderqueer or Just the Tip or D's Big Nuts or Nick and Andrew, or I just found another one today. I don't want these books in front of my children. Oh, so you must be a right-winger. I mean, I guess if that's what it means to not want straight up pornography in front of children, then I guess so. Agree with you. I agree with you. This whole thing has really made Crowder look terrible. And that's why my original poll was, do you think as a businessman, as a creator, as a content creator, he will always be able to be entertaining? But as a businessman, do you think he can come back from this? Because if the platform where he is the God King doesn't work out, what is he going to do? What is he going to do? He's already demonetized, so there ain't nothing else. That is his last ditch effort. Hey, we got 2B Artistry in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome. What is going on? Said hello, good people. I come in on laughter and got all happy. Then immediately Ish goes left. Yup. You know how we do here. But welcome to the party. Let's get back to the laughter. Harry says we have an independent president since 1853. All presidents since have been either Republican or Democrat. That's the way it be.
Right. And so seeing these offers come in and literally, and I'm not going to tell you about specifics, but 3.
Oh, yeah. I want to back that up because I didn't really catch
Turn off. For a guy like, and the more YouTube, what you built over the years.
So you're saying, this is where he was saying, all right, so you're on YouTube and you're on Rumble.
The goal would be to develop an OTT monthly subscribership that's going to build value. And the more dollars you brought there, the math is so easy to structure for a guy like you. Why would that be so complicated?
That's what I've been asking the whole time. So whoever out there, Mansa, and those of you, oh, this is so simple. Obviously this. Why is it that Patrick Bet-David, a very experienced business guru, entrepreneur, CEO, all of that stuff, how come he doesn't get it? Is he dumb? Is he playing dumb? Does he get it and he's just trying to get Steven to say it? What is it that you get that he doesn't? And how is that the case?
Do you understand what I'm asking you? Like,
I realize.
Let's see the question one more time.
And the more dollars you brought there, the math is so easy to structure for a guy like you. Why would that be so complicated?
The math is so easy. Why is this so complicated?
Do you understand what I'm asking you? Like,
I realize.
If I set it up right
Patrick,
now,
I do realize. You are the one on
Every time. Before it was the trans thing. He's diverting to jokes. He's asked a real question. That's a legitimate question. If all this math works out so easily for a guy like you who's run businesses and done this and that, why is this so complicated? Well, let's make a joke about leaning in and, wait, what was the question? Oh, yeah, no, bye, gotta go.
He said on the table, by the way. He didn't say at the table.
Turn off the lights.
I do not consent.
He's howling in the moonlight like a siren. I'm drawn to him like Yogi Bear.
No, but I mean, so that's what you would think, right? And so seeing these offers.
And then Gerald picks up. You can see it right before your eyes, but if you're not paying attention to little things like that, you can easily miss it. Like, oh, he's just a joker. It's no big deal. No, he purposely dodged that question.
Offers come in and literally, and I'm not going to tell you about specifics, but 3-4 offers come in and boom, 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 cookie cutter. And I'm like, have you even seen the show?
He took the Daily Wire seriously.
Like, we're not some startup company coming out where we're going to do 5 live reads. I'm sorry. If that's your thing, that's fine. That's just not us. That's not what we do.
Okay, great. Nobody's asking you to be that. They're saying, here is what we do. Would you like to be a part of us, being the Daily Wire or Fox News or somebody else? And then you, as a free American, get the choice to say, no, thank you. Thank you for the offer, but that's not going to work for us. I'm going to go and do my own thing. Isn't the Mug Club? Yeah, but the Mug Club belongs to the Blaze. That is where this all started. Mug Club doesn't belong to Crowder. That's the whole issue. Is that they had the subscription service. They were doing exactly what the Daily Wire is doing, just except for it was just Crowder. But that was under the Blaze. So all that money went to the Blaze. All those numbers went to the Blaze. The information of the subscribers went to the Blaze, and then the Blaze cut a check to Crowder. Jimmy Dean says, I literally don't listen to Daily Wire because of ad reads. It's too effing much. I mean, I don't know what to tell you, man. It's already free. Because he doesn't know. He's not a businessman. He has no idea how to do business. Yep. Well, that was what, before they went off the air, they had Mug Club Forever, where they were just like, look, we have no way of getting in contact with you because the email list belongs to the Blaze. So if you want to stay connected with us, go to mugclubforever.com and whatever. But in the same concept as we were talking about going over to Rumble, there's just at least not the same amount of people who, if they've signed up for Mug Club and they're there and they're doing whatever, it's just part of their daily routine now. You just go on, you click the things. It's just another thing to do. And we know that, like, that's why, right? Where are we? That's why right here, right here, there's a little thing that you can click on. Because if you have to even scroll down to hit the subscribe button, you are less likely to do it. I wish they would put a like thing on the actual thing. That's precisely why that's there. That's precisely why that is there. because just to scroll down a little bit is going to cut the number of people who are willing to just take that tiny, tiny little extra step.
I don't even.
So why would you try to make us fit in that box?
If you didn't say we're 110% penalties on behalf of YouTube, on behalf of Facebook, on behalf of Spotify, and on behalf
Apple.
of iTunes and Apple, all this.
Yeah.
If sorry, that's right, it's not iTunes anymore. I just showed how old I am. Remember back when it used to be
Jeez.
iTunes?
iTunes.
No,
Back
it's like
in the
Apple
day, yeah.
Music. All right.
Apple.
That and any percentage of upside, especially if, let's say, you had access to the numbers of Mug Club subscribers.
Guys, can you be a huge favor? I was just talking about that like button. Just give me 2 more likes, please, please, please. Thank you so much.
And you knew you'd be making far more than your initial offer anyway. You'd be way ahead of the game. But that was a complete sticking, and not just to be clear.
Yeah.
It's never been about Daily Wire. It really is about the industry and how it operates. And I
Yeah.
know what these term sheets, I know what contracts should look like because I've been on the secular side of it since I was 12 years old. I mean, I was having to be tutored on set.
Yeah, but okay. So let's go a little bit deeper with that. So if that was the case, and I said, look, I don't care if you get a strike. I don't care if you do this. I don't care if you get any. I don't.
Hey, we got Kelly Green in the building. You better be here, mama. You better. What is good? What is good? Glad to see you. Glad you are here. We've been missing you, Kelly. We've been missing you. Oh, thank you, Harley. Thank you. Myron said Rumble is a key move to weaken the YouTube death grip. The site blows, but some people are seeing good numbers. Yeah, some people are, but a lot of people are not. And I mean, it starts somewhere. That's what we were saying earlier, that it starts somewhere. But right now, it is not a viable option for somebody like me who's trying to build a platform. Then I think the biggest thing ever on Rumble was the Crowder election stream. That's great. He already has 5 million people who are subscribed to him, and however many people who are paying monthly to get his content, to get more of his content. But like I said, every video that I do automatically gets uploaded to Rumble, and I don't think I've ever seen a video that has more than 2 views. I don't even check it anymore. I don't even check it. It's there. I mean, if something happens to my channel, at least all my content will be there. But that's really all that it means for me. And thank you for the likes, guys. I do really appreciate that. Shout out to you. David says, Crowder is an on-screen talent. All this talk of launching a new platform, that could be a big of fox. That could be big as fox is a pipe dream. So I mean, I think he specifically said that he's not trying to be the next Fox News, but that he's just trying to build something different. The whole idea is that the Daily Wire, Fox News, all of them are doing business the same way, and he wants to do business differently. But I don't know. Hey, we got Miguel Angel in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. You are very welcome. Says, thanks for this. Not sure how it got into my feed, but very interesting, and I am very glad you are here. Welcome. I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Welcome to the party. So glad you are here.
If you get demonetized on YouTube, yeah, that's a part of the revenue that's coming in. If you're bringing XYZ amount of subscribers to OTT, that's what's going to be the measuring of your success. You drive the hell out of this, $5 million for every XYZ amount of subscribers you bring in. Hey, Pat, I got this many active. Cut them a check for another $5 million.
Yeah.
So every time it's like million. Hey, we did this one. Second year, you made 22 million this year. Great. I hope you make 40 next year.
Yeah.
There is a way to structure the math to do that. I don't think that's like
well, not to be advertiser dependent too. Like there's some role that advertisers play. We love the partnerships that we have.
Yeah.
We're very, very picky about it. We don't just do ads the same way people do. We actually do these.
We're very picky about it. So what it sounds like you're saying is, I just want to do what I want to do. I don't care about money. I don't care about you. I just want to do what I want to do. And it reminds me of this TikTok that I saw of a Starbucks barista sitting in the back room crying and like, I have to work 8 hours every single day to still live. Yes. That is called life. You are supposed to be this conservative, pull you up by your bootstraps, stop complaining, asking the government for everything. You're not asking the government for shit, but you're sure asking other people for a lot of money for doing the exact same thing. And if it was worth it, you would have gotten that money.
these really funny commercials that get tons of plays on our Clips channels on YouTube. But it
nobody else on YouTube does funny ad reads.
basically makes it, and Elon even said this, he's like, you got to go away from the advertiser model. When he's talking about Twitter.
Yeah, exactly.
They play a role, but you can't depend on them because then they dictate the
It's
game.
like a diversified portfolio.
Easy to say when you're a billionaire.
The fact that he's doing that, because you know the whole $750 million, one of them and dropped. I was like, what are we going to do with this if we lose this? Well, if you do, you kind of have to answer to them. The other day I was watching Fox and I saw an ad on Fox. It was an
G. Gordon Liddy?
No, it was an HIV. It was a
self-lubricated catheter.
Yeah.
Well, I'm Bill Devane.
Some of the ads I saw, I'm like, interesting. You're now okay with this ad, and you're doing that. You did the show with trans like 9 months ago. I don't know if you remember.
Yes, I do.
Okay, but if you go to OTT model to drive, and
what is OTT? Does anybody know what that is? Harley, fact checker. What does OTT mean?
and the multiple there is based on how many paid subscribers, and your job is to create constant creative content shows to say you're only going to get this on the OTT, and that's how you get compensated.
I assume it mean like I assume that's the platform behind the paywall, but
well, for example, like some of the people who we're talking with right now, like some of them, we know they're not going to be generating a bunch of paying subscribers,
right? And
they also don't necessarily generate like YouTube revenue. Some of these people have, history of background, like really large, main network shows where they've been a part of comedy shows, or they have these comedy specials. And so when we bring them in, we say, okay, what is it that you want to do? What is it you bring to the table? And then you find that intersect, and you see where you can work together.
So that's going to be the saving grace. We're going off a lot of speculation because he's simply not answering questions. Why does this keep coming out of focus? But if the 20th comes around and there's a bunch of creators on YouTube who are saying things that cannot be monetized on YouTube, and they're getting paid and they're doing, then all of this goes out the window. I'm not here to drive a stake through anybody's heart. I'm just trying to understand what is going on. Over the top. Thank you, Harley Rose, our resident fact checker. So, if that works, if his platform does what he says it's going to do, and, the rest of us just didn't understand the business could be done this way, including Patrick David, didn't understand that it could go this way. Well, then, I'll be right here telling you, wow, look at what's going on. Check this out. Steven Crowder's doing amazing things. But until then, he sounds like he's talking out his ass.
We know not everyone is going to have the paying subscribership that we have, but here's the thing. We've always focused on trying to add value. That's why we've reduced the price by $10, which people would say is absolutely crazy, while adding content, because we've made the numbers work from our end. We want our viewers, and particularly the people who we know felt like they were left out in the cold, who paid and like, well, I signed up here and you're leaving after 4 months. They're going to get a bunch of time free.
Notice he said we're lowering subscription prices. So they're not taking advertisements and they're lowering subscription prices. So where is the money coming from to give to these creators? This is a conversation. This question specifically has come out of Crowder's mouth over and over and over and over and over again for this policy, that policy, whatever. That's literally just a conservative talking point. Where is the money coming from for this liberal thing that you want? Where is the money coming from? Alexis Crowder is for a niche group of people. Fox is for a broad audience. So if he wants to get that level, he would need to bring a wide variety of creators that not like him to reach a broad audience. And that does sound like what he has in mind. But again, he's just not articulating that. Not even not articulating it very well. He's just not saying it.
True North is the audience, what they want and how you serve them. And when you start with that, you will then look at the people who you are working with, talent or produce, and say, how do you serve the audience? Not how do you serve a corporate overlord? Not that there's anything wrong with corporations. Not how do you serve these people on the second floor but how do you serve the audience? And the beauty with the audience.
Okay, and how do you serve the audience? How do you do that? You have yet to answer that question. And again, maybe you're just keeping the aces in your pocket. That's not, you know what I mean. Maybe you're just keeping your cards close to your chest. And on the 20th, like I said, we'll all be like, oh, this is what he meant. But right now,
audience it's more than half of America. It's more than half of the United States of America. And that is not reflected. When we talk about these numbers, look, that's not 2, that's not 3 million. Certainly not at, 45 seconds to a minute and a half a pop. These people are basically, they're out there and There's nothing for them.
Again, guys, I'm just letting you know, I want this to be my full-time job, and I would love to not have to do ad reads.
Yeah.
And I was one of those guys.
Yeah. And you know,
But I absolutely will.
the way you're describing it when Fox is Republican, I'm more conservative. Okay.
Hey, we got our resident Aussie, Chester, in the building. What is good? What is good? Says indeed, how do you serve the audience if you're banned on every platform? It's a tricky one, isn't it, Stephen? Apparently not. Apparently he's got it all figured out. And on the 20th, we're all going to learn. Are we, though?
If Daily Wire is this, and, you know, those guys are this or those guys are this, the way I'm seeing it
Welcome, Chester.
is, you know, on the conservative side, Republican side, it's like different denominations of Christianity. You got Presbyterian, 7-Day, LDS, Catholic, you know, pick them, right? Whatever you may be. You're pretty much following the same commandments. You may be off 90%. Your prophet is a different person. You know, your NIV is the Bible you follow Book of Moroni, or you follow this. But the structure of what you believe in, more or less, is the same. The challenge then becomes if there's a massive infighting and where you are fighting for the same cause, but it's going up against each other, that could be problematic, because then the cause of wanting to inject or, you know, sell the values and principles that you believe in, now it's kind of confused, because Daily Wire, are these guys supposed to be enemies?
Yeah.
Are those guys supposed to be enemies? So that's the only challenge where some
So he can still do whatever the hell he wants, but how is he making money?
viewers may have. But to say, I
understand that.
By the way, I do believe you bring an audience to Daily Wire that they don't have. I do believe that. I do believe that Jordan Peterson brings an audience that they don't have. I do believe Prager brings a different audience that they may not have.
Guys, oh my God, I cannot wait. I cannot wait. One of my favorite atheist YouTubers is doing he bought the Prager University course, the actual course, and he is going through it and ripping it to shreds, because as much as we all agree that far left BS is ruining our country, all of the conservatives, all of them, say that, oh, it's because there's no God. And that is not a tenable situation. I cannot wait to bring this to you guys.
I do believe Candace brings a different audience, and definitely Shapiro is the guy that brings a different audience. So it's not like the people that already listen to Daily Wire, all of them subscribe to you. There's a different audience they're going to get.
There's a huge different audience.
Yeah.
And I think it's also important to note, like, this is the first time there's ever been, from me, any kind of infighting. People have asked about, we don't even talk about the numbers on our show. I don't talk about it because I just feel dirty. I want the content to speak for itself. It's very, very rare. There are a lot of things that have happened behind the scenes for years that we just don't talk about in dealing with this industry. It is the one and sole time. And that's because you have, I know Joe was about to jump in, you have state borders and you have national borders.
Was Gerald about to jump in, or are you floundering and like, oh, Gerald, I need help?
So for example, when you talk about Christianity, yeah, there are state borders. That's maybe you're Presbyterian or maybe you're Methodist. But then you do have national borders, right? And that's where you would say you have Catholic and you have Protestant. That would be considered, and sure, we share a lot of the same values, but certainly let's just go on the Protestant side. If you get into that territory where you say, okay, yeah, I'm a Protestant, I'm a Bible-believing, I'm a born-again Christian, but I don't believe hell exists, that's a national border.
Real quick, guys, if when I turn my camera off, the logo doesn't show up, please let me know.
We no longer share
It shows it in YouTube, it shows it in StreamYard, even if it doesn't come up on YouTube.
the same faith because Jesus came to save us from the fires of hell. Now you are in a different religion.
Sure.
And so if our entire reason for being, at least us, is to fight big tech and fight this Leviathan that we have seen for so long, where we have talked about always, right? It's been flipping the bird to the mainstream, not just media, but entertainment industrial complex and big tech. Well, we can't compromise that because now we're beyond national borders, and everyone else also would espouse those same values, and people think they're fighting. You have a sponsorship to do.
No, I don't.
Okay, because Gerald was about to say
Not at
something.
all.
Well, no, instead of looking at it as infighting, because you're right, the church a lot of times can be its own worst enemy. Look at it as hopefully iron sharpening iron, right? So we're trying to sharpen the movement and push it forward in the right direction. And we never picked a fight with Daily Wire.
Thank you, Jimmy.
And we haven't talked about this when we have a massive platform to be able to do so for a while. It wasn't picking a fight.
You picked the fight, though. But there's
There we go. PBD, give it to him. You picked a fight. You picked a fight. If your idea was to start this platform, just start the platform. Why did you have to show the actual thing? Well, you could have just read the term sheet without blocking out the only company that is 2 letters. I mean, I was too dumb to figure it out, but everybody was like, obviously that's the Daily Wire. Why couldn't you have just made your own graphic? Like, I can't believe I'm about to say this, but like the Young Turks do. They don't just show the thing. They'll type it up and they do it in their own format. Why couldn't you do that? You attacked the Daily Wire. And when you did that, you already had the recorded phone call. Don't fucking tell me you didn't attack the Daily Wire. Harley says, it's not because there's no God. It's because they have no structure. They have a weak foundation and their framework can't hold up to anything. Completely agree, which is, again, why the church and religion needs to stop gatekeeping morality. Chester says, Stephen brought his yes man just to completely lie. This won't do him any good. Yep. He's. I think Gerald was about to step in. Yeah. Come on, bro. Come on.
Nothing wrong with. But you
Well,
Wait, let's get the full effect here.
Wait
For
a
a
minute,
while,
but
it
you
wasn't picking a fight.
you
We were-
picked the
Yes, it was.
fight though. But there's nothing wrong with. But you did kind of pick a fight
sort
though,
of, right? So think about what we did in that first video.
Yeah.
We said these are the terms in the industry, and this just cannot work this way.
Right.
We're gonna
But you showed the contract that everybody was able to figure out. That was the Daily Wire, which forced Jeremy Boring to make an hour-long video, which thankfully was good for me because it was content. But it's drama that nobody. I'm very happy with the people who are, following these types of channels. That we didn't get into this taking sides between the two of them. I was very worried that this would do a lot to harm the culture warriors, if you want to put it that way, by with the infighting. I'm very happy with people who were just like, yo, guys, just do your thing. We like you both. Just do the thing. Just do the thing. Moral superiority is that all the church has to offer? They don't even have to offer that. They do have a great tax policy, though. I'll give them that.
go and do something different.
Yeah.
That's it. That's what we did. Now, if people are going to
That's not it. That's fucking cap. That's all we did. We just wanted to do something different. Then why are we talking about the Daily Wire? Just do the thing.
Okay, this is the Daily Wire, and we didn't come out with personal attacks or anything like that. I'm not saying that they did. I'm just saying that wasn't like infighting. That's not me saying like I'm a Protestant, you're a Catholic, and you guys are completely off base. I can't believe it. You can't go have fellowship with these guys because they believe if you don't do the sacraments that you're not saved. How can you possibly believe that?
No, it would be like saying we're Catholics, so this specific doctrine is terrible, horrible. Don't sign this. Don't be a part of this. We're not calling anybody any names. We blacked out with which that's exactly what you did. Precisely.
That's not what happened.
Isn't it though?
Right?
Yeah.
Our goal was to say, hey, for us to survive, for this thing to be real and not just talking into a camera and hopefully making some money, we have to do better. We have to do better as a movement. Otherwise, we will go away.
I completely agree. Just said he could just say that he was wrong and apologize for causing all the nonsense. But that's clearly not going to happen. All this justification is interminable. I've been saying that since day one. When he was going to go on Timcast, I was like, it seems like the only saving grace he has is just to be like, look, I did this thing. It was messed up. I apologize. And I messed up and I promise to do better. All right, fine. Nobody's perfect. You're a man of God. We all, have whatever with that. Moving on. But he didn't do that. Just goes on to say, I'd have a lot more respect for him if he just acknowledged what he did and then moved on. Agreed. Agreed.
Yeah.
Eventually, it will just end.
Look, you guys have a choice. People out there have a choice, right? You have a choice. Do you want a movement that includes people who are not beholden to big tech, who do not punish their creators on behalf of big tech, who do not say you have to be monetized? By the way, we will have content creators who are monetized on YouTube. That's the thing. Some people have come to us and said, well, we want to. I go, great. Do it how you want to do it. But we have some people who come in and say, I really want to be less dependent on YouTube. And that gets me more excited.
Yeah.
So what you're saying with that is that we're going to have creators who are monetized. That's where we're going to get our money. Then we're going to take some of that money from those creators and give it to the creators who are not giving us money. What? That's a great business plan. Oh, I love it. I can't wait. I mean, hey, I'd be down. I'll be one of the non-monetized. I'll say whatever the fuck I want. And you still pay me based on what Susie over here who doesn't curse is going to say. I love that idea. But I don't think Susie's going to like it too much. Jimmy Dean says his sister blanketly defends Crowder. Tried showing her Mark Dice and Bridget Phetasy rebuttals, and she shut down immediately and called them jealous. It was really sad to see. Yes, people are, fortunately that was not most people, but that is, specifically meaning between Crowder and Daily Wire. But that's what I'm talking about with people being stuck in their ways. People have chosen sides already. Dave Manor says, I don't like how Steven and his pal are talking about this for the movement. Like, Steven, you showed to the world, you showed to the world you'd be a spoiled brat, and now you're trying to claim I did it for the people. Yeah, he was saying that from the beginning. It's not about me. It's about the young up-and-comers. On the recorded phone call right after Christmas, that was under the guise of, hey, how was your Christmas? How was your family? Exactly right. Chester says this was his perfect chance to do that. It's been like 2 months and he still went public with it. Yep. PBD is giving him every opportunity here, and he still and he has no better alternative still. Clearly, the Daily Wire are doing something right. If he wants to criticize it, what is the alternative? And you haven't been, I don't know how long you jumped in, but that is exactly the question that I've been asking. You're exactly right. He is saying, oh, we can do it this. You can do it a different way. You don't have to do it this way. You can do this. You can do that. You can do that. You can do that. But he hasn't actually articulated what is the business plan. I'm not asking for a full prospectus. I'm just asking, generally, how are you going to bring new people in who are not going to be monetized and then make money from it?
Yeah. Do you want a movement that exclusively is beholden to cocktail parties with big tech, or all?
No, we don't. Obviously not. But we're not there yet. The idea of just saying, let's fast forward to the point in time where your ideas are as equally accepted in society as the other ideas that you don't like. We're not there yet. The fact that the Daily Wire exists is getting us there. So by you fighting them, picking on them, and saying that they're doing bad things because they have to play ball in this thing that has already started. It's already been moving. This big tech thing it didn't start with you guys. YouTube has had a domination on this space for a decade. So and if you have the plan to just completely flip that on its head, let us know. We'll be right there with you, bro. Just said, yeah, I'm asking the same question as you. Yeah. I don't get why you can't actually propose a better idea. He sounds like a leftist complaining about how bad everything is without proposing a solution. See, when we're not in the same place, we come to the exact same conclusions, Chester. It's funny.
Also allow some room for some rebels with a cause, flipping the bird, being a little bit rough around the edges. Yeah. Do you want all of these things?
It depends what the vision is, though, right? If the vision, like the vision,
I'm not talking about a company, though. At that point, I'm talking about a movement. At that point,
totally get it. Yeah. But again, individually, you have a vision. Collectively, we have a vision, right? My vision individually may be different than the vision of the company. Those are two different things. Let me, as a talent, forget about me being a company guy. Assuming I was just...
Let's go. This is where the business talk, whoever was saying that Crowder is just a talent and doesn't understand business like that. Just because you've signed contracts doesn't mean that you know how to be a businessman. Just because you worked in a restaurant doesn't mean you know how to own a restaurant.
The YouTuber. I have a vision with what I want to do with the show, right? The vision for me, the problem is to talk to people who disagree with me. Not to talk to people who agree with me.
Right.
That's mine. So for me, if the vision is to convert and persuade, I mean, you know, Cost of Discipleship is the first book you read when you become a gay. We're going to do Christian 101. Okay.
Did you just say when you become a gay?
No, Christian. You read the first.
Again, PBD making a great point and a great criticism. And what happens? A joke.
What?
Did you say gay? Because gay is funny because I'm a Christian and gay's bad, right?
This book, which is Cost of Discipleship, and you read Mere Christianity.
Sure,
okay, so those are two of the books you read. And one of the whole reason why we're doing this, PBD, is to go out there and, you know, disciple. Yeah. Okay, so if our job is to do that, and it's door knocking and it's talking to them, we kind of got to be places where people who disagree with us are. So, for example,
I completely agree.
Yeah, so if you go only on Rumble, like. We had Chris at the house. You and I were with them till I don't know what. By the way, The conversation we had with Chris, I said, Chris, make a public offer to Joe Rogan. That's the whole time when people were worried about Spotify being. I said, make a public offer. The next day, he made a public offer. It was a great move from his end. But what I'm saying is, I said, if you're gonna really do if your vision is to sell the company,
listen up. This is a great point from PBD.
And be a billionaire, great. You got an itch. Go get all the conservatives and do what you want to do. But if your vision is to truly make an impact and persuade and convert, you got to mix it up.
If your goal is to convince people, you've got to switch it up.
You got to take a different approach. So that's why I think YouTube is a place where somebody think about how many people watch you.
No, I agree, but I think here's the thing. Here's the thing, because this is what's also like, where would you be without YouTube?
Yeah.
Look, I was there before anyone at Daily Wire or Blaze or Fox. When I was at Fox News, I would upload. I maybe at this point had 100,000 subscribers, maybe 80,000 subscribers. And I remember saying like, hey, can I upload some of my hits? Like I would appear on Red Eye or Hannity or Janine. It's like, can I upload these to my YouTube channel? Because my people on YouTube, there's no way to reach them. It's not like social media back then. They didn't have community posts. I'd say, so the only way I can reach them is if I let them know through a YouTube video. I said, sure. Then legal took them down because they said, we think this YouTube thing is a fad. So no one understands that better than I do in reaching new people. And I would never willingly just go, let's say, to Rumble or a right-wing echo chamber. But this is something that we have designed from the ground up where we've said, look, the free content is available. We will reach as many people as humanly possible, provided we do not have to forbid ourselves from speaking the truth. And we're able to do that without being beholden financially. This is the model. This is
the model, guys. Finally, after 2.5 hours, we're getting the model.
Why we've been so fortunate. We're not beholden financially to big tech because of Mug Club, because of subscribers. So if we are ever taken off of YouTube, it's because they decide that we have to go, not because we decide.
No, but that's
Wait, I missed it. Did you guys hear it? Did you guys hear what it was? The model. I missed it. Let's try it again.
Beholden for that, provided we do not have to forbid ourselves from speaking the truth, and we're able to do that without being beholden financially. This is the model. This is why we've been so fortunate. We're not beholden financially to big tech because of Mug Club, because of subscribers. So if we are ever...
We're not beholden to big tech because of Mug Club, because of subscribers. What? That's called YouTube. That's called every YouTuber ever. What are you talking about?
We're taken off of YouTube. It's because they decide that we have to go, not
that's
because
fine.
we decide.
No, but that's fine. That's all good.
Exactly.
And by the way, for people that are watching this, one of the all-time most famous memes is you. If you want to pull up, if you just type in Steven Crowder meme, I think that's used everywhere. Everybody uses that meme, and they probably don't even know what this means. This meme is literally used by people from the left, right, middle. It doesn't matter. It says to change my.
Exactly, Trey. He can't make that statement and then cry about them wanting to take money from big tech manning him. You can't have your cake and eat it too. This is the craziest thing from the biggest conservative culture warrior, maybe full stop. You are exactly like them. This is why they say don't meet your heroes. This is why they say don't meet your heroes. And this is exactly why I wanted to start not just this channel, but the community. So that when you guys come into Discord and you talk to me when I'm not, like I'm not playing a character, but I gotta put on a show here. I gotta entertain you guys. But when we're just chilling and we're just talking and we're just having conversations, you can see that what you see here is exactly who I am. And if I change in the future, you're gonna see that. And you're gonna be able to call me out like, bro, last year you were saying this, that, or the other. And now you're saying this. What's up with that? And I'll either have a great reason or I'm even like, damn, you got me. You're right. I'm not going to have a studio full of yes men who are just going to laugh at my stupid jokes. That's why I can't watch the actual show. I only watch clips because half of the show is just them making dumb jokes, kind of like they're doing here. And then everybody laughing. Oh my God, Steven Crowder, you're so funny. How did you... Get the fuck over yourself, bro. Just said he just released a trailer for Mug Club a couple hours ago. You probably haven't seen that yet. Drop that in the Discord, please. That is how we will end this show. Please. Yeah, self-proclaimed, exactly. But I mean, who else is there? Who else is there that is that big? You don't have to love them, but who else has a bigger platform in alternative conservative media than Steven Crowder? Nobody. Not one individual person.
My mind, right? So that's the part.
That's
I know you will.
Right there,
Yeah.
just
Can
fancy
I ask your
Steven.
producer
That's
to bring
fair.
up my favorite one?
Tell me.
oh boy.
Okay, type in change my mind meme. I think it's Stevie Wonder.
Oh boy.
Oh
Change
god,
my
this
mind
is
meme.
hilarious.
Have you seen it?
No, I think I know where. I just have an idea. of
Because
what
so
you're
It's
basically,
funny.
just let me set it up for people. It's the meme
But-
is it
Why are you setting up a meme? If it's a good meme, you shouldn't have to set it up.
there? Is it
At
is
the
it
on
up?
the top left.
Top left.
Get out of here.
I knew that was gonna go. I didn't want to give it away.
Someone did that,
Oh, my
and I was
God.
peeing myself laughing.
Oh my god! But again, so to me, this takes guts. Like when you're saying, I get nervous. A lot of people would be scared shitless sitting there going to universities that you go. You got a lot of audacity. You got a lot of courage. You're very necessary.
Try doing it on 6th Street at South by Southwest. It's not just on universities.
That's what I'm
either.
saying.
Yeah.
To do that, that's the ultimate in this world to face that. So kudos to you for doing that. Anyways, look,
You're very kind.
I asked you a lot of different questions. I appreciate
You didn't answer any of them.
you for being a sport and taking it. You know, some of the stuff was probably,
We're not done. Don't worry.
People
Don't
know,
worry.
you guys had
This is a false ending. He's luring him out of like, okay, we're done with the hot seat. We're just gonna talk now, but it ain't done.
no clue what we were going to ask you.
No.
I didn't know we were
came in-
starting live.
Yeah.
I was looking at that sign.
Yeah.
Why do you have hey, hold on.
Pat,
It says live on air.
You're very
you
nice.
try
to-
to that live
the
is
live-
on.
not
yeah,
even-
that's a total
What's
fake
up?
out.
Hey, that's why he's rich because he saves money. We're not paying for that damn life.
Yeah, that's what I was saying. Like, he's nice. You got a lot of good qualities, but that's a dick move. to put a live on air neon sign. Of course, everyone in this chair is looking
And
for
it's
it.
directly
yeah,
in your
All right,
eyesight.
listen,
And we're
Rob,
like, question that.
Rob just sent me a text saying I forgot one of the sponsors. My apologies. We have to do that at the 1 hour mark. Our next
Oh my goodness. Bars, Jimmy Dean. Bars.
sponsor is KY Jelly. Today,
Oh, come on.
I thought it was gonna be Land O'Lakes butter.
That's
5-gallon
freaking
bucket
funny.
size.
Oh my god.
This is all disarming. This is all to disarm him because look how much. Look at the status bar here. I think it was about 2 because it was over by the time I started. So started at 5:30. So I think we're looking at about an hour and a half of content there. So we probably got about half an hour to 40 minutes left. Oh, so we got about a little less than an hour. And I don't think by the end they're kind of just getting into BS. So we're probably not going to finish the whole thing. So
Just really fast. Have
Just
and
to
I know,
let you know.
the smoke is kind of cleared. Have you guys have any conversations with Jeremy or Ben or any of these guys? Have you spoken?
I've had
to
a
them?
lot of. I would say it's like so Ben and I have known like I've always said we've been friendly for a very long time.
Yeah.
Right. You've heard
the question was, have you talked to them? That's a yes or no question. Just say, yes, I've talked to them. No, I have not talked to them. And then go into your story.
me say that.
I have.
And I really wish that we, very different. Like it's not like Jeremy and I ever had that kind of a relationship.
Gotcha.
Jordan Peterson, yes. Andrew Clavin, yes. And there are a lot of people who work there behind the scenes who are fantastic people who absolutely. And it's one thing to have disagreements on a vision for a company, but yeah, I've had a lot of conversations with people there behind the scenes.
It's one thing to have a disagreement. It's an entirely other thing to secretly record your friend and use them to bury them to uplift your own platform. That's probably not going to work, right?
So, but no, as far as business dealings, no. And there would be nothing better, for example, than to let's say you were talking about figuratively, you start a network. There'd be nothing better than to say, hey, how about this? How about there's a cross promo link where someone who's in Mug Club gets a discount for your network and they get a discount for our network. Sure, we get less money per subscriber, but you hit a critical mass point and you're not going to have people using it to steal content. I would do that with any conservative network out there. The issue is none of them would do it with not just me, any other conservative
Anybody
network.
else.
You won't
Yeah.
see people do that because it's this measuring contest.
I got you. I got
The
it.
sponsor to go.
very,
Got
very
you.
much.
KY.
Okay. No,
Discount code.
we literally just did our sponsor with KY. That was just a quick shout out we had for them. Okay. So
Is that actually what it was?
no,
Oh, come
you're
on.
joke
Damn
going back
it.
to
I can't trust
I
a
was
lie.
comedian.
How does he not get-
Comedian. Half of this thing he's been talking about stand-up comedy. Just didn't get the joke. Jimmy Dean said that recording hurt Crowder way more than it helped him. What he released wasn't even that damaging. Yeah, he released like a 2-second clip. Like, oh, we're gonna make them wage sleeves. And there's again the context was he was specifically talking about young and up and coming content creators. So who's the young and up and coming content creator at Daily Wire? Brett Cooper. So what did Brett Cooper say about that? She's like, honestly, I do not care. You realize this is the same guy that calls himself the God King, right? Probably just talking shit.
I don't know what to do with this.
All right.
Did you read DeSantis's book?
No,
Okay.
I could have lied, right? That's one of those things where all these hosts lie. Like,
Of
yes, I
course.
did.
Cover to cover. I wrote a paper on
He
it.
wrote a
Yeah.
book?
Did you? Did you?
Did you read it?
Of course. Yeah. Did you watch CPAC? Did you watch CPAC and Trump's speech? Are you following any of that stuff? What's going on?
Yeah, it's funny. It's funny you mentioned CPAC. I emceed the main ballroom at CPAC for like hours at a
11
time.
years ago, or 12 years.
I did it 4 years in a row.
Yeah.
Or no, wait, I did it 3 years, then skipped a year because I got horrible food poisoning, did it another year. And I got called into the second floor at Fox, the brass, actually. Every time I would do CPAC, I'd get in trouble for something.
Oh, great.
And like one time I went out when Keith Olbermann was fired, I literally went out in full on Keith Olbermann
Yes.
makeup as a DJ, giving around my business cards. And I was like
Did you
introducing
say Keith Olbermann?
Keith Olbermann.
Yeah.
I went out and
Yeah.
I would,
Bro, she looks exactly like Ben Shapiro. Are you saying you think Ben Shapiro's hot? Come on, bro.
The
The old
sweetest
Sports
guy.
Center
Isn't
guy?
he like
Yeah.
super funny?
It is kind of cringe, but that's just who that guy is. So when you call yourself the God King, then when you call other people wage slaves, it falls in line that maybe he's just being hyperbolic and maybe he doesn't actually want slaves. And maybe suggesting that your friend is looking to hire slaves is not great business practice and not great friendship. But I don't know. I don't have any friends. Maybe I don't know. I'm sure you would.
No, he's super lit.
No, he's
Yeah.
lit.
Not
Yeah,
bitter at
yeah.
all.
Yeah.
Gentle.
Yes,
Sweetheart.
So, and then
He's
one time I
aged
got
well.
called in because they had a joke about someone said that I'd made a joke about raping Ashley Judd, which wasn't true at all. I made a comment about her saying that
And there
purchasing
we
Apple
go.
products is akin to raping the earth. But I
Demonetization.
would constantly have to get brought in, and they would say, "Well, you can't even comment on that because it's a third rail." And I would do a joke, so I was like, "You know what? I don't want to do it anymore." Oh, there you go. That's an old one, but I actually at CPAC went out as Keith
Oh
Olbermann
my
on the main
God.
stage selling Maybelline, and then I got in trouble with Maybelline.
Are you serious?
But when you get called up into the principal's office
Yeah.
at Fox on the second floor,
all the time.
walk me through what happens there. Like, all right, Steven, this is it.
Yeah.
The fourth time this week.
Yes.
What did they say to you?
They would just, here's the thing I will say too. There were some great people there. But they wouldn't ever tell me what I could not say. They would just encourage me with things that would do well with the audience. You know, they would ask me to do things like put on a suit, right? Put on a tie.
I'm curious, Jimmy Dean. Do you think I agree with you that she's the next generation of culture warrior? Do you think that is a good thing or a bad thing? I'm just curious.
You know,
Good thing or bad
this
thing? And actually, everybody, what do you guys think? Good thing or bad thing that Brett Cooper is the next generation of culture warrior? Good thing or bad?
This is actually one. So as a comedian, right, for the Phyllis Diller quote, I didn't learn comedy when I learned how to write. I learned comedy when I learned how to edit.
Exactly.
Right, just whittle it down.
Hey, is Steven Crowder a stand-up comic? I don't know. He never talks about it.
And whittle it down. And so I would go and I had a debate segment with Alicia Menendez, Senator Bob Menendez's daughter, every Sunday for a long time. And as opposed to, the goal on cable news is to run the clock out, use up as much time saying, basically repeating the same point so that your opponent doesn't have time to speak. Coming from a stand-up background and coming from, at that point, even the only sports I've ever done are, combat sport like jujitsu and stuff, not at a high level. But again, in my head, it's basically comedy and something like jujitsu or judo, where you kind of, brevity is the soul of wit. I would be really, really short. So like one point, I think she said, oh no, this was Alan Combs, I think, who was a super sweet guy. So like, Stephen, where did you go to school? When I was making a point, where did you go to school? Where's your degree? And rather than just going, oh no, I just said, never made it out of grade school. What's your point?
Yeah.
And then gave him 2 minutes. No, well, I didn't mean, there are a lot of people who are smart who, maybe don't go to school. And then I get called and I go, well, you know what? The thing is, when you do that, when you just answer in like 5-word sentences, it throws off the flow for other people. I'm like,
Does it though? Does it throw off the flow more than you just doing these inflated answers that don't actually answer the question? I would much prefer you just give 5 answers to these questions, because you know why? I care about the answers to the questions. I don't care about hearing you vamp while you think of a way to dodge the question. Oh God, Jimmy says it's okay. I don't know if you're going to be on some BS. It's good in total, but she's going to be the. I'm assuming you mean Mega Joy Behar for the next 30 years. I mean, I personally don't have a problem with that if she's not pushing her ideas further than This is what I think. And I think you should think this too because of these reasons. And you are free to agree or disagree. As long as that is what it means to be a culture warrior, then that's fine. But when you're saying, like Joy Behar, oh, this person needs to go to jail or this person needs to be canceled, that is a very different type of culture warrior. And that is specifically why I focus on the culture BS from the left way more than the right. Ollie Rose says it's bad. Younger conservatives are getting softer while liberals are getting more aggressive. I don't necessarily disagree with that, but is she one of the softer liberals, or is the fact that she is there to comment on these things going to combat that? You're fair. He did answer the question about who he talked to. It just took him an extra minute. Eventually got there, I guess.
Like that's the point.
That's the whole
I'm
point
giving
of
them
what I'm doing.
giving them the ball because they've said nothing.
Yeah.
So that was one where I was sitting there going, like, I'm just not going to run out the clock and just spew a bunch of stuff to sound, ultimately trying to sound articulate. I'd sound inarticulate. But that was one where I was like,
the irony.
This may not be the right,
But does it sound like they're critiquing anything? They're kind of giving. It's almost like you've seen the movie Knocked Up when they're like what the girl's character comes in, they're like, we're not saying you need to lose weight, you just gotta tighten it up.
There was one, they paired me up with
Right.
a producer to do a comedy show that once was like, well, maybe there's something to this. And the guy was a super sweet guy, super old. I mean, like in his 80s. And he would like ask me the question, like, what do you think of Steve Allen? That kind of thing.
Yeah.
And or Mike Douglas, and I remember basically kind of pitching what it is that we do now. And they wanted to have a monkey on the show, like on the set.
A real monkey.
The real monkey. Which I was like, I mean, all right, but like, I don't feel like you're hearing the rest. Like, what about this monkey? It'll be great. It's like, what if can we get a roller skating monkey? And I just remember being like, okay, we're on two different wavelengths. And that's why what we talked was like, all I'm saying is you need to have multiple wavelengths, not just one, because it's always one on our side of the spectrum, unfortunately. And it makes a lot of people out there feel disenchanted. I mean, do you have any idea how lonely I felt when you'd sit there and they go, well, conservatives don't want something like Change My Mind. I think I do. Well, conservatives don't watch comedy. Like, I kind of think I do. Like, conservative doesn't work. Conservatives don't want books that aren't doomsday theories. I'm like, I kind of want like productive solutions and ways to move forward. And you go, well, I want to go out and create this show, but is there anyone out there like me? Like, is the only way to create content in this movement for a 70-plus-year-old demo that's straight-laced and red meat? And there's nothing wrong with that. But it's really scary when you say, okay, can it only be that? So there was a big step out in faith at one point where I said, this is the story of the show.
So if that's how you got to where you're at, then why didn't you just do that with your new platform? I'm still not hearing a reason why the Daily Wire had to be involved in this. And if you're going to say all of these contracts are exactly the same, it doesn't matter where they're coming from, why would you pick a company that you're friends with? Why would you not take the Fox News contract and use that as your example? That makes a lot more sense to me. But maybe I'm an idiot.
I took it. It was on radio for 3 hours, and I didn't want to do.
I thought you said that this was I thought you said before that because Crowder can't do this, that's bad, and now you're saying she can do that. But okay, so you get good in total, but I don't think any version of Joy Behar is good. So I guess I'll agree to disagree on that one.
Do a radio show, but they said, hey, Bill Bennett takes off. He has a fill-in host on Fridays. So it's a morning drive 6 to 9. And I said, well, okay, that's a prime slot on radio, and it's once a week for 3 hours. That's great. And the people who were syndicating the show said, yeah, we technically with our contract, we can do it. So I said, okay, I'm going to be based out of a station in Detroit, and don't pay me anything. Do a rev split. But, and at this point I didn't have a show, my own show. I said, but, let me own the rights to do podcasts, which they thought that's a fad, a lot of people. And then it started getting syndicated to more and more markets.
This is what year? This
would have been 2013, 2014, something like that.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
That's, post Fox, where before that I had been a contributor to Fox News. I'd been on stand-up and acting. But at this point I said, okay, I'm going to create the show that I want.
All right, I'm going to skip around a little bit because I know they get back into it. And we've already done almost 3 hours. So let's just skip it a little bit. What are they doing here?
Where are you?
Here's the thing. I like qualities from both candidates. I know this is going to sound like, but I'm certainly not
Okay, so he's talking about DeSantis and Trump.
a fence sitter. The truth is, I've never been in the business of endorsing candidates. Obviously, once it gets to a general, people know where I line up.
Yeah.
But I'll have people all the time asking me, like, hey, can you endorse this? I'm like, I don't think you really know what it is that I do. As a matter of fact, even with guests, we'll have people tune out
feel
to get a
that.
guest on because people want to hear kind of what we're saying about a topic, unless it's a real needle mover.
Yeah.
We've had that with who you would.
Well,
people
what
who you
an
would-
interesting thing you just said.
which I feel I hate because
I want to ask you guys about that.
it's like I want, hey, pay
Yeah.
attention to this person. People are like, this is boring because we just came from, me being waterboarded or
Right.
having midget Jesus and Santa wrestle in Jello, whatever the hell it is. I would vote for any of these people in a national election, of course. Like I really hope it's just not a super bloody primary.
Yeah.
People ask me what I like about Donald Trump. I like the fact that he went off and did it on his own. I like the fact that he's an outsider. I don't like the fact that sometimes what it is with Donald Trump is, even if he thinks he might be wrong, let's assume, and that's a big if, he would never admit it. He has to
100%.
dig in his heels. So something like with the vaccine, was an issue. And then really you saw with the audience when he was encouraging younger people, that was something.
Oh, sorry, I'm gonna back this up in a second. But the poll that I'm about to put out, it's based on. Would you skip the show, my show, if it wasn't a reaction like we're doing right now, but it was a live debate? And so the obvious answer is going to be, well, it depends on who you're debating. But take that part out of it. Say you didn't know the person, and you trust me to bring you something good. That's the context I'm asking the question. So let's see. I was missing that a little bit.
He thinks he might be wrong. Let's assume, and that's a big if. He would never admit it. So he has to
100%.
dig in his heels. So something like with the vaccine, was an issue. And then really you saw with the audience when he was encouraging younger people, that was something that I had a real problem with. But I like him a lot. And I think he certainly has been probably the most effective president in my lifetime. Ron DeSantis, I like that he has really been consistent as a governor. He's done great things for Florida. Again, I don't live here, but everything that we've read and covered, he seems to be a man who's been remarkably consistent. What I don't like is, that he's not a super wealthy guy. And so you are always concerned if, to use the term, the establishment wants him because they feel like they can get their hooks in, right?
Right.
You always, I'm not saying he does, but that's the concern. So there are qualities that I like with both of them. I really hope it's not as childish, although from a
comedy
it is.
standpoint,
Oh my God.
it's gold.
Think
I cannot wait for the Trump v. DeSantis content. Oh, we are gonna have fun this election season, guys.
about Steve.
If you're not subscribed, make sure you hit that subscribe button because we are going in this season.
Run to Sanctimonious.
Yeah.
Run to Satan. Run up to the focus group. Get Frank Lunch with your Snickers and toupee. Let's see what's best.
Yeah, but and see, we
I'm
talked
not
about
gonna
it.
call him Meatball.
We talked
I swear,
about it
I won't.
on a-
I'm not
on
gonna
a-
call him Meatball. I'm
on
not gonna do it.
on a past
matter what you
podcast.
say.
It's like Trump is, dude. Think about it. A lot of the stuff that he was telling everybody about the virus, and he was right.
Yeah.
About the Russia, about everything. So it's like
For
he
sure.
he has not like a chip on his shoulder, bro.
Yeah.
He has anger, and now Ron is just in his way. But bro, we talked about this the last week when I was like, I would much rather, me personally, go back 3 years ago when just the only thing that was being hurt was people's feelings, not the country. Like,
Agreed,
tell
yeah.
me right now.
I mean, maybe a little more than 3 years because the country was certainly in decline 3 years ago. Maybe more like 7, but I'm with you.
Shit isn't messed up right now.
Oh,
Come
yeah,
on.
of course.
Well, but
I
the
don't care
choice
how-
now is between Trump and Biden. That's that comparison.
Yeah.
Right now, what we're saying is, like, if you have Donald Trump in the office, or if you have Ron DeSantis, or maybe some third person that we
Yeah.
don't really know about as much yet, you're going to have a much better situation than you do right now.
Yeah, exactly.
Right. So it's going to be fantastic. I think the issue with Trump or any other candidate, like, we've got to get out of the Messiah worship kind of mentality in politics in general.
Or what's another way of saying that Messiah mentality? Is it? I can't think of the words, even though I use it all the time. Dogmatic thinking. Dogmatic thinking is bad in all cases. It's funny that none of you can see that on both sides. You're either religious or dogmatically political, but I'm working on it.
Yeah, there's
No one
person
is
that can
coming to save you because nobody is perfect. We're all human beings. We're all flawed.
Take that clip right there and tell me if he's talking about the government or if he's talking about God. You can't.
Donald Trump was incredibly effective.
Yes.
Highly effective. Hilarious as well. the stuff that he did was like when he like saying I would hurt.
Boom.
Yeah.
Suck it.
Like how
That was
did
Ted
you
Cruz's dad.
that? Yeah, exactly. When he's like,
Yeah.
I heard people say this, and he could just interject whatever he wanted to say about somebody, but couldn't
Were
actually
you
say
live
it
with
about
me
somebody.
on that debate stream? I don't think so at that point.
I can't wait till we get more Trump again, just because of they're right. He's a funny guy. He creates funny situations. And a lot of times, maybe the humor is not in the right context because it's about a serious issue, but it's still funny.
I just remember sitting like, did he just say his dad killed JFK?
Yeah, what the hell did he just say?
No,
About Ted Cruz.
yeah,
Yeah.
well,
Senator
but we
Ted
should
Cruz,
want the very best candidate possible to be the Republican nominee. That's what.
I says, from what I've heard about what Trump wants to do, are things that I've been talking about for a while now. I'm still very agnostic on this, but and I seem to go back and forth almost daily, maybe. But I think that I'm looking for an opportunity to be able to latch on to Trump. And so if DeSantis is in the race, it's going to take a lot more for me to get behind Trump. Pause. If he's out, if he's not there, then there's not like who else am I going to be in favor of? So on that level, I almost hope that DeSantis stays out for now, or the ideal situation is he's the VP. But that's definitely going to make it difficult for me. Yeah, I mean, it is hilarious, but in the same breath, it's frustrating because when it comes to politics, the idea is that we want to get things done. And if half the country's brain explodes just because they're triggered at his face or his voice or whatever, then nothing's going to get done. Now, I will say that based on the speech that he gave, it might have been in his announcement speech. I don't know. I heard some speech. And one of my biggest criticisms when I was voting for Hillary, that was that, he's not presidential. He's not presidential. He sounded pretty presidential in that speech. And so if he's learning where to turn that presidentialness on and where to be the classic Trump, classic Coke with real sugar cane, if he can tell that difference, then we might have a very different Trump. Jimmy Dean says Trump wasn't nearly as effective as people think he was. He butted heads with Congress for 2 years until he lost the majority, then proceeded to surround himself with swamp creatures. I don't disagree with that at all, but I think the part of what gives at least me faith, and I think a lot of other people a faith that things would possibly at least be different, is that he learned from that situation. He's not a dumb guy. He might say some dumb shit, but he's not an unintelligent person. And he definitely cares about people liking him and the legacy of his name. So I don't think that there's anything in Trump's life that is more important to him than fixing his legacy as a president. So, Tulsi Gabbard, I would have voted for her in 2016. I need to hear more from her, but I'm afraid of I need to hear more from her. I'm not comfortable with the fact that she's come from the left and she would have been on the left, but she is saying a lot of the right things. So, I voted for the Democrats in 2016, so I can't really, blame her for that. And now I'm here talking about how I could possibly cheer for Trump, but we'll see. And she definitely, I mean, she's hot, but she's got skin issues, and that's a pet peeve with me. I'm sorry, I can't. Holly says investment in infrastructure, incentive for families, including tax breaks, and better public safety policies. There you go. Junior says Trump did, however, change the general attitude towards the middle class and China. Absolutely. Byron says if Trump pardons Snowden and Assange and pimp slaps the ish out of Pfizer, I'm good. I'm right there with you, brother. The people who are triggered simply by Trump being Trump are a burden on society and crap at parties. That is true. Jimmy Dean agrees, but unfortunately, the party that we are at is living in America, and they ain't leaving. As much as they might say, they will. Where were we?
Dad killed JFK.
What the hell did he just say?
No,
About Ted Cruz.
Yeah,
Yeah.
well,
but we should want the very best candidate possible
right.
to be the Republican nominee. That's what we should want. We don't need a bloodied candidate that's just been completely destroyed, and then here come the Democrats again with somebody who's going to kill the country.
Yeah.
Like who? Who do the Democrats have?
Look, we've got to have bigger goals than just getting our guy into office.
Yeah,
we got to be the right person.
Disagree with Trump when
Agreed.
he says, "I alone can fix it." Is that what you're saying? Because you're saying that you don't want to.
I would disagree with anybody who says I alone can fix it.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody alone can fix this because Donald Trump was in the office for really 3 years, right? Yeah. No, but he was in there for 3 years. Then he had to deal with the pandemic. He was making a lot of positive change.
really
But
had 3
somebody
years.
else will have to carry the torch. He's got a window of 8 years, and then the establishment will come roaring back. Right, the machine will come back. You've got to be able to hand the torch off to the next guy. To keep it going for the next 8 years. Not one person can do this.
If DeSantis does get elected, let's just go hypothetical here. Do you think that it would be a negative that he is quote unquote establishment?
I don't think he's establishment.
No.
My concern is that he could end up owing the establishment.
That's my point.
That's a great point. That's a good point. Being the guy who is the guy that everybody's going to potentially get behind because they don't want Trump the outsider. Even though DeSantis has been very different and much better than the establishment guys, as we've seen with every single president, at least in my lifetime, they campaign on one thing, and whether they're lying or they just don't know any better, when they get into office, all of that, or at least a lot of that, goes by the wayside. Harley says Democrats can't even pick candidates to represent them. They elected a dead man, a man with brain trauma, and a man can't remember which he is or where he is. And good luck deciding which one of those is Biden, which one of those is Fetterman, and which one of those is, I forget the dead man's name, but I mean, it might be Fetterman at this point.
Like
Because the same thing that makes Donald Trump impossible to work with is the same reason it makes him almost establishment proof to some degree. He had a lot of people in his cabinet who you would consider sort of swamp creatures, right? But as far as them being able to tell him and be like, go screw yourselves, I know better, right? He doesn't care. So I'm not saying DeSantis is. It's a concern that he would be more prone to being influenced by it, which it could be completely ill-founded, and I'm not super concerned about it. I'm just trying to, express concerns with both of them. I don't like the quote, the old quote, whatever kills you makes you stronger. I mean, what happens if you end up being like a quad amputee? Like, no, a quadriplegic. None of that is true. What if the killer
mentally stronger?
Aside from Trump, doesn't every candidate kind of have to owe somebody some money?
Yeah.
Like how many billionaire candidates have there been?
That's why I always find, exactly.
There was
That's what
Bloomberg, which I loved him spending a ton of his own money and losing.
I remember he got mad because we had a guy dressed as Bloomberg come in where he was doing like he was dancing. Remember he did some Broadway thing? We said it, and then someone came and said, "Did somebody say Bloomberg?" And he started doing the worm and like put down a cardboard box.
So funny.
And that guy is so humorless. His people got mad. Like, we really didn't like the depiction of him. I was like, yeah, you can go screw yourself with a wire brush. How about that?
As a comedian, you must have loved Trump's whole thing. Like, now Mike wants to bring a platform on stage, a stool. It's like, oh, now he's asking for it. It's like, and he never asked for it. He's like,
listen, I'm hearing you. You nailed it. I miss the funny, like the.
Oh, I know.
It was a lot of fun.
It's almost like Bloomberg didn't even try. He was just like, well, let me just see if I can throw, however many $1 million and see. Let's see. Aaron said 4 years Trump, 8 DeSantis, and hopefully some new blood will come up. I am with that.
Now it's just okay.
I would get on Twitter and be like, "What did he say today?"
Yeah, because now it's just okay. Biden fell down the stairs and he has no idea where he is or what he's saying. He's shaking hands there. That's funny, but Trump was just volatile and he would just say dude. The best is when he would go off teleprompter because when he's reading, and he's reading, but then when he's just like when he's talking shit, he's going right at you.
Yeah. And I did a series actually, which I think is why Trump has never been on the show. I think it was offended. It was a Trump talk series in 2015.
Trump got offended? No way.
But it was like Trump, and it was just a series of like Trump on China, Trump on the border, and what invariably he would come back to say. And now other people have kind of noticed it. Like the theme was he would say, "Look, China is a crappo." And I would never say that. That's what so many people tell me. I would never say that. They say, "Oh, it's a hull of crap," and I say, "You stop saying that." They say, "That's what it is." I say, "Okay." Right, that's what he would do.
Great.
Okay.
And we would do this like back then. That was, and now everyone kind of talks about it. But it is true. Like when he wants that culpable deniability.
Oh,
it was like
beautiful.
people say that. And I was talking
the same thing that he's doing with Meatball Run right now.
Yeah,
right.
Harley says the issue I have with that is those close elections shouldn't have happened and made invalid. People running for elections have to have the ability to represent. These people cannot do that. I mean, blame mass mail-in voting for that. That is, I mean, I don't know how many of these people would just simply not be in office if you had to go to a place on a specific day or order your absentee ballot beforehand. The fact that, they just mailed out the ballots and ballot harvesting is legal in so many states, like, blows my mind. It blows my mind. Matt Gaetz is good. I don't think he doesn't have he has the brashness of Trump without the charisma. So maybe a little bit down the line, but I don't think so yet. I think he is he definitely is way more interesting, but that's not what people want. People want the either, completely, Trump and like, oh, no, or somebody who is going to get the job done. Hey, we got Jess Talk About It in the building. What is good? What is good? Welcome to the party, girl. Another awesome YouTuber. I was just on her panel the other day. Just dropped the link to her channel. Check it out. Welcome to the party. How you doing today? Environment said electronic voting has to go. 100% agree. Give Kamala her shot. No, thank you. Okay, I am now, what you call the president. So there's two things. There's the president and the vice president. So before, I was the vice president, okay? No, I can't do that. I cannot do that.
Never say Meatball Run. People are saying Meatball Run right now.
Hey, we got Joe the Toe in the building. Welcome, welcome, welcome to the party. What did Crowder do now? Apparently, he is trying to come out and not apologize for any of the BS that he did and all the lies about not trying to start a new platform and just saying, well, actually, yeah, I'm just starting a new platform. And saying that he didn't do anything wrong regarding the Daily Wire. And I ain't with that. I ain't with that. Toey, is that a nickname? I like that. Toey, welcome to the party, brother. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Yeah, well, we needed a black woman, so
I would never do it.
I would never do it. Other people. I can't talk for other people, but
it's just like what Chris Rock just did with the Will Smith. He's like, everybody called him a bitch. This person called him a bitch about the Will Smith. He's a bitch. He's like, I never called him a bitch. He said it like 10,000 times.
Yeah, it was hilarious.
Oh, man.
But this was back, obviously when we had, that was me and my den.
You?
Yeah. Me and my
That's
den.
you and your den.
Oh. Yeah, we have a.
Yeah, I've been a big Crowder fan for a long time, and then not a long time. I call myself a 2015 liberal, and the most shameful thing I've ever done, despite being a drug addict, was casting a vote for Hillary Clinton in 2016 because I didn't know any better, being brainwashed by the mainstream media. But after that, I've been very much in the that space, and I've enjoyed Crowder a lot. But with this whole stunt, if you want to call it that, it's really really turned me off. Really turned me off. Toey on the Fontaine. Okay, I don't know what that means, but I love it. All right.
A better Trump thing now. So
I mean, that's hilarious. I mean, you just
let me play the audio.
This is funny because of how how much time people had to perfect their Trump impressions. And early on, you probably saw The Apprentice a few times if you weren't a fan or whatever. But it was whatever. So listen to the we just heard him do an impression, and then listen to this one.
Audio. Oh gosh,
I hate
how
watching.
old? This is 2015. 20.
That's a while ago, yeah.
I would never try and do anything that could
you got it way better.
Well, my voice was shot
not
because I just did Bernie.
But
Oh,
yeah,
Bernie
people,
talks.
they're coming across the border, they're raping, they're killing, and frankly, truthfully, we have an obesity epidemic. We've got a problem.
Hey, Jess in the clutch with the $5. Thank you so much. Every super chat, I'm going to get it out of the way, comes with a free treat for Morty. He says, thank you so much. Oh, thank you, Jess. Thank you.
Joan Riversy back then.
You killed it.
And my Bernie was always Gilbert. Why'd you start talking about social enemy? Son of a bitch! What's up with you capital pieces of shit. And it was just people were like, why does he sound like Gilbert Gottfried? Like, because it's funnier.
It's
me.
hilarious.
I just enjoy it more.
Yeah, it makes me laugh.
And now I have polyps.
No.
Oh, that was a parody of the scene from Misery.
Oh, that's so.
His post hosting this program on Thursday.
Are those your feet?
I will be taking
I don't know whose feet.
Whose
I don't
feet
either.
are
as a
those?
I don't know.
temporary replacement.
All right. Let's see what else we got here. Let's see if they get more into the.
Investing a lot of money into different people. By the way,
All right. So I told you they were getting back
The
into
reason
it. I knew it. All of that stuff was just to.
Example, when we talk about
All of that stuff was basically to let his guard down. Like, oh, we came in with the hard questions at the front, but now we're just going to hang out. And then they get right back into it.
sort of the establishment, people in conservative media, they're all talking about Hillary Clinton. I remember saying, look, Hillary Clinton's a coronation.
Facts, Toey, facts.
Bernie Sanders is the movement candidate.
Yeah.
And
A quarter black Garrett. I don't think he's on the show anymore, right?
we would actually see a lot of people. We have we have so much data, right? When you have billions and billions of plays across, not only just on YouTube, but then billions on all these other platforms, you can sort of cross-reference and go, okay, we can actually see a significant amount of Bernie Sanders people would come over to Donald Trump just because of the anti-establishment.
You and Toey would be good friends. We got a sausage and a toe. I mean, hey, you do what you do.
Sentiment. Sort of Russell Brand a little bit, right? Where he was a self-avowed socialist, and I don't know what he would how he would describe himself now, but he sees the threat of big tech. Like
I'm just a free-loving individual who wants the best for everyone. I don't know. How was that? That was off the top of my head. I haven't listened to Russell Brand anytime recently, but
certainly would be one of those guys who would have been a Bernie supporter.
Oh, yeah.
Who now sees the problem. Whereas this was always our audience.
Same with Rogan, by the way.
Yeah.
Well, but that's going back to a point you made earlier. That's what Russell said. That's why Rumble exists. I mean, think about you were talking about the people that are on Rumble right now. Ask yourself why. What did Rumble set out to do that was different? They said, look, we want people to actually be able to speak freely on this platform. Right. And they're creating something that's a little bit different over there. And he came out and said the reason they exist is because YouTube had started to kind of give everybody you couldn't say anything. You basically were just choked out if you were anything close to being conservative, right? And so these guys have come on and said, okay, well, we're going to let everybody come over here. The first people to jump ship are going to be the conservatives. But watch, if those guys are successful, they will continue to get more people. Like you said, they have to diversify, right?
kind of like the Daily Wire and exactly what they're doing, right? So Toey says Owen Benjamin too. Then Crowder went live and said it was Owen that went AWOL. Well, I mean, Owen Benjamin kind of did go off the deep end. You know, in fact, I mean, are you talking about Owen Benjamin? Because I saw the decline with Owen Benjamin. I don't know exactly what happened, but I definitely saw that. But with the other guys, I don't know. Thank you. Yep. That's just business. That's just how business is done, right, Steven? But we don't have to do it that way. We can do it in whatever way we want. Bullshit.
Everybody starts out with cat videos first.
Yeah.
All right, Patrick?
Yeah.
We can't all start out.
Right.
It can't always be gold.
Isn't
right?
that telling though?
I literally made the exact same argument for Daily Wire. The Daily Wire is not giving us this conservative utopia of a digital landscape. Well, they're trying. What are you doing? And again, maybe on the 20th, when this platform comes out and whatever, we'll figure out, oh yeah, you did have this plan. I don't know why you didn't tell anybody about it, but you're amazing. But I don't think that's going to happen.
You're right.
All it is, it's open to everyone.
Yeah.
Right? It's open to everyone.
And that's a
liberals
problem.
say, I won't do that. I want it closed to half.
Yeah.
Right? That's the thing. You think Rumble is saying you can't come here if you're liberal? Of course not.
Well, but they've got a guy like Russell Brand, and they've got a guy like
yeah.
Joe Rogan saying it. So the movement that we were talking about earlier, like you're starting to see this tipping point. Maybe it was your question.
You know what
You are
he's gotta
starting
do?
to see people that are going there saying, "Hey, you're right."
Yeah, he's investing a lot of money into different people. By the
Yeah,
way,
he is.
So that's similar to somebody before, I'm sorry, I forget who it was talking about how, with the culture war, that the left is just going to get so crazy that the normies that are still getting dragged into that because they don't know any better are going to be like, hold on, wait a minute. And you're seeing it. There was a big push with the schools during lockdown. A lot of just normie parents were then called right-wing terrorists because they didn't want just the tip and genderqueer in their fourth graders library, or that they opposed, or excuse me, they were in favor of a bill saying that teachers can't have secret sexual conversations with their 8-year-old. It's happening.
What are you noticing the AdSense on the way their platform is Rumble against YouTube, comparing the two?
I don't know because I haven't. It would be unfair for me to say because I've been demonetized for so long on YouTube.
If we're into that, Toey says Hollywood said Owen went on or off the deep end, but his agency and venues wouldn't have him. All happened after he publicly spoke against child hormone blockers. That makes sense. That makes sense. They're going down if you talk about the things that they don't want you to talk about.
So I don't really know what the industry is like there.
Yeah.
Not only am I not allowed to be monetized on YouTube, I'm not allowed to run ads through AdSense. So to give you an
Other
idea,
people can run the exact same ad.
exact same ad. Like in other words,
we've done A/B testing on this.
We've done A/B testing.
Yeah.
Where we try and run an ad, like let's just say it's a clip, right, where you run it as a pre-roll or something.
Got you, bro.
Say no, absolutely not. And then we've had other people with AdSense accounts who run it and it gets accepted.
Yeah.
So it's not content based, it's us based.
Yeah.
Peak to peak. If you were to say, when I used to get 1 million views, I would make $7,800 on YouTube. I'm just making some number up. When I get 1 million views on Rumble, I make XYZ. Have you put those two together? Your numbers, guys.
I ain't gonna tell you.
That to see how they match up.
I don't know.
Advertising.
So that would be more of a Gerald question again, because the rates changed so dramatically that YouTube at peak was very different. Like I think I've been a partner since 2008, and I was even around with the MCNs, like I don't know if you remember, like Makers and Studio
of course,
and stuff like
of course.
that. So the rates would change dramatically. So it's almost like you don't really have a comparison.
Yeah.
I will say the numbers have been, I think, actually better on a pound for pound basis.
Guys, can I ask you a huge favor? Can I just get 3 likes? 3 likes. That's all I'm asking for. Thank you so much for being here.
But we often don't really seek to monetize the videos because we'd rather people feel like they don't have to watch that and get the show and subscribe.
So you don't even monetize on Rumble right now. You're not turning it on.
So we like to be nice. We like to what's the thing here? We like to attack ideas and not people. That I don't disagree, but let's keep it respectful.
I think it's on for some of them, but we don't spend. It's such a small portion
of
our
outside
revenue.
of our model, right? That's not really how our model works.
We forewent a couple $1 million a year from YouTube when we said, okay, keep it if you want to demonetize us, because it was, the carrot was dangled, or just don't talk about these things. We said, nope, keep us demonetized, just don't remove our channel, and we'll find a way.
Naive question: if you're not making any money on YouTube, and
where are the money coming from?
Rumble isn't a moneymaker for you.
Yeah.
Is it all the Mug Club?
All
All
sponsors.
Yeah.
Okay.
And because
there's sponsors. So wait, you do ad reads? I thought that was the worst possible way to do business. And you couldn't possibly sign a contract where you would have to do ad reads. Broke and broken.
The viewership is so large that one sponsorship spot is worth, 4 or 5 on another show.
Yeah.
So KY is one of the.
They're knocking down.
No, we actually Astroglide. It's a non-compete.
So Steven, so people in the Mud Club, where are they, like on March 20th?
Yeah.
Correct. That you guys are coming back on. Where you guys are launching on your website mainly for the members?
It's not entirely finalized, but here's the thing: we are launching loudwithcrowder.com/mudclub. We're still finalizing exactly who is going to do the back end. We're pretty close.
Got you.
But regardless, people will be able to go there, watch the free show like we always have, and then continue to watch the premium show and the additional content.
It's on the website, right?
On the website,
beautiful.
$89 and
for the whole year.
Yeah.
Perfect.
And actually, and if you are on mudclubforever.com where you subscribe, we're gonna send you a code where you actually get a good few extra free months.
Gotcha. Because of the situation.
Yeah, because that's something too, again, because it's like nothing breaks my heart more than people saying, hey, I didn't get a mug, or hey, I subscribed at this point in time, when it's like, at some point, right, you end a contract, at some point you have to. You're like, but I hate that you paid and you only got half a year. But since we can't access their personal information, like we can't know. So it's like you have to reach out to us.
I have never hit this button more than in this show. He's supposed to be the tough conservative. Oh, fight like hell. Rah. I've never hit that button more in another show.
And we'll send you this code. It'll largely be honor system where we do right by you and give you some extra, few months for free.
Fantastic.
Yeah.
Well, that's when I was wishing that I hadn't taken the CEO job, was when we were getting to the end of the contract and we had no idea who our subscribers were.
This is what I was talking about with Mug Club when they were on the Blaze. That belongs to the Blaze. So when they left the Blaze, all of that infrastructure of having the people, having the emails and the money coming in, that was all to the Blaze. Byron said, I thought Crowder said he did good with Bitcoin. He says a lot of things, doesn't he?
Right. And we've talked about this, and it was just like, okay, how do we go and build this? We have no way of getting in touch with you guys. We have, like a master email list, but that's every single person who's ever signed up for the newsletter through the website or through.
What is that number?
Oh, no. How do we reach people whose emails we have?
It's got to be in the millions.
It's a lot of people, right? Yeah. But that's the thing. It's not specific. And so if you send it, maybe it goes to junk mail because you're sending ads to them potentially in previous partnerships. And it's like, man, like that's just a feeling of like, we've got to be able to capture these people. And so that's where Mug Club.
So you brought up, I don't know if that was going out to the audience, but that's the number of 3 months.
That's for David Banner. That's for David Banner. Maybe I'm enjoying this because Crowder makes his mark slam dunking on emotional college kids, but he is looking like the biggest snowflake through all of this. All of it. That's whenever you came into the stream, that's what you missed. And it's still going.
Pre-demonetization, right? We had gained 430,000.
Zoom in a little bit. Go ahead.
So 3 months, 430,000 was that average from February pre-demonetization, and that's with just the main channel. That doesn't include Crowder Bits. About 62 million plays, which is what we're getting an average in a month between. Seattle, remember Chaz?
We're just gonna skip through a little bit more. Oh, this is a funny part. Hold on.
So steps in, and then Google, YouTube, Bing.
So he was just saying he was talking about Andrew Tate and how with Andrew Tate and Ye, how like Meta or whoever will step in and they will ban them, and then everybody else follows suit. Real quick, Jimmy Deans has put out a tweet, you goons. You can use this new technology to reach anyone with an internet connection. Your fans will find you if they like you. So what does that mean if they can't find him? Maybe, just maybe, they don't like you that much. Maybe you're just a jester that if you're there, they'll watch. That's me. I will watch if you're there. But I'm not paying to watch you. I'm not following you anywhere. Exactly, Jess. This is what we were talking about earlier when people were saying like, oh, can he just go on Rumble? And he can, and he is. But it's just not that simple because people rarely switch social platforms. Even within within like the platform that you use, people rarely will like. How many of you even follow me on Twitter or Instagram? You spend hours and hours and hours with me, and you don't even follow me on social media because, I don't know, it's right there. And I don't blame you because if you don't use it, then why would you? I mean, I post some good shit over there. So Instagram, Twitter, follow me. But just saying.
We got that.
Then it's Uber. So
is Uber account?
Other than
Uber got canceled.
All that Airbnb.
We've been banned from Airbnb.
This is a funny story.
Oh, really?
Yeah,
well, there's a reason.
Do you want to know the reason?
It's a hilarious reason, by the way.
I want to know.
Funniest thing
Because this is your show. I feel like, okay.
No,
So do you remember in Seattle, remember Chaz?
Yeah, of course.
Okay, Chop.
Yeah, you talked about that on one of the shows.
So what happened is, remember? And do you remember Raz Simone was like he was like the warlord that was handing out AR-15s.
Yeah, he the leader. He was the guy.
Yeah, he was the leader.
I remember him.
Then we did some research on him, and we found out that Raz Simone actually had an Airbnb and like got all these grants from the government. So what we did was we sent our producers down.
So this is a person that's a prominent leftist who had an Airbnb place.
To Chaz,
sent their producers.
As we rented out his Airbnb and declared it New Chaz.
Oh my god!
And spray painted New Chaz and all this stuff. And we actually handed out. For sure. We actually handed out party flyers.
His ice maker.
Come join New Chaz.
Oh my!
Because we knew, and he found it. And actually, our guys got chased out. So this whole live stream was come to New Chaz, which was his Airbnb. And Dennis.
This is exactly what I mean. Like Divine Round doesn't use these. So even within the people who are I feel weird calling you guys fans or whatever. Like you're viewers. I'm not that. I mean, maybe I don't know, whatever. But the people who are here, like you, Divine Round, I don't even remember the last time you missed the stream. But exactly, you don't use Twitter, Instagram. So why would you start just for me? Like I don't post that much. If you don't use Twitter, Instagram, don't just sign up for me. I don't post that much. What I do post is good. I think so. But that's exactly my point. That is exactly my point. Exactly.
Socialist gun.
I don't know how you're a YouTuber and you don't have a social media, Jess, but that's a whole other story.
Go towards the beginning, you'll see it because they had to leave.
Yeah, the Socialist Gun Club showed up and chased them out with
There you
guns.
go.
We got Black Lives Matter. We got the man bun, which I definitely rock all the time when I'm not on stream. The chest tattoo and the Chaz with the Antifa flag. Oh, I love it. I love it.
There in Chaz.
Oh my.
Well, and he
God.
found it. So mid-show, he actually tweeted us.
So again, I mean, I just want to hammer this home. But not only does Harley always show up to the streams, but then we'll be up with the other regulars of Discord. We'll be up till 4 or 5 in the morning my time, just hanging out. And she has no interest in seeing what I post on Twitter or Instagram. Neither does Jess, and that's perfectly fine. So for Steven Crowder to expect that this is how people operate, some do. And even Jimmy Dean, who just said, I watch Rumble when I can to support the platform. Don't use them, don't need them. So, I mean, obviously, I am not, you can't compare me and my platform to Crowder's, but this is the point. There you go. There you go. Just make sure you always come back here.
I think is how we found him. He was on Instagram where he's like, "You guys are big funny," you know. Like,
Yeah, he actually had a good sense of humor about it, but then he got us banned from Airbnb.
Yes.
Oh shit.
So this is his. Yeah, this is Raz Simone's Airbnb.
Yeah, Raz.
So I just thought that was fine. Let's see if we got any other good stuff here. He looks like he's getting all into it. He's actually talking. Oh, wow. Okay.
Simone.
That is
And so you can see why they wouldn't want us on there.
Yeah,
And,
no,
Yeah.
you know.
we didn't actually spray paint it, by the way. We just did a really good Photoshop.
Great.
And we know because
Yeah.
he showed up, he was like, dude, he's like, guys, don't worry. It was Photoshop. It was
Yeah,
fake. But
yeah.
all right, that was good. Because the whole idea was it's really easy to say, this is our autonomous zone
Yeah.
when you're vandalizing other people's crap. So we just
Exactly.
said, let's go to your Airbnb.
That's
Yeah.
brilliant.
And yeah, so we were permanently
So
banned
funny.
from that. I think we had a couple accounts banned from Uber.
So that's kind of going back to the idea of being a needle mover in the culture war. Doing things like the culture jamming like that, where showing how easy it is to just start a new, what does the Chaz stand for? Autonomous zone, whatever. The fact that you can just say, this is Chaz, this is a chop, this is whatever. That is something that is moving the needle in the culture war because it exposes that line of thinking to people who otherwise aren't paying attention to it.
Anything else? I know you're obviously very against big tech. Anything with Meta, Instagram, TikTok?
Oh.
Well, yeah,
any of
we've been
that?
suspended. So that's how I met
Long,
my
long
half
time.
Asian lawyer, Bill Richmond, was that
He's only half Asian.
He's only
Okay,
100%.
gotcha.
that's how you know he's
If
good.
he's half
Mean?
Jew, then he's killing it.
Yeah, exactly. You get the two. It's like the
Yeah.
yin yang of fantastic.
Buy
lawyer.
one, get one.
But he met me through, was it Engadget or Gizmodo? I always get it wrong.
I think it's Gizmodo.
So it was like this article that went out, and we
Okay, so he met his lawyer.
See it here in a
You guys
minute.
will
So,
see it after this.
so they're doing what they're doing. I'm watching these guys. I'm like, okay, I want to go talk to them. 11:30. I'm sitting there talking
Yeah.
to these guys. So tell me, what are you thinking about? He's, this is like one of the best times ever to make fun of the president that we have.
Yeah.
Biden's an easy one, but no one's doing it. We
Nobody.
like to do this. Trump was good for comedy. Biden's good for comedy, but people are afraid to touch it. And you see what's going on with right now. And, so I think there's a very major need for entertainment in that side. Sometimes the right gets criticism for not being good comedians. They're not funny. You're not good at making comedy. It's too, or even movies. Hey, do we need to watch another Fireproof where the acting is like, can you really
Yeah.
make some movies?
Yeah.
I don't know if you saw Jesus
To Save a
Revolution
Life,
was
I
number
know.
3 movie in the country, if you were following it or not.
Yeah.
So are you going to be making the millions? There's a massive opportunity.
Yeah.
Massive
Yeah.
opportunity today.
well, it's also because they don't understand it. So like when I talk about comedy, and again, nothing is like official, but people can see, for example, I'm not letting the cat out of the bag.
I'm pretty sure they're just talking about late night hosts in general, like Kimmel and what's his name, James Corden and the other Jimmy.
On my show, it's like, okay, Jim Brewer, Nick DiPaolo, Brian, like it's a murder. Jim Norton, right? You have Dave like Landau. It's a murderer's row of people
Yeah.
that we have all the time where they come on and they'll often say like, oh, this feels like filling that gap that was with Tough Crowd with Colin Quinn. I mean, even we've had comedians who
Shout out to Colin Quinn.
on the show on a regular basis. It really is like it's tough because the problem is you'll get a lot of people who say, hey, I'm conservative, so my friends say I'm funny. That's very different from
Right, yeah.
to me, Nick DiPaolo is the funniest stand-up who's ever lived, just in my personal opinion.
Yeah.
So when I sat down with him, and he is exactly what you expect. Like you wear these sometimes, like the kind of plaid pattern suit. And my dad dresses like you. He's a snappy dresser. He was actually at Dean Witter and E.F. Hutton in finance. Didn't even graduate college. He just tested off the charts, got a corner office. Kind of like,
all right, we're gonna skip through. We're gonna keep skipping through, see if there's anything else, and then we're heading over to Discord, guys. Remember, Discord is free. The link is in the description. It is free to join for right now. Once we hit a certain number that I already have in my head, everybody who's in the Discord is going to be grandfathered in, but everybody else is going to have to pay monthly, and they are going to want to. So make sure you get in there before the price tag comes out. Let's see.
Bullshit his way in.
Wow.
Not lying, just like, yeah, I can do this.
When's his birthday? When's his birthday?
Really
But I have my thoughts on this. What was your reaction on the way he handled? It's like, and they're waiting for.
The fuck do you look like the mayor of Amity? That's the first thing he said. And my dad is just laughing his ass off because but he's actually a super, I don't want to say sweet guy, but like a good guy who you can work with and trust. But he's so funny. Another Senseless Killing is my favorite album. But like Jim Brewer, is unbelievable, who we've had in the show.
What does he do right now? What does he do right now?
Stand up.
Yeah, he does a show too online. Yeah, he does a show online. But he's one of the best. Like, when people talk about boxing, they say if you want to teach someone how to box properly, you show them Joe Louis. Out there, a friend of mine I've known him since I was 12 in Canada. And then all of a sudden I realized he starts talking about Parkland and how America hasn't done anything. And I said, well, hold on a second. What should they do? And he goes, well, in Canada, if you had our laws, I said, you just had a man go to prison for 10 to 20 to life for defending his house when two men broke into his house with guns. One was roughing up his wife, likely going to rape her, and he shot this home intruder. And he's the one who's doing time. And the prime minister came out and said, you do not have Prime Minister blackface, by the way. I did like 15 times.
I love it. Yeah, scumbag.
We've done blackface many times on the show as Justin Trudeau, the ongoing sketch.
Yes.
Canada. He said, I don't know about that. I said, yes, you know about that. Your prime minister said you don't have the right. You do not have the right to defend yourself with a firearm. That, to me, like Gandhi said, is a far greater act of evil in robbing a nation of arms. I said, by the way, you also don't have freedom of speech in Canada. I went through my friend Mike Ward, who had to go all the way up to a Supreme Court for a joke and a human rights tribunal. It is a subjugated, conquered people in Canada, and they don't even know it. And that's the rest of the world outside of the United States. And
I was talking about that recently with something, I don't remember what it was, but we think about how, the Western world, like we have the US and we kind of feel like, Canada, UK, most of Europe, Australia, they're all kind of, the same, it's the same thing, mostly white people, mostly, there's running water and electricity. It's all the same. But then the Rona came around and we saw that as authoritarian as the American government was, there was no concentration camps. There was no, it got bad, but it did not get nearly as bad as it got in the UK, as it got in Canada, as it got in Australia. And it really, really shows that those little things really do make a difference. David Banner, I could not disagree with you anymore. I think Jim Brewer is hilarious.
And they don't even know. They just accept it wholesale. So anyways, your question, I wanted to hear what you had to say about Jon Stewart. But I think he's brilliant, but I don't like what he did here was dishonest.
Yeah.
And very clever.
So if you guys didn't see, there was a senator or something that Jon Stewart was talking to on his show about like puberty blockers or trans stuff. And then he immediately did a whataboutism. And he was saying like, oh, the senator guy was saying like, oh, these are harming children. And then Jon Stewart was like, well, what about guns? Like, well, what about guns?
Here's the part, though. About. I mean, okay, say John's Booker team. Let's go to who John's Bookers are. Booker, that they book.
Yeah.
Guests.
Booker T.
You mean to tell me you didn't have 90 other people to get on there that are bigger heavyweights than bringing him on?
Of course they do.
I don't understand.
Well,
you mean to tell me you couldn't have brought in a...
hell no. You ever been to Hawaii? I'm keeping that. And I have no desire to take on Canada. Hell no.
Ben, you couldn't have brought in how many
president of the NRA?
That's by design.
How many?
That's by design.
Well, but that to me, that
this is how Jon Stewart got to where he was in the eyes of liberals by punching below his weight. And making kind of like, how Crowder got his status with the right by punching below his weight. He makes his name by fighting people who not fighting, but arguing with people who don't know anything, or at least don't know how to argue. Now, whether those people should be in office is an entirely different question. Probably not, but that's what they do. They are one and the same, and it's funny how you can see Crowder point and say, "Oh, you could have gotten somebody better." Yet you're going to colleges to talk to students.
Because let me tell you, I watch it. It's got 11-something million views. Can you? How many views does the show?
11.2.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. It's now at 12.5 million views. What is the number you see there? Do you see a number?
That's just Twitter.
No, that's not the right number. It's got 11.5 million views.
Yeah.
This thing crushed it. It went viral. There's no question about it.
With a tailwind, by the way, from YouTube and big tech. That's a problem.
Yeah. But if you watched it, he handled himself so well. He says, so more guns equals more safety, right? Then why is the number going up? Well, you can't really. And the guy tried to make the argument of he was not a good debater to represent this argument.
He leaned in and he goes, when will it be?
When? Yeah, exactly.
Right.
But nobody was there. $1 billion guns.
Well, exactly. It's like how many? It's like nobody was prepared to counter and say, well, actually, the stats that you're quoting aren't accurate. We've talked about that, right?
Yeah.
The take out suicides, take out gang violence, and you're looking at very low numbers relatively speaking.
Yeah.
He wasn't ready with any of that stuff, and of course, this guy was picked.
Well, he's a paper tiger. I had to run in. So one of my, who, by the way, I'm still friends with, a manager had to drop me back then. I don't want to.
I will fight to the death for Hawaii. Y'all must have never been there. Hawaii is America, and that is my country. I am keeping that. I don't care what y'all say. Didn't Crowder bring us Trigley Youth? I have no idea what that is. So maybe, but I have no idea.
I want to say his name because unfortunately he has to be in the closet, but he was the guy who he was conservative, and he had Jon Stewart's people reach out to him and say, do you have anyone else out there like this Stephen Crowder? But we don't do conservative pundits, but do you have someone like him? In other words, they were saying, we like that he's young, because if they'd see me from comedy and maybe a reel was sent. They said, we like all these things, but we don't do conservatives. So if you have anyone like him who doesn't believe as he believes, we'd love to have them.
Wow.
And then when I released that, that was like a long time ago, talked about it. Of course, they called my manager. I just talked about it. They called my manager like, this guy can't be talking about what we're doing behind the scenes. We're never going to have any of your clients again. And I just remember kind of speaking about it off the cuff, but that happened. Like, they keep people away by design.
Steven, what's the difference?
So do you. That's why you don't debate actual people, and you debate college students.
Between Jon Stewart and Bill Maher.
Ooh, not much. And here's the thing. Bill Maher now, I think, is going to I don't know. And I would always say, never question motivation. But, I did go through a pre-screen with Bill Maher.
And vacations.
First person. And I'm not saying that,
I still don't know what that means.
I would be the smartest person on the panel. Far from it. But certainly if you look at some of the people who are on there, I definitely would hold my own.
I would absolutely like to see him on Real Time with Bill Maher. That would be an interesting showing. If for no other reason than they're both very good at being witty. Even if they're wrong, they're good at being witty. And so they would have to out-witty each other.
And I remember the pre-screen process with Bill Maher. She said, what do you want to talk about? And I was like, because I'm thinking Bill Maher's, comedian, by that he often throws up his hands, like, okay, and laugh. But I remember saying
not that I can afford. I mean, unless you guys want to hit that super chat button.
Well, I did just read the hashtag Oscars So White and just go to see the new live action Beauty and the Beast film where in 1740s France, I saw Mary J. Blige be royalty fold into a bookcase. So I don't know at what point, we start saying, hey, we're giving some roles that don't even make sense. Yeah. Just so with everything's going on, you want to talk about Disney. I said, no, I think when you're talking about Oscars So White and in 1740 slavery, right? When in that era they would have been slaves, now making black, which of course, by the way, just to be clear, slavery bad. Okay. All right. Yeah. Slavery bad, not supporting, but I was thinking it's hilarious that
just so everybody is clear, I agree.
At that point in time, it's so historically inaccurate. You're creating roles for black actors at that point that would never even be possible. And she said, well, what do you think about Russiagate? Oh. And I said, what do you mean? She said, what? I said, what was there? And I said this, and I said, is there something new? Yeah. She was like, because do you mean it was I don't know, I haven't checked the news in the last 12 hours, but so has there been something that's broken, evidence?
Late breaking?
She goes, no. She goes, no, but I mean the whole situation. I said, well, okay, do you want to talk about Fusion GPS? Do you want to talk about the Steele dossier? Because all of this is something that was basically paid oppo research, and we know is completely fabricated and it's bullshit. I said, so you condemn me for talking about a cultural issue at large that we know is a sham, but you want to discuss a sham? And then when I hear Bill Maher going out saying, I told him to stop talking about Russia, it's like, that's what your booker was doing.
Yeah.
So I hope that his transition is real. I really do. I think he's probably been beaten up by the left a little bit. But then he comes out and still says that Biden's doing a great job and he's going to vote for Biden. I'm going,
that's a good question. I think that I'm not really sure where Bill Maher is. He definitely was way deep in the TDS hole. The Trump derangement syndrome with that man was especially for somebody who used to be such a Florida liberal on TV who has to talk to other liberals. He always had balls to say things that weren't very popular with liberals, and he made those things okay to say. And he's still doing that to some extent, or he's starting again to do those things. But he stopped. I used to never miss an episode of Real Time. And then everything just became Trump. And I remember it was, I'm pretty sure, if I'm not mistaken, it was Real Time, and then it led into what's the dude's name? Not Jon Stewart. What's the English dude with the glasses? He was in Community. John Oliver. There we go. John Oliver. I think and I used to love John Oliver's show because he would talk about just general issues that were kind of evergreen, and it wasn't necessarily about topical things. We'd be like, how the prison system is working and things like that. And then same thing. So I get an hour of Real Time with Trump. And then the next hour will be John Oliver with more Trump. Like, okay, I get it. We don't like Trump. Okay, anything new? No? All right, bye.
Going, well, how do you come to that conclusion? I don't understand the disconnect.
Yeah.
Unless you have to say it.
Well, it's the same thing with Jon Stewart when he's like, it's the Wuhan Institute of Virology for the COVID. It's like, yes, of course. These are the same people that you trust. And now you say you still trust. Why? Why do you still trust them?
Yeah, I think.
No, I can afford Hawaii because it's in America. Because it's in America. That's why. Because I can get a nonstop flight from New Jersey from New Jersey, if not New York at JFK. I can get a direct flight for not that much money. And actually, I don't really fly that much, so maybe, unless like tickets to the Maldives are the same price, then we have a conversation. But other than that, I mean, you can't top Hawaii. Like Grand Canyon's fun, Florida Keys, yeah, all right. Never been to Yellowstone, Great Lakes. I mean, I'm sure they're fun, but Hawaii, compare that to Hawaii, come on.
I think you're right. They had those little moments where, like, God, like the real soul wants to come up, but then, like you said, they're owned by somebody, bro.
They're surrounded by people
100%
who wouldn't allow them to say certain things.
Oh, for sure.
And I mean, he is at one point he took a pot shot at me and just like some random podcaster or something. I was like, okay, I don't care. But he's done jokes from our show.
Sounds like
my mom
Bill Maher has
verbatim.
Oh wow,
verbatim. And we know that it's been on his radar because his booker reached out. And so, like, it's just, this happens a lot. And I don't mean like kind of, sort of veering into the same topics. I would love to see him come up. But when he says, hey, look, this is a problem with the ultra woke, and okay, fine. Then he says, Joe Biden's done a really good job as president, and I would vote for him. Is that really a net benefit? Because you've gotten people to listen to you, and then you've taken them to the end game of this is what you should do politically. And I go, oh,
he's right about that.
God. So I don't know. But the Jon Stewart thing, the guy is really funny.
Yeah, very good.
He's very talented, and that can trick people into him sounding like he's right. A lot of what he said there was factually inaccurate, which tells me he doesn't even do basic research because it just takes one link deeper into the study.
That's where you're wrong, sir. Because just like you will purposely obfuscate facts that you know to win an argument, Jon Stewart does the exact same thing. He knows that gun deaths are not irrelevant to the conversation. I don't remember exactly what they're talking about, but it was some other issue that had to do with children and children not having good lives or children die or whatever it was. And he brought up guns. He knows that that's not a legitimate answer. He knows that, but he knows that the people watching won't know that. Just like Crowder does the exact same thing with the kids. Never been to Atlantis, so again, if I can get a ticket to Hawaii to Atlantis for the same price, then I'm there. Otherwise, I need Hawaii. David Banner says Bill Maher is taking shots at Crowder. I'm calling cap. Maher is there we go. Maher is on a way different level than Crowder, especially when he's criticized Ben Shapiro by name. Okay. I mean, I don't know enough. I don't watch Bill enough anymore. I'll take your word for it. I again, the question stands. Can I get to the Bahamas for the same price I can get to Hawaii? If so, then we good.
Yeah. Either that's a good cut, either that is a terrible opposition representing Second Amendment.
Yeah, you got to remember how they cut things and make people look bad. Like they could do like all right, let's sit down for the interview and we'll just let's just sit here, get the lighting right, and they'll just be sitting there staring at each other, and they can use those shots in between when either one of them asks a question and then make the other person look dumb. Editing is
or he just did a masterclass on asking questions to put the pressure on the guest, and there's an art in doing that as well.
Yeah,
and he's very very good at doing that part. So anyways, yeah, I was just curious to know what you were going to say about Bill Maher.
I didn't ask where it was. I'm asking about the plane tickets
versus Jon Stewart. Obviously, the last 2 years, you've seen what's been happening with Bill Maher. Bill Maher's now conservatives are like, Bill Maher, and he's doing such a great job, and he's doing this, he's doing that.
That's because they're clamoring, right? Think about that for a second. They're going, oh, Bill Maher says something even remotely conservative, like someone on the entertainment side, because they're used to nothing but talking points.
It's also very easy to say, I haven't changed. They've changed. That's his resounding narrative, which is actually true.
No, I think it's complete horseshit.
You believe?
I think it's complete horseshit. Because again, you're talking about in 2004, or when it was 2006, right? Being banned. I remember being banned from I think it was Marianopolis or it was Concordia, like getting into trouble, getting booed, having to be like escorted out of universities, having shows canceled because of things that were politically incorrect back then. And at that point in time, all the comedians said, this is just, you're just making a big deal. Up until not too long ago, Bill.
I don't think that's true.
Maher was hitting those same talking points. So,
well, that part's true.
So I do think that they left. I don't think the left left them. I do think that both the right have become.
Can they not be are those mutually exclusive? Can the Overton window have shifted and also people have kind of shifted, just not as much? All right, get rid of Hawaii. Let's go to the Bahamas. 10K sub party is in the Bahamas thanks to Harley. Let's go.
Become more left, and the left has become increasingly left. But if you look at the things that Bill Maher,
that's what I just said. And those things are not mutually exclusive.
Espoused not too long ago. It was left. It was left. It was significantly left from everything from, like, I think now, unfortunately, you have people revisiting the gay marriage topic. You know why? Because you have people going, hold on a second.
We were just talking about this, guys. We were just talking. As soon as I get 10K subs, we were just talking about how gay marriage has come back into the conversation because the LGBT community as a whole, even though you have gays against groomers and all that, and most people in the LGBT community are just people who want to live their lives and happen to be gay or trans or whatever. The activists, the ones who are out there making their entire community look bad, are doing so much that people are looking all the way back to 2013 and like, this all started with marriage equality. We gave you what you want, and now you took more and more and more and more and more and more and more. To be says, I can understand discounting the self-interventionists in the projectile reject count, but why would symbolic I don't know what you're saying. What are these words? I can understand discounting the self-interventionists in the projectile reject count. I don't know what the projectile reject count is. But why would symbolic kin organizations, I don't know what symbolic kin organizations are, why would their retaliatory reckonings be stricken from the projectile deletion numbers? Can you like dumb this down? I got a million things going on. I don't have time to look up all these words. Or maybe I'm dumb, but what are you saying?
We can't put kids on puberty blockers. Like, that's a bridge too far. But they're going, so everyone has a line. Now people have realized everyone has a line, and they're going, did the line have to be back there? I mean, I can't tell you how many people who used to be liberal have said, you know what, I just don't know where we stop this. And now kids are being taken away from their parents.
But you just said the left didn't leave people on the left. And now you're saying the left left the left.
On puberty blockers. Sure. And I remember with Dave Rubin, who's a friend, and he does my show, and I'd done a show quite a few times, and he was very surprised back in the day where he would say, like, I didn't leave the left me, Stephen, that kind of thing. And he said, like, I know, like, you're more libertarian, like you support same-sex marriage. I said, no, I don't. He was surprised because when I see him, I give him a big hug. I see him, I have a lot of love for the guy. And I think a lot of people think that if you have an issue politically with the blurring of gender lines, it means you hate people. And I said, no, here's the deal. And I don't think it's a fair comparison to interracial
Here's the deal, man.
marriage, because I think that
if you get that joke, I'm sending you a $5 cash app.
Fundamentally, black and white people as parents are interchangeable if they want to be present in their children's lives. In other words, I do not think that a black woman is incapable of providing to a child whom she loves what a white woman can as a mother. I said, but I don't think that two dads can provide what a mother and a father can. I don't think that two moms can provide what a mother and a father can. I don't think that men and women are interchangeable as parents, as we could argue people of different races. And I think you're not going to like where this ends up, because to say they're interchangeable is to say that the gender issue, that the gender lines don't exist. And that's not a gay thing. That's going into whole new territory. We're talking about that maybe in 2016, 2015, 2017.
With Ruben?
With Ruben.
Yeah.
He was surprised, and he was surprised, but he said, okay. And I said, now look, and you have to understand why marriage laws exist. I wish the government wasn't in the marriage business at all. But the reason why was because before federal government.
Yeah, but was he, all right. Y'all taking the joke too far.
For state government, they wanted self-governance, and they realized a nuclear family was the most important way to do that. That's why you have tax incentives. That's why you have the government recognizing mom and dad. And that's not the same with two dads, two moms. I think you should have civil unions, all of the same rights. But I said this is a slippery slope, and I think that saying men and women are fundamentally interchangeable will tug at that fabric of society. And I don't know who's pushing for that when we should all be agreeing on the civil union.
Where do those conversations end with Ruben?
Like
when you do the hug and everything goes on?
He's a super sweet guy. Like, you're not going to find a guy like sweeter than Dave Rubin.
Yeah, he's awesome.
But I think they're surprised.
He's a sweet boy.
Because I think you have to be like a Westboro Baptist Church person if you go, well, there are issues with the same-sex marriage thing.
And the beauty is that you can have your opinion. That's what people always think, like, he's right. No, you could have your opinion. You have your opinion. Right. You stick by it. That's what it is.
Did you and Jenk ever do anything together or no?
Oh, God. Well, I showed technically.
If you know where this is going there.
I crashed on the South by Southwest panel of Cenk Uygur as Cenk Uygur.
Yeah.
So I showed up and I was like, "You're not the real. I'm the real Cenk Uygur." And because I used to, and the reason I did this impression was because they would pick on me when I was this tiny YouTube channel.
Right.
And then once I grew big enough, I was like, "Well, let's do a debate," because they would pick on me. They said no, and all of a sudden I was like,
"What are the bang bang numbers? What are you talking about?" I definitely did not say bang bang. And so if we're talking about guns, then I don't know what this. I just don't know what these words mean. So you can I can understand the discounting of the self-interventionist. So what is a self-interventionist? Then what is the projectile reject count? Then what is symbolic kin organization? Then what is retaliatory reckoning? And what are the projectile deletion numbers? I just don't know what these words mean. I don't know. I mean, I guess I mean, okay, but I don't know what those words mean. So I'm just asking you to put it in layman's terms.
Voldemort. They wouldn't acknowledge my name. So I started, what I would do is I would do these Young Turks parodies where I would do impressions of them.
Oh, we've been demonetized, girl. We've been demonetized. Thanks to you and Jimmy Dean, I'm making a little something, but I ain't getting no money for this. Other than that.
And then I would actually like run them back then as ads before.
So if you're enjoying the work I'm doing.
For Young Turks videos. And they got really pissed.
Oh, he's watching
you as him?
Yeah, it's the most embarrassed I've ever been in my life, but I just felt like
if you guys haven't seen this, it's hilarious. I don't know how much they're going to show, but
I had to do it.
Is that him right there?
That's
required.
it. Yeah. And
you gained a ton of weight for the or you put a pillow in your stomach?
Yeah. So I mean, we look eerily similar, don't we?
That is how uncomfortable. Look how uncomfortable he is.
Is that?
Okay, so this is not a friend of mine. Okay, this is what he does.
You know that bullshit.
He basically makes money.
He makes money by you watch, right? Like
writing my.
This is when 2017.
Pause it. I love that you cried.
So if you think about 2017 and where these two people, Cenk and Steven Crowder, were in 2017, Crowder was on the upswing. That was right when he was getting real big, and that was when TYT was arguably a legitimate organization. Not anymore, but that's where that was. And what they were talking about was, for so long, TYT would make fun of Crowder without saying his name and all this stuff. And then that happened, and I thought it was funny.
It's a total thing, but again, he picked on me, and I was like,
for you,
let's
bro.
By the way,
this.
they had it in the wrong place, so we had him in the wrong.
I went to the wrong Marriott.
He's dressed in full check outfit. He
God.
comes out and there's like no ballroom B or whatever.
And I think
it was.
I walked past Bill Nye.
Yeah,
I was in the wrong courtyard, man. So I had to get in one of those golf cart. Yeah, look,
There's nobody even in there.
I know, I know.
That is so funny.
I
dude.
felt I didn't want to do it. I felt compelled to do it.
Well, your nerves must be. I mean,
We buried him.
I've never been so nervous in my life.
Oh my!
So you guys have never done anything to
All right, let's see where they end up. 'Cause I'm getting tired of this. Let's
doing
see.
it for. To me, it's two things. One, the way here's what's crazy. The reason
Okay, so this seems like it's gonna be the last chapter.
why I asked that, we had Cenk here. I don't know, 6 months ago. What was the time?
Oh yeah, I remember that when he's like, I know Joe Rogan is trained, but I'm a brawler. I'm a brawler. Like, bro.
10 months ago, 8 months ago.
I
Less
think it's
than
about I think it's about a year. March.
Really?
Yeah, March or April.
Okay.
of last year.
And I got to tell you, it's very interesting. I had no idea what to expect when he came in. I didn't know what direction was going to go.
Interesting.
We had a very good conversation together, and he made his argument. You know, I made mine. I asked the questions. You know, he went back and obviously, politically where he lies.
Yeah.
And then we had the Kyle Kulinski on 4 months ago, 5 months ago.
2 months ago.
Are you guys interested in that podcast? Kyle Kulinski on this the PBD podcast. I have that on. I haven't watched it yet. I have it on the list, and there's a lot on the list, but let me know if you're interested in that.
Months ago,
yeah.
great conversation. We had this David Pacman on, young
ago.
guy,
Ooh,
fiery,
we watched that one. Oh, we saw PBD tear David Pacman apart.
energized, and he very good. And then who else have we had on? We had a bunch of these guys on just to kind of see, because
I've had plenty of liberals on, by
Yeah.
the way, on the show. It's just they wouldn't do it for long. And
I understand that. Yeah, I totally
You
understand.
got Roland Martin here.
Yeah, we had Roland Martin here, and it was
Andrew, yeah.
It was
heated.
fireworks.
It was
Oh,
crazy.
yeah.
We had Neil deGrasse Tyson, but that wasn't even like I just asked a question about COVID, and that went a whole different
Yeah,
direction
yeah,
with
it
the
really
conversation
did.
on COVID.
Oh, he believes
But
everything.
you know what it is? Like
He said he believes everything. Oh, all right. So I think we'll stop it there. It doesn't seem like they're getting into any more of the actual drama. They're just kind of talking. But I don't know, guys. What do you think? Did Crowder redeem himself at all? Did he make things worse? I personally think he made things worse for himself. The only, like I said before, he went on Timcast. The only way he has out of this would be to say, "Hey, I messed up. I'm sorry that I did this. I shouldn't have done this. I was desperate and whatever. Take the L. That is the only way." David says no. I agree. You're down with anything that pisses you off. Well, I can piss you off pretty easy, bro. Don't test me. No, I'm just kidding. But the fact of the matter is, yep, he talked in circles, said nothing the whole time. At this point, his only redeeming path, or his path to victory, not victory, his path to redemption, is if this platform that he is talking about, that comes out in 14 days, 2 weeks from today. 2 weeks from today. Oh, that's what day is it? Whatever day it is, it's a stream day. So we are likely going to be talking about whatever drops on the 20th. So make sure you subscribe so that you're here for it. And you're FDW. Why FDW? Interesting. I think that's the only way. If that platform drops and it really is this amazing thing that nobody has ever thought of, and it provides young, conservative, or not even conservative, just edgy, like not TOS following creators to be themselves and not have to worry about monetization and all of that stuff, then we're all wrong. We're all wrong. And I will sit here and say, wow, I was wrong. I don't think that's going to happen. Thank you, David Banner. Thank you for everybody who has been here the entire time. Let's see if we can figure this out. Okay, TB says the self-interventionists are people who forcibly remove their brains. Oh, okay. So self-delete. Are you talking about self-deletion? The projectile reject count is the stat that was cited for your counter argument. Symbolic kin organizations are gangs. We'll talk in person. Okay. I mean, like, I understand the words here. I don't understand the point that you're making, and now I don't even remember what it was referring to. So let's just save it for Discord, guys. Definitely join the Discord. I have so much in store. You have no idea how much time I spend thinking about how to make this and the Discord amazing for you guys. So join it now while it's free, because I promise you will want to pay. You will want to pay. And I will happily take your money, but I would rather you get to enjoy it for free. There's so many people. Put a 1 in the chat right now if you're already in the in the Discord, and like, just do it. And whenever I ask you guys to do that, you never do it. Just do it. If you're in the Discord, put a 1. Let everybody know exactly how awesome it is to be able to have that community. And I'm telling you guys, people are going to want to be there. So follow my advice or don't. Part ways with your money every single month if you want to. That's up to you. But either way, I really do appreciate you guys coming here and hanging out and watching the show and hanging out with me. You guys are what makes the party a party. I don't think that we, I was really hoping that, this interview would redeem Crowder, because I'm a big fan. But it really, really, really did not. So again, at this point, the only thing, what's the question mark, boy? You're in there. The only thing he has left, and that's the 3 ladies. So, hey, you know what I mean? The only thing he has is the strength of the platform. That is it. If it is not perfect, then he has royally fucked up. And that's all there is to it. Thank you so much to the sponsor of the stream, Jimmy Dean. I don't know if he's here, but thank you so much. Divine Rod, thank you very much. I appreciate you and every single one of you. Thank you again to Jess, who also donated. And you guys are awesome. I love hanging out with you guys. Just like Steven Crowder, I get nervous every time because I care so much about this show, about what you guys think, and about how I do here. And the fact that you guys keep coming back, the fact that you guys stick around, it means the world to me. So thank you. And hopefully I'll see you in a few seconds in Discord. Until next time, guys, thank you so much for partying with me. I am your host, Lutch, a.k.a. the Indian Jesus, here to resurrect the second coming of common sense. Until next time, I am out of here. Peace.